Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be starting some planning for Lunatic Plus clears with Ironman restrictions. I would not expect too much out of today's stream, but I thought it might be fun to stream it because I thought that some people might be interested. I don't know exactly how much I'm going to be able to accomplish, but I've done a little bit of research getting ready for today's stream. Well, I've done a lot of research getting ready for today's stream, but I also did about an hour's worth of prep before the stream to get like spreadsheets and things like that ready just for my specific goals for today. If possible, I would like to plan everything out all the way up to chapter 5. I don't think that's going to be possible in a single stream, but we might be able to plan things out at least up through chapter 2. I have some really good ideas for chapter 2. So we're going to see how that goes. Hello, Alpha C. Welcome to the stream. Hold on a second. Oh my god. Get out of here. Sorry. I was using my headphones to test audio levels for the stream before the stream started, and then I set them down in a very inconvenient spot. All right, so I don't think you guys can read the text on the bottom left very well right now, but that's fine. I'm going to make it bigger in a second to show you all of my notes, and then I'm also going to kind of zoom in on the points that we're actually focusing on. Hello, Alpha C. Hello, Poochievert. Hello, Me Mike. Also, there was somebody who asked before the stream started if we are going to be doing no resets, and as for right now, I don't plan to do no resets. In fact, I specifically need to reset for a certain boss in my plans anyway. So we're going to be doing Lunatic Plus Classic. For the first run, I want to try out where's my purple hair? I'm planning to try out come on. Sorry. I'm planning to try out plus magic minus strength. This should give me the best value in the long term, I think. Having said that, I know a lot of people have praised plus speed Robin, so I do want to try that out as well. So we're also going to be testing out plus speed Robin, probably at some point today, if not in the future. Today is 5:25, so assuming we can get through enough material to get access to the to my barracks, I will get the Robin's birthday bonus, but I don't know if that's going to be true or not. So one of the key points, I got to be very careful not to save over my primary save file. By the way, I made backups for my other saves, so the Stall Emblem run and the No Frederick run are both fine. They're both saved in a separate file. Anyway, I got to be very careful not to save over my primary save though. And anyway, one of the key points in attempting to do an Ironman strategy for Lunatic Plus, I think, is going to be thinking about the prologue in chapter 1, because if you mess up here, yes, you will reset the entire run, but the entire run is only like 10 minutes long at that point. So I think there is a lot of flexibility this early on. But later on, once we get a little bit further in, we're going to have to start being very careful about what we do and like what we think about, what we plan for, and all of those things, because we're not like, if you get like 3 hours into the run and then you get a game over, that's like devastating. But if you just have to restart like chapter 0 over and over again, it's kind of like front loaded risk, which we've already talked about before. It's a little bit like the idea of front loaded risk. Resetting chapter 0 over and over again is better than having runs fail on like chapter 10 or chapter 12. That's the best way to put it. I'd like a dual strike here, please. Didn't get it. It's fine. He doesn't attack us anyway. Hello, Spin. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's going to be an awesome stream today. So the most powerful thing about plus magic minus strength Robin is that if you never plan to use your sword ever, and you just want to switch into a magic using class permanently, there are almost no real downsides. You lose less skill than the minus skill Robin, and you only lose a single point of defense. Now, having said that, you guys know that I love my plus defense Robin, And so for me, it's not that I'm just losing 1 point of defense. I'm actually losing like 4 or 5 points of defense, because normally I would have like, you know, +4 defense or +3 defense. So losing 1 point is going from +3 to -1. So I'm actually losing a lot of defense, but it is what it is. All right, so I have to do a couple things now. I'm managing two different stream setups, so things might be a little bit slow at times, but I'm kind of just doing my best. All right, so I want to bring up my notes first for you guys to see. And it should be possible, I am updating this on a separate device, but it should be possible for the updates to show up on the other side. So let me confirm that really quick, and you guys can let me know if this is updating or not. All right, so I'm gonna open up my notes. So one of the main things that I started thinking about to make Chapter 2 more consistent is getting Frederick's Lance rank to A, because he gets +3 attack against sword fighters, which means you should be able to one-shot the mercenaries and the myrmidons without needing a Vake pair-up or a Crom dual strike. That's very important. If you can do that, that's going to increase consistency so much. And because discipline is so powerful, he actually only needs 15 lance combats. I'm going to make a tracker for that. I'm not going to start tracking Robin's tome rank yet. Excuse me. Because I suspect that Robin's tome rank will just increase naturally as we need it to. But we are going to make a counter for Frederick Lance combats. So we need to get 15 before Chapter 2. And I think that's going to be a lot more easy than I was originally planning, because normally I don't really plan for that. And so the fact that I'm actually going to be attempting to do it is going to drastically change things. The other thing are supports. Now, I haven't figured out my exact supports yet. I'm probably not going to do Fred Virion or Crom Sully, but I wrote them down just in case. Another very important thing is that when you're gaining supports at the end of the chapter, it actually rounds up to the nearest integer. This is crucial information, which, hold on a second, it doesn't look like my browser is updating. Frederick Lance. Okay, I think I have to actually click on the browser whenever I want it to update on the other side. That's not the most convenient thing in the world, but I guess we'll live with it. When you're building supports at the end of each chapter, it actually rounds up, which is extremely important information. This means, for example, if two characters only fight together one time, they get 6 out of 9 support points. So you would think that they would get 0, but they actually get the full 9 out of 9 at the end of the chapter. They actually get the full +1. Additionally, if you end up with a value like, one second. Okay, so if you end up with a value of 23 over 27, this actually rounds all the way up to 27. So you get like 6 free support points. Is that true? 4, 5, 6, 7. You get 4 free support points. So we're going to be planning our supports based on this information. Event tiles, barracks, and seeds of trust are also uncapped, and they just give a flat +1. That's not super important because you can't rely on it. We're not going to be planning around that for Ironman consistency. But if we get it during an Ironman attempt, we will absolutely make use of it. So what we're going to be tracking is how many support points we can get in the prologue, and then we're going to figure out what our target is. Then we're going to be figuring out how many we get in Chapter 1, and then that will help us figure out what our ultimate target is to get these supports: Crom Fred, Crom Robin, Robin Fred, and Robin Lisa. Ideally, we should be able to get all of these supports before we go into Chapter 2. I think that's possible, and I think it's possible to get Frederick's Lance rank to A. I hope it's possible. We're going to find out. I can also move the chat over here so I can actually read chat while planning. Yeah, hey Spin. Thank you for coming today. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, I think, I don't really need the information. You guys don't really need to be able to see the information on the right-hand side. You're mostly only going to need to see the information on the left-hand side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start cropping this so I can make it more readable on the player side. So let's go something like, that's way too little. That's better. That's a little better. That's really good. Okay. And then I'll crop from the bottom probably as well, because you guys don't really need to see that. You just need to know how many lance ranks I've got. So let's go like 400. Okay, that's good. This is going to make it a little bit easier for you guys to see. Hello, Mavtato. Welcome to the stream. My chat window's not updating now either. Alright. I'm doing my best, guys. Let's make this so it actually fits on the bottom. Ugh, that's not as readable as I was hoping. Alright, let me know if you guys are having trouble reading that. I'm gonna have to pop the chat window back over to the Lunatic, sorry, to the Windows, no, sorry, to the YouTube Studio screen. Huh, interesting. Mavtato's chat isn't showing up. Hold on a second. Sorry. I want to make sure that the chat's actually updating. I see it on the I see it like on the stream, but I don't see it like in my YouTube Studio, which I think is important. I need to be able to track what's happening during the stream. I think somebody else just posted a chat as well, so I want to make sure that I see that. So yes, Mavtato, welcome to the stream, and I am going to give the other person a call out in just a moment. By the way, drink some water if you can. Hello, Rio Leo, welcome to the stream. Good luck on the run, thank you. So right now we're not doing like serious attempts. What we're doing is kind of just like testing and gathering information. So I want to do a little bit of a modified version of my opener. I want to see something. I want to see what my accuracy is against these guys. It's not great. It's not great at all. I can one-shot these guys though. This would allow me to get 4 lance combat charges right up front. And if I miss against the axe fighters, that actually is a good thing because I can serve lance charges while building lance rank. The only downside, of course, is that I could potentially take more damage, or I could leave enemies alive on full health. So I don't think that's good. I think we want to find a line that's very consistent. Let me go with my typical opener. Let me go with my standard opener, and I want to see what happens, like in terms of counting. So first of all, we're going to do 1 lance rank charge. Target is 15. So we've got 1 out of 15. Next, we're going to do this. We're going to give the sword to Crom. Crom is going to give the sword to Frederick, and then pair up with him. And then Lisa's going to move over here. Okay, a couple things are going to happen very fast, so give me a second, because I want to make sure I track everything that's happening. One. That's really bad, by the way. Okay. They fought together 3 times, so and Crom did not dual strike, so that should be 18 points. That's 6 times 3, which is 18. This is actually enough. Like, that combat right there is enough for them to get 2 support points on this map, even if they don't fight together again. Let me make sure this updates for you guys so you guys can see it. Okay, please let me know. Please confirm for me that you guys are seeing that the stats are updating. Like, for example, Crom and Frederick have 18 support points, and Frederick has 1 lance charge. You guys should be able to see that. Hello, Mirror Fanboy. Welcome to the stream. You're saying sorry for being late. You're not actually that late. We haven't made very much progress. We're 1 turn into the very first chapter. Frederick really got ripped to pieces, though. That was a very unlucky enemy configuration. Both of these guys having Luna and both of them hitting is not very common. It does not happen all that often. Alright, here's the problem now. I gotta figure out a way to take all these attacks. Or take a number of these attacks that I'm capable of taking. This actually this kind of highlights a flaw in my plan, which is that this might not be Ironman viable. Because if this happens, it kind of like ruins the run. Hello, Kunai Kata Traces. Welcome to the stream. Oh, by the way, I want to make a poll. How far will we get today? Beat chapter 2. That's like my minimum possible goal. Beat Chapter 3. Beat Chapter 5. Chapter 5 would be like my big goal. Like if we can get through Chapter 5 today, that would be insane. That's way more than I expect to get done today. Chapter 2 is like the bare minimum. If we can't even get through Chapter 2 today, that's gonna reflect very poorly on me. Okay, so these guys are pretty freaking scary. Can I actually fight all 3 of them now? If I can't, there might still be a bailout option here. Yes, there's definitely still a bailout option. There's absolutely still a bailout option. Let me see if Crom can take their attacks. 2 attacks. Fortunately, with the exact enemy overlaps, it kind of causes some serious problems here. Maybe, yeah, because this guy can reach pretty far. Maybe I can overlap these 2. Yeah, I can. Okay. The problem is they're going to hit me pretty hard, though. This guy's going to hit me for 19 minus 7. That's 12. What's his hit rate? His hit rate's not that great, and he already hit me once. And then this guy's close to guaranteed to hit. That's another 3 damage. That will actually kill me, unfortunately. Can I get into a position where Lisa can heal me? I don't think so. Can I use Robin as an anchor? No, because they'll get doubled and killed. Can Crom kill this guy without the Frederick pair-up? Yes, he can. Interesting. Okay. This might be doable. I have to think very carefully about what I'm doing. So I want to go here. Can he reach that tile? He can't. There's no way to separate these 2 when they're in this formation. They moved it. Not only did they both hit me with Luna, but they also moved into the worst possible formation. This is good though. This gives me an opportunity to plan for the worst possible RNG. Although, like I said, resetting on Chapter 0 would probably be the best time to reset if you're going to reset. I want to think about if there is a solution to this puzzle, though. I mean, you can't just leave both of these guys alive. It's just not an option. Well, actually, is it? Does this guy have Vantage? No, he doesn't have Vantage. Okay, hold on a second. I have an idea. This actually might work. So we're going to do something. I'm going to move here. Yeah, I think this works. The only question is, can Robin one-shot these guys? No, unfortunately. Okay, so this doesn't work. I don't have enough attack power. I need to get rid of 2 enemies, but I can't separate them. Well, let's play out this line and see where it goes, because I have some ideas. I guess what I would do... I mean, you literally cannot stand here because you would get killed. You would always die. Every single time you'll die. So you have to move here. Use a vulnerary. Lisa moves here. I want her to take Crom, heal. Now technically that builds support between them, but I don't think I even have a benchmark for that. No, their support points don't really matter that much for what I'm trying to do. All right, we should still one-shot this guy. 15 damage. Yeah, we're gonna one-shot him. Then I'm gonna go here, and I'm actually going to pull Crom over and put him in the lead. I'm going to equip the rapier. Okay, did I get any weapon experience or support ranks yet? No, I did not. So this guy should attack Crom. Accurate, okay. Now here's the tricky part. Frederick's really not in much better of a position than he was before. So right now we have Crom and Robin. They fought together one time, so they have 6 points. I'm gonna make sure that updates over here for you guys. So the idea is Robin would take out one of these enemies, and then Frederick would take out the mage. The only problem is Robin can't actually consistently do that. Even with plus magic, Robin can't do that. What's my speed? 9. Even with plus speed, I wouldn't be able to do it either. So that's really not the play. I just think if you get this really bad unlucky opening RNG, maybe there's nothing you can do and you just have to throw that run in the trash. I mean, not every run is going to succeed. Ironman doesn't mean that you can win 100% of the time. It just means you have to find a way to consistently win enough that it's possible to win within a reasonable number of attempts. So next I would do this. I would get another lance charge. I have to pair up with Frederick now. I'm going to give him the bronze sword while I do that. Okay, so we would have 2 out of 15 on lance charges. Let me also again make sure you guys are updated. Alright. Is there any way that I can get out of this guy's range? I actually think I can. Interesting. So if... how much is he? But he's gonna kill me though. Well, no, he won't kill me. If I go like this, I can take 1 attack, I think. Let's see what happens. Okay, they go here. I take 1 attack. That's another 6. So that's 12 points here.
Listen.
I have to be careful because Robin is above Frederick on the support point list. However, Robin wins a tiebreaker ahead of Frederick. However, I know that Crom and Frederick are going to get a lot of support points together in the next chapter, so they might not actually need any more points this chapter. It actually might be better to prioritize Robin and Crom together this chapter. Hello, Duke Nuka-Cola. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming today. We're doing some planning for Lunatic plus Ironman. I'm kind of hoping that it will be possible, but I don't know that if that's going to be true. This is a little scary. So I need to get Robin and Lisa some support points as well. I'd like to get them 2 points if possible. So I'm actually surprised that we got out of that situation. This guy does not have Vantage. If he doesn't have Vantage, this will give me another 6 points, which will put me at 18 over 27. That's exactly 2 points. Okay. So what if I go like this? In fact, I can get another 2 points with Frederick, but that doesn't matter. Frederick's gonna round it down to 2 either way, so it's actually better to do this. This is 2 points for Robin Lisa, and also 2 points for Crom Lisa, although again, I'm not tracking that. Robin Lisa is the really important one. So we would go like this. This gives us another 6 points for this pairing, so now they're at 18. So in the event of a tiebreaker right now, I'll show you guys. So in the event of a tiebreaker right now, Crom, Frederick, and Crom Robin are both eligible to gain 2 points, but as a result, Crom and Robin will gain 2 points, and then Frederick will get pushed down to 1 point. So in order to avoid that, we want to make sure that Crom and Robin get 3 points this chapter, so that Frederick and Crom get 2 points, instead of Crom, Frederick getting rounded down to 1 point. I have to be careful here. I would like to give this shiny spot to Frederick if possible. He got a Seed of Trust. That's actually kind of useful. It's going to help us hit support benchmarks if we mess up. Although I'm not going to use it during test runs because I don't want to plan around it, but it's something to keep in mind that we could potentially get. Alright, let's get some healing done. I want to heal back to full before I go any further. Let me bring chat back up as well. Hello Aether, thank you for coming today. You think the plans seem pretty reasonable for this level. The real problem is in the immediate future. Honestly, the fact that we got through that opener really proves to me that my opening is extremely consistent, because that was... I cannot think of a worst possible starter that we could have gotten. Like, I cannot imagine that it would be possible to get less lucky than we did. Both of the starting barbarians got Luna, and they both hit Frederick on turn 1, and they both moved into the worst possible position. Alright, so I have to heal Robin and also trade some items over to Robin. I am going to be using the water trick because this is going to help Robin and Lisa get support points, and it's also going to help Robin get some experience. And next chapter is mostly going to be about training Frederick and Crom, so I have to make sure that Robin gets his training during this chapter. This is one of the reasons why I think I've kind of started incorporating the water trick back into my strategies. Because if you plan to use Robin as little as possible, which I typically like to use Robin as little as possible, you want to make sure they get experience in Chapter 1, or Chapter 0 specifically, because that allows you to feed your Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and other experience to other units. Okay, this is really good. We can't dodge his attacks, that's fine. He doesn't have focus, which means he's not likely to crit us. He doesn't have Luna, so we can out-heal his damage as long as we kill him within a reasonable number of turns. We just have to make sure that Robin and Lisa, Robin doesn't miss their attacks too many times. Now, Kunai says, you only realized recently that I had actually had to use the Seed of Trust when paired up. For the longest time, you thought you could just keep it in a character's inventory and it would automatically activate. Ah, yeah, that's funny. Okay, so Crom is above Lisa in the tiebreaker. So even if Robin and Lisa gain 3 support points here, as long as we get our +3 on Crom and Robin, it will be fine. That will sort out everything at the end of the chapter. So we're going to go here. We're going to do 1 round of combat. We're going to make sure we move these characters into the water where the enemies can't reach us. Okay, he might still have a crit rate on us. I'm going to check that now. First, I'm going to make sure I track this. We're getting +6 on this pairing. So that's going to put them to that's going to put them to 8. So right now, even though they have 8 out of 9, if they don't fight together ever again, this would still round up to 9 out of 9, and they would still get 1 support point at the end of the chapter. So very, very cool that it works this way. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm looking at the wrong window. I'm managing 2 windows today, so I'm going to be kind of floundering a little bit more than usual. So you guys are going to have to forgive me on that one. All right. So the spreadsheet should be updated. Let me know if the spreadsheet's not updating. I'm looking at the chat more often than I'm looking at the spreadsheet, but I think you guys can see everything. You should be able to see that this pair here has 8 points now, because Lisa used their staff, which is 2 points, and then they fought together, which is 6 points. Okay. This enemy does have a 3% crit rate. We just have to live with it. I'm going to use this vulnerary. We're going to get another 6 points right here. Now, in this situation, hold on a second, 8 plus 6 is 14. Now, I think Lisa is above Frederick. So I want to check something. Okay, there's no possible way to stop Robin and Lisa from getting 2 points here. So if we're going to do anything with Robin and Frederick, we should plan around them only getting 1 point, because Robin is always going to get 3 points with Crom, and he is always going to get 2 points with Lisa. So we can potentially get 1 point with Frederick, but we can't get anything other than that. I guess that's worth thinking about. So in this situation, I'm just going to attack. There's no reason to let him hit me again. Either way, I'm either going to hit or I'm going to miss this 83%. He doesn't have advantage, so I'm just gonna run it. All right, we got it. That is 20 points. This will round down to 18. Next, you move to this tile. This is going to pull all of the enemies out of formation because they have linked AI, and it was triggered when this guy moved. When the mage moved and attacked, it triggered their linked AI. But because they didn't have any valid targets, they just stood in the same spot. Now that we've moved into a spot where they can see a valid target, they start moving towards that target. Now we move back out onto the water. They no longer have any valid targets. They stop moving. Now we can take our time. We can slowly move over here. I'm going to attack here first. I'm pretty sure this is more important. We're going to take a level. This pairing is going to go up to 26 points. Let me make sure we update that. We got magic, skill, and HP. It is what it is. I'm not too concerned about Robin's exact stats right now. I don't have any specific benchmarks in mind. We can always use Crom to give ourselves extra speed. One of the reasons I don't really value the plus speed Robin too highly is because my plus defense Robin pretty much always has as much speed as they need, and you can always use Crom for a pair up. So presumably any other Robin that has equal or more speed to a plus defense Robin should be able to keep up with the enemies. Alright, so we're going to attack this guy again. There's a reason we're doing this. Now we're going to start attacking the guy on the right. Now from this position, I don't know exactly, so I'm going to try this first and see what happens. So this should get me close to a level up, but not close enough to level up. Okay, that's 80. Hitting him again should give me 15 experience. This should put me on 95. I hope. Perfect, okay. So now I'm going to get a ton of rollover experience because most of my experience is going to go towards the counter between level 3 and level 4 experience from this kill. So hitting that Myrmidon first is the right move. I no longer need to track Robin and Lisa's points. They've already reached the cap, which is 27. It's 27. We got plus speed, that's great. We'll take speed wherever we can get it. But we are expected to gain at least 1 point of speed there, so it's not that unexpected. Alright, so we also got our D rank in tomes already, which is good. Now I have to think about what to do with these remaining enemies. I have to think about Frederick's lance requirements and Crom and Robin's support rank requirements, right? As well as Robin Frederick if I can get it, but I don't really see how I can get Robin Frederick at this point. I know I can get Frederick one more lance use for sure by attacking this guy, or even just letting this guy attack me. Then I could also allow Robin and Frederick to fight together one time against this guy, perhaps. I think the more important thing is making sure Crom and Robin get at least, let's see, 24 minus 9 is... That's not helping me, hold on. Minus 9, 6, okay. I need Crom and Robin to fight together one more time. And I need Robin and Frederick to fight together one time. And if possible, I'd like Robin to get some experience. I'm gonna test something out. I want to see if this works. I want to see... Okay, can this guy reach me? He cannot? Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. This means that I can do this. Silver Lance here. So if I equip my Silver Lance here, this will allow Crom... this will allow Frederick to get one more lance, one more point of lance experience. And one more kill as well. So that's 315. And this pair also went up to 24. Is that right? 18 plus 6 is 24, yes. So theoretically, these two will gain 3 support points at the end of the chapter. We would like to avoid that from happening. We would like Robin and Crom to gain 3 points instead. Now, because I kept my characters in this position, I can pair back up with Crom and then move up here. Now, this guy has no valid targets. This is going to allow me to reposition however I need to in order to get... I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure who should fight this guy next. That's the question. I don't actually know. It actually might be a good idea to just let Crom have it. Let's go with that plan for now. I'm going to... I need to unequip Frederick. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. So I'm going to unequip Frederick because I don't want to get dual strikes here. This guy will guarantee to hit me. I will hit him back for 15 damage, so I always two-shot him. I can actually get an additional round of combat from him if I split up. Maybe I should have done that. The birds are back, by the way. Isn't that fun? Okay, let me try this. Let's see how he moves. Gotta be very careful. I have to make sure I'm standing on the water. Okay, he can reach this tile here. And because I'm not paired up with Frederick anymore, I won't kill him. And I should have just enough HP to survive. So these two are now at 27, which is fine, because we're going to round them down to 18 anyway. I'll update this. Hello, Marco Asturias. Welcome to the stream. This sounds like madness. It's pretty crazy. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, though. I've been planning it for a while. Hello, Alejandro. You just arrived to the stream. What is the goal? So today we are making plans for a future Ironman Lunatic Plus run. So far, actually, the Ironman's still intact. We have not reset so far. So up to this point, we have 100% consistency, but I'm coming up with ideas that will later be used for 100% consistency. Right now, we don't know if I don't know if what I'm doing right now is going to lead to the consistency that I want in Chapter 2. That's the important part. We're really planning for Chapter 2. And then if you guys want to vote on the poll, I'm going to try to get as far as I can today. I think Chapter 5 would be excessive. If I get through Chapter 5, it's going to be mind-blowing. That would be I would have like a 400 IQ. I think I can get through Chapter 2. I think that's like the bare minimum. And then it's possible that I'll also get through Chapter 3. Yeah, you're still pretty early. I mean, I've been streaming for a while, but you know, we're taking our time. This is not going to be a fast stream. We are slowly and diligently and carefully figuring things out. So let's see. So we should survive this. We should not kill this guy. This is going to give us a little bit more experience from this kill. In fact, it might have even been possible to set up Robin in some possible way, but not a super huge deal. We have more or less guaranteed accuracy here. I can actually guarantee it with the rapier if I really want to. I'm not going to do that. Rapier charges are not that valuable to me, but I'm not going to just waste one for no reason. Especially because you can sell them. Alright, so this should give me some rollover experience and a level up. Didn't get as much rollover experience as I wanted. If I got more dual strikes earlier in the chapter, I would have gotten more rollover experience there. Okay, so here's the problem now. We have two goals. We have to make sure that Robin and Frederick fight together, and we have to make sure that Robin and Crom fight together. I don't know how we're going to get Robin and Frederick to fight together, because I think I need the plus luck from Crom to avoid the boss having a crit chance against me. I think. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I need that plus 3 luck. I can test it out. So you would be standing here. You would be standing here. The reason I'm using this formation is because with these adjacent characters, Robin will get a support bonus, which will reduce the enemy crit chance. The problem is, okay, I can actually reduce it to 0. Interesting. Okay, let me try something. I want to see if they gain support points when I do this, with Robin having nothing equipped. The answer is no. Okay, that's very valuable information. So we have to have them actually fight together. They must actually fight together. We always survive this, even though the enemy has Hawkeye and Luna Plus. Okay, so now I'm going to update my sheet again. Alejandro, do I usually plan S supports before starting a run, or do I improvise as I play? Normally, I actually do not use this level of planning. I am a very adaptable player. I'm somebody who more like plans on a turn-by-turn or a chapter-by-chapter basis. I usually do not plan to this extent, but it's been pretty fun planning things out. Okay, so with these 6 points that we just gained, Robin and Frederick will now gain 1 support point at the end of the chapter. Robin and Crom need to fight together at least 1 more time. They're probably going to fight together 2 more times anyway. So let's get started on that. Does the boss have advantage? No. Okay. I don't need to heal Crom at any point in time. I'm going to give the shiny spot to Frederick, as I like to do. We got weapon proficiency. How many points does that give? That is something I should have looked at before the stream. Fire Emblem Awakening, shiny spots, weapon experience. I need to know exactly how many points it gives, because that's actually very important. Maybe it's on Fire Emblem Wiki, they might know. Fire Emblem Awakening. Let me just see if I can find something on the shiny spots. Event tile, yeah. Fire Emblem Wiki event tile. Weapon experience. Okay. A character that gets this bonus will be given a random... Oh god, it's random. Okay, cool. A random amount of weapon experience for all visible weapon types. The bonus can be wasted, but this only happens when the unit already has an A rank for all visible weapon types. Okay, so I gained a random amount of weapon experience. I don't know how much. Can we look at the... Can we look at the screen and like measure it maybe to see how much it went up? I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to go back to the archive. Let me. Sorry guys, I have to view the archive here. I will get caught up. I'll get caught up in chat in a moment. I'm almost there. Okay, Frederick is about to move on to the event tile. So it looks like it's like maybe, I don't know. I'm just watching it to see if it like maybe doubles in size or something. I mean, it kind of looks like it doubled in size, maybe. So we had 3 points. We might have either 5 or 6. I have no idea now. I have no idea how many I have. I guess we can find out. I'm pretty sure that doubled in size. Maybe not though. I'm gonna be a little bit conservative. I'm gonna guess that we have an extra +2 from the shiny tile. I don't really know. I have no idea. So we might be either 10. We might be 9, 10, or 11 lance charges away from our desired goal. Gonna heal you back up. I would like to trade the vulnerary back over to Frederick. I can do that now. This is fine. I really don't want to crit this enemy though. Do I want dual strikes? I don't think so. How much damage does he do? He deals 10. Robin deals 12. That's 22. No, I definitely do not want a dual strike here. If I get one, it's not the end of the world, though. But I unequip my weapon, so it's actually impossible. If I get a crit, it's not the end of the world. I didn't get the crit. Okay, good. Okay, so this should push Crom and Robin up to 24. Let me update that on your end, so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, in theory, even though Crom and Frederick have more points, because Crom and Robin are higher on the tiebreaker list, I believe Crom, Robin will round up to 3, and they will gain 3 points. And then Crom and Frederick will round down to 2, and then Robin and Frederick will round up to 1, and Robin and Lisa will round down to 2. So we should have, at the end of the chapter, we should have 2, 3, 1, 2. I think. I hope. Now, based on what I said before, I'm very inclined to give this kill to Robin. In the past, I've been very focused on giving this kill to Crom, because it's a good chance for him to gain experience before going into the next chapter. However, I'm starting to realize that Crom can get a lot of experience in the next chapter. Robin cannot necessarily get very much experience in the next chapter. So I think getting experience onto Robin now might be the play. Hello, Alpha C. Welcome to the stream. These streams always improve your day. I'm glad to hear that. Robin gives +1 attack, yeah. Should I use a staff here? I don't need to. It doesn't affect any of my support gains. I'm pretty sure I just attack here. Well, I have to heal anyway for consistency, right? Yeah, I have to heal for consistency, so let's do it. I mean, it's fine. It just... Are these points going to waste, though? Yeah, these staff charges are kind of going to waste, because Robin and Lisa can't get any more support points this chapter. Even if they max out, Crom is higher on the support list. So Lisa's going to get rounded down to 2 either way. Okay, so Robin should get this kill. We should get some rollover experience. Yeah, that's good. I think this is good. This gives the rollover experience to Robin. And potentially another point of speed. We didn't get it, but it was possible. Okay, let's save the game. And we're going to start planning Chapter 1 strategies now. So we can't actually check our supports now, which is very frustrating. I can't actually check if my counting is correct. I just have to hope that it's correct. But either way, I'm going to run into this chapter. Before we go too far in this chapter, I'm going to go ahead and post my stream links. I haven't done it yet today. We're about 45 minutes into the stream. This is maybe a good time to do it. People who join the stream will be able to get right in on the action. So you guys will have to bear with me just a moment while I do that. I also have to think about what opener I'm going to use here.
Oh.
So, got a couple things I need to do. Let me move this out of the way. Alright. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm posting my stream links right now. While I do this, actually, I will make my notes bigger so you guys can see the notes a little bit better. There you go. If you want to see our notes so far, this is what we're aiming for. We have Frederick aiming for 15 Lance experience. He's got 3 points so far. Well, technically, sorry. He's actually technically got 12 Lance experience, but I condensed it down. He's got 3 Lance uses out of 15 needed. Marco asks if support points overflow to the next rank. I'm actually not 100% sure about that. That's another thing I would like to test at some point in the future. Maybe should have done it before this stream, but it's not super relevant to what we're doing today, because our plans today are mostly going to be about hitting exact benchmarks, so we're not really going to be overflowing. But it actually might be useful to know that information. And it might already be documented somewhere else. Our other goals are going to be the support bonuses, Crom, Frederick, Crom, Robin, Robin, Frederick. So Crom, Robin should actually already have their C support, so they do not need to fight together anymore before the next chapter. Crom and Frederick need to fight together at least once, which they're going to fight together a ton, so that's not a big deal. Robin and Lisa need to make sure that they gain at least 5 points so that it rounds up to 9. The easiest way to do that would be having them just fight together one time, or having Lisa heal Robin 3 times. Robin, Frederick, it would be very nice if I could get them to fight together 3 times, because that will give them +2 points, which will allow them to unlock their C support before the next chapter. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but it actually might be possible. Alright, let me post my stream links now. I'm actually making a Reddit thread today. I haven't done that in a while. And then I have some Fire Emblem Discords where I can post these links as well. Not yet. Alright. So let me post my stream links now to Discord, and then I'm also going to make sure that I don't get any Discord notifications while I'm streaming, so you guys don't have to hear those. And we're just about done. I'm so fast at doing this. I used to be so slow at posting my stream links. It used to take me forever. And nobody ever clicked on them back then either, so it was like a huge waste of time. Alright. Alright, let's get right back into it. I can now close Reddit. I don't need that open anymore. Go back to the chat, see if I get any nice fun messages in chat. And Marco says that in Fates, the support points don't overflow. You can do all 17 points for an S rank before Branch of Fates, and it wouldn't matter. You still max at C. I didn't know that. Alejandro says, did you know there's a way to farm experience and weapons in Lunatic Plus with SPOTPASS without wasting weapon uses? I'm not sure, but I don't plan to use SPOTPASS, DLC, or any method of grinding. That, for me personally, that just defeats the purpose of what I'm attempting to do. But, like, I'm sure it would be extremely possible and actually quite easy to Ironman this game mode if I allowed myself to grind. The challenge for me now is trying to see if I can find a way to do it without grinding. That's kind of the whole thing that I'm trying to do. But yeah, I know about SPOTPASS grinding. It's just not something I really do anymore. In fact, I have the DLC anyway, so if I'm going to grind, I'm just going to use the DLC for grinding. Let me make sure... Okay, the stream seems to be caught up. Alejandro says they want a Discord server invite. So I actually don't have my own Discord server. I posted these links in Blue's Discord server and Akira's Discord server, because those are the only Fire Emblem servers that I'm active in. I don't go to servers where I'm not active and like spam my links, but if I am active somewhere, I will post my links there just because people might actually want to see it. If you want to talk to me on Discord, you can just probably go to Blue's Discord server. That's the one where I'm the most active. I don't unfortunately have the invite link because it's not my server, but it might be possible to find. I'm not sure. Sorry. I'm not really that active on Discord, to be honest. I am considering making a Discord in the future, but I have not done so yet. Alright. So for this chapter, this is the chapter where I will be resetting if I have to. I want to make sure this guy does not have Hawkeye, and I want to make sure this guy does have Hawkeye, which we actually got the perfect RNG on the first attempt. So very important things. I'm gonna point this out one more time. This guy here with the hammer, you want to make sure he does not have Hawkeye. If he has Hawkeye, he will one-shot Frederick, guaranteed. We cannot allow that to happen. We want this guy to have Hawkeye because we want him to hit Frederick 25 times, in fact. We want him to break his weapon. We are going full Munchkin here. If I'm doing Ironman strats, I am going to be pulling out all the stops. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I can test my matchups here, so I'm going to do that really quickly. I'm going to assume no dual striking at first and see how that looks, and then I will see how it looks with dual striking. If I use the Silver Lance, I cannot one-shot this guy anymore. So the mercenaries in this chapter got either an HP or a defense boost. I cannot one-shot them anymore, even with the Silver Lance. If I do Bronze Sword, 13 plus 13, no, 13 plus 9, I actually will not kill them with a dual strike either. Okay. If I double this guy, I won't kill him with the Bronze Sword. I will kill him with the Silver Lance. Accuracy is not guaranteed, though. Sword will make it significantly less likely for him to hit me. I think using the sword here is fine. I will fish for dual strikes, both for the sake of gaining support points and potentially getting kills here, because getting kills is fine. I don't think getting kills here will rob us of any value, like super valuable experience. So we're going to be getting 2 combats here, and then we're going to be potentially getting multiple dual strikes. Each dual strike is worth an extra plus 2 points. On the right-hand side, we want Robin and Lisa to be in this plus-shaped formation. This is going to allow them to pair up with Sully and Virion on the next turn. So let's see how this plays out. So we would love a dual strike here. We got it. Okay. 1 combat, 1 dual strike. 2 combats, 1 dual strike. So each combat is worth 6 points. That's 12. Dual strike is worth 2 points. That's 14. So Crom and Frederick have gained plus 14. They now already have guaranteed unlock their C support, because they got 2 points last chapter, and they're going to get at least 1 point this chapter. In fact, it's even possible for them to round up to 2 points right now. So we should have a guaranteed C support on Crom Frederick going into the next chapter. We also got no Lance experience, unfortunately. If we are going to get Lance experience, this would be the turn to do it. However, I don't know for sure if I need to do that or not. So I'm not going to do it yet until I do more testing and planning. Let me make sure you guys have the updated version of the sheet. It seems like the sheet only updates when I click on it, unfortunately. But it only takes me a second to do that. Hello Skywing, welcome to the stream. If the hammer guy has Hawkeye, it's possible to beat the map without Frederick needing to kill the hammer dude, but obviously it's a bigger headache to do so. Yeah, I mean, ideally I want to come up with a plan that works every time, even if I have to reset in order to, you know, avoid a very, very specific enemy configuration. However, in the future, I will try to come up with plans where I can win even if this guy gets Hawkeye. Like, for example, relying on Robin. I think I could rely on Robin to fight these enemies. And Robin could fight the guy with the hammer, if possible. Puchivert asks why Hawkeye and the boss is necessary. It's not technically necessary, but it will save us a lot of time, because we want him to hit Frederick 15 times and break his weapon. And if he does not have Hawkeye, he will miss Frederick a lot, which is going to waste a ton of turns. So him having Hawkeye just means that it will only take 25 turns instead of taking like 75 turns, which is, if you value your time as much as I do, it's just a huge time saver. Alright. Is there any... So in the future, I might want to do a setup like this, where I have Virion here, so that I can swap Virion over to Frederick. It's not going to be useful right now, but it's something to consider for the future. Out of this group of enemies, I gotta be careful because this guy and this guy both have Hawkeye. This guy also has Vantage and Hawkeye. That's kind of frustrating. I cannot one-shot him with the Bronze Sword either. And Crom can't take all of these attacks because of all of them having Hawkeye either. Wow, they actually all have Hawkeye. Hawkeye, 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 and Hawkeye. That's actually quite scary. I'm gonna move to this square. We've had to do a lot of adapting. We've been repeatedly getting like really bad luck. By the way, I think, did we get more weapon proficiency there? I wasn't even looking. Hold on a second. Let me look at the archive. He got weapon proficiency, yes. So we might have another, I don't know, +1. It didn't look like it went up very much. So I'm going to guess it's +3. I'm going to guess we're at 6/15. Does that look like 6/15? That does not look like 6/15. Problem is, it says they gain a random amount. So I don't know what like how like what that could possibly be. 6/15 is 40%. That does not look anywhere close to 40%. No, I don't think we've got that much weapon experience. I think we probably got +2, which would put us at 5/15, which would be 33%. That looks a little closer to 33%, maybe. Marco says, some would say playing Lunatic plus Awakening is already not valuing your time. Nah, it's actually my favorite Fire Emblem game mode to ever exist. So I strongly disagree, at least for me. Like for my personal use of my time, this is one of my favorite games to play. Okay, if Robin attacks this enemy, I can deal 13 -1 damage. That's 12. With the Lisa pair up, I can actually one-shot him. Can I get over there? I can. Let me do this. I should be able to bait this guy into attacking Robin. Go here. Transfer. Now... I should one-shot this guy? Yes. The guy with the hammer hit me. He didn't have Hawkeye, but he just hit me anyway. That's extremely unlikely to happen. Extremely unlikely. But it does happen every once in a while. Yeah, his hit rate against Frederick was even lower than 38%, so with true hit, it was... I think it's less than 10% true hit. We can figure out what it is on the next attempt. So one of the problems with planning for Iron Man consistency is definitely going to be this guy with the hammer. Because even if he doesn't have Hawkeye, he can still hit Frederick sometimes. As I mentioned before, we're not actually doing Iron Man attempts right now. Like, I'm not going to reset the entire thing just because that guy hit me with the hammer. I want to continue to test to see what other outcomes I can get. And then once I finish, I'll go back and try to do it all without getting a game over. So we didn't get Hawkeye this time. We didn't... I'm going to reset until the boss gets Hawkeye. It's going to save us a lot of time in the long run. I have to undo the points that I gained on that attempt. So this should go back. I think this is only +1. And then I think this should be 0. Sheet should be updated for you guys now. Go back in here. I can also close out this and this. I want to make sure I have as few windows open as possible. Yeah, that non-Hawkeye hammer hit was crazy. Skywing says, now that you know how to approach Lunatic properly, it's actually more fun than Lunatic mode. Yeah, I think it's more fun than Lunatic mode. I mean, it's basically Lunatic mode, but just with like a little bit of a randomizer, which is just so fun. God. Gotta reset. I need this boss to have Hawkeye. Ideally, I want him to have like Hawkeye Pass or Hawkeye Vantage. Doesn't matter too much, but those would be the best combinations. But then also the hammer guy, needing the hammer guy to not have Hawkeye is also like a second layer of RNG. So this is going to require a little bit of resetting. Yeah, Duke, I want to go through. I want to see what the exact hit rate on the hammer was. I forgot to check. I know what it is, but it's just not like right now in the front of my brain. I've looked at it before though. All right, we're just going to keep resetting. It's kind of funny. We actually want the boss to hit us 100% of the time. So we're resetting for that. That's not something you'll typically see happen. That was an extremely unlucky outcome though. Like in the last 4 or 5 months, I don't think that guy has hit me a single time. Like that was the first time that hammer guy has hit me in 4 or 5 months of playing this game, like repeatedly. I play this game over and over again, every day, every week. Still didn't get Hawkeye on the boss, really. It's around 33. Yeah, but it would be even lower on the fort. It would be even lower on the fort. So it would be 13. And then with True Hit, that's like even lower. It's like significantly less than 10%. Hello, Devin O. You don't think Azura gains much from Corrin as a spouse? Azura shouldn't be fighting at all, and Corrin can get Pegasus, but he probably wants to be using his sword. It sounds like you're replying to my recent pairings video, Fate's pairings videos. Yeah, and in Birthright he can get Pegasus from so many options. Okay, that guy got Hawkeye. That's something we don't want to have Hawkeye. If Red is on the fort, you think it's around 19%? That still seems pretty high, but you might be right. We can check. We just have to get a good attempt going here. It's going to require more resetting than I thought it would. It's just tough when you're resetting for one enemy to specifically have one skill. Okay, that's safe. This is not... How is the boss not getting Hawkeye? It should be happening like should be happening more often than 1 out of 4. So it should be happening more than 25% of the time. This guy should be getting Hawkeye. Just mashing the button too. The worst thing about resetting is you just have to sit here and mash the button over and over and over again. Fewer and fewer people are starting to believe that I'm going to get past Chapter 3. This guy got Hawkeye, of course he did. We can't do it when that guy has Hawkeye. I don't have a strategy ready for that. I can try to come up with one in the future when I'm planning for no resets. You think it's a 20% chance of just losing? No, it's not. It's lower. It's lower. It's way lower than the displayed hit rate. It's like significantly lower. Because of the way true RN works, not only is it lower, but the further below 50% you get, the even lower it gets. Oh my god, come on, man. Please, just spawn with Hawkeye one time. We've done this before. We did this in the first Chapter 5 stream when I was gathering footage. We just reset over and over and over and over again, and the enemies just would not get the skills that we needed. Alright, please. Good. No Hawkeye. I'm not doing it. I could do it without the boss having Hawkeye, but it would take literally 3 to 4 times as long. It would take an absurd amount of time, and I just can't do that. I just can't. Even if I spend 10 minutes right now doing this, like, it will save us way more time. Well, actually, I'm starting to wonder if that's true. I wonder if just letting him hit me 10 times for 10 minutes in the future might actually be faster, even if he has a mischance, of course. So this guy's getting Hawkeye 5 times as often as the boss is. Yeah, 19 display hit is only it's close to like a 7% chance. So it's like a 7% chance of losing, which is admittedly kind of high, but it's at the very start of the run anyway. So if you're going to take risks in an Ironman setting, you want to take risks like near the start of the run, so that you're only wasting, you know, honestly, it wouldn't even be an hour of time, because in like actual streamlined attempts, I would not be taking an hour to get this far in. It would take me probably like 20 minutes to 10 minutes to get. It would take me like 10 to 20 minutes to get this far. And then if the hammer guy hits me, you know, so be it. I'll spend another 10 to 20 minutes redoing it. Devin says it was a really great video. I put in a lot of time and effort, and you really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I did work pretty hard on that one, so I'm glad that it's performing, you know, decently well. Okay, finally, we got the RNG that we need. Boss has Hawkeye. He does not have any dangerous offensive skills. He also has HP plus 5, which is a good thing. We actually want him to have HP plus 5, funny enough. Crazy, I know. This guy does not have Hawkeye. We should be relatively safe here. This guy having Luna Hawkeye is disgusting, but we just have to live with that. I think actually because that guy has Luna Hawkeye, it actually might be better to use the Silver Lance here. Because then I could potentially kill him without needing a dual strike. I'm gonna test this out. I'm very scared that we're just gonna die, but I mean, not much I can do about it. Gotta get Robin out of there. Alright, let's see how this goes. Okay. That's 1 lance experience, 1 combat, 2 lance experience, 2 combats. So this should be 12 support points and 5 out of 15 lance experience. I want to see what this looks like too while I'm here. That looks pretty similar to what we had before. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Alright, so let's see what the hammer hit rate actually is. It is, it's actually 40%. That's quite high. That's higher than I expected. So it'll be 20%, which will ultimately be around 8% true hit. This guy, of course, has Vantage. You wouldn't expect him not to. This guy, of course, has Hawkeye. You wouldn't expect him not to. This guy, of course, has Hawkeye. You wouldn't expect him not to. I'm gonna have to run to this fort again like we did last time. I will switch to the Bronze Sword. I have to use a Vulnerary here. Got really bad opening luck again. I mean, we literally cannot get worse opening luck than what we got last time. Interesting. Okay, we got a +1. This is capless, which means we could actually potentially get +4 points this chapter. Although again, we don't exactly know how it works. I don't know if there's rollover or not. It's very difficult to test that. Now we should be able to do the same thing we did last time with the Mercenary. I mean, but yeah, it's not possible to get worse luck than what we did last time with this guy, with the hammer guy hitting us. So as long as the hammer guy doesn't hit us, then we've got some chance of doing something. I want Robin here. I don't need the Lisa pair up, but I actually want the Lisa pair up. So when I end the turn, I'm going to get +6 with Lisa. I'm going to mark that now. That will guarantee that Robin and Lisa will get a C support at the end of the chapter. The tricky part is going to be keeping Fred alive. Let me update this for you guys. Okay, we got the dodge. We got another dual strike. That's 8 points. That's 14 points. That's 20 points. Okay. So Crom and Frederick are already at the cap. 27 +1. We can get them to round down again. Shouldn't affect anything too negatively. Robin and Lisa have got the +1 point that they needed. I don't know if it's possible for Robin and Frederick to get +2 this chapter. I think it would be quite difficult to do, but it might not be impossible. And if so, it could give us a C support on them before the next chapter. Crom and Robin already have their C support unlocked, so we don't need that. Let me make sure you guys can actually see the sheet as well. There you go. Marco asks if this game does weird hit checks. Yes, I will actually link you to the table. Fire Emblem True RN table. So what it does is it rolls twice to check if the attack's hit or not. And the short explanation, sorry, hold on a second. I brought up the wrong thing. It checks twice to see if the attack connects. Where's Serene's Forest, please? And as a result, if the displayed accuracy is less than 50%, it actually becomes significantly less likely than 50% to hit, because you have to hit twice. You have to hit an unlikely scenario 2 times in a row for it to connect. Whereas if you're above 50%, it makes it more likely to hit, because you would have to miss, and you would have to get an unlikely miss multiple times in a row in order for your attack to actually miss. That's like the best way I can explain it. This table, which I'm linking into chat right now, you can check this out if you want to see what the exact numbers are. So if, for example, here, if the displayed hit is 20, the enemy actually has an 8.2% chance of hitting. That's kind of the crux of why it works. This is also why characters like Lonku are so strong, because he can drop enemy hit rates to such a low number that it becomes functionally impossible for him to actually get hit. Okay, we're in a lot less danger now. The guy with the hammer is actually gone, so we don't even need to worry about him. This guy is a thorn in my side. Is there any way for me to... Oops. Is there any way for me to get rid of him without any problems? Possibly. It actually might be viable to do something here. I might be able to guarantee this kill, as long as I'm willing to not stand on a fort. 26. Frustrating thing is, like, all of these guys have guaranteed hit rates with Luna. How much can I do? Either 13 or 22. Robin can deal 14. What's 14 plus 13? I don't think that's enough. No, it's not. We wouldn't be able to kill him. So we would have to use the Silver Lance here, which has shaky hit rates. This is so tricky. Too many enemies have spawned with Luna and Hawkeye. I can pull them away from Frederick, though. Did I update my number of lance attacks? I think I did. Yeah, it's 515 now. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna have my sword equipped. I'm gonna use my last vulnerary. That's not good. Now I can pull this guy away from Frederick, potentially. It's not very... Doesn't look very good, though. I'm going to take 21. Minus 3. So 18. I have to heal above 18. I can heal above 18. Like this. I can also get +1 point with Virion while I'm here. This is also +2 with Lisa. It doesn't really matter, but I'll mark it anyway. I think we're fine this turn. We should be pretty much guaranteed to survive this. This is very different from my normal opener, but it's just because the enemy's got insane RNG. Yeah, okay, he goes after Frederick, sure. I think we're dead. Maybe not. I think this guy only deals 3 damage to me. I think Frederick actually guaranteed survives this. This is insane, though. I've never gotten, like, enemy RNG this bad, especially multiple attempts in a row. Like, this has been nightmare RNG. We can't pull this guy away for some reason. He just won't attack Robin. He prefers to attack Frederick for some reason that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I guess it's because he can take a larger percent of Frederick's HP. Because Frederick has higher max HP. That might be the reason. I gotta get out of here. Like, I cannot... I don't think I could survive another round of combat against these guys. This is 17 minus 7. This is another 10 damage alone right there. Plus damage from the boss. I have never gotten attempts, not to mention 2 attempts back to back, where every single enemy on this map had either Luna, Hawkeye, or both. It just makes it a lot more difficult to keep Frederick alive. I'm pretty sure we still can if I'm willing to sandbag a little bit. Actually, I don't think I even can. Well, yes I can if I go this way. If I go this way, I can pull just the boss, and he will hit me for 8 damage. No, I don't have any more vulneraries. Well, I can have Crom take a hit here. I mean, this is insane. This is like going way past the point of any attempt that I would ever actually keep. If this was a real attempt, I would have reset 3 turns ago, but whatever. We're getting valuable information, I guess, from testing. We can't even pull these guys away either because they'll just kill us because they both have Luna. I mean, I guess we can fight just the archer. If I'm doing that, I should do it with Virion because I want Robin to be in the lead next turn. Let me make sure I'm not going to get doubled. No, I'm not. So I would go like this. Funny thing is we might actually still even be able to win this. The boss moving into that position kind of screws up everything that I was trying to do. But, I don't know, we can maybe work with this. So I'm going to be only in range of the boss. Can I do that? Oh yeah, quite easily. I can even end on a forest tile. Unfortunately, he's going to hit me for another 10 damage. So I'm getting close to the point where I'm not going to be able to take any more attacks. And Frederick can't take any attacks either. I can maybe use the forest to my advantage, but I don't think so because there's also a forest behind me. We'll find out in the next turn. Then we also have to get these other units out of enemy range. Robin is still on full health. Problem is if this axe fighter comes after us, we're kind of screwed. I can move Robin here. Alright, let's see what happens. This is so... I'm 1,000,000% steering right now. Like, this is so different from how I normally play this chapter. We got a Robin Virion dual strike. Interesting. Okay, let's see which way the axe fighter goes. Okay, he's going top right. This actually works to our advantage, because we can kill him. Problem is, can we get out of range of the boss? Yes, we actually can. Problem with getting out of range of the boss is that he's going to turn around, he's going to run into the corner, and he's going to kill my other units. And then that's a game over. If I could get onto the fort, I could... No, I still wouldn't be safe. He'd still kill me with exact lethal. And I can't dodge his attacks because we intentionally gave him Hawkeye. Well, I would definitely do... this. No. I can't actually heal Robin before attacking. But I also can't heal Robin after attacking. It's not worth it. Do this. Now, here's my big concern. I very strongly believe that the boss is going to turn around and start running after those characters. But possibly he might chat... Yeah. We can maybe actually get them away. We can actually... I think we can actually get them to escape. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Have I stumbled onto something here? I have to meet, like, somewhere that's going to allow me to heal with Lisa. Heal Frederick with Lisa. I think we can get there. I think we can get there. This is insane, but I think we got it. I think we got it. Go here. This is going to be a better position. Lisa goes down here. Guys, the fact that I'm 100% steering right now with, like, I've never ever done anything that even looks close to this line of play before. And I'm still winning. Like, that's pretty epic. Alright. So, here's the plan. I would like for this enemy to hit me 23 more times while using the fort to heal. Pairing up with Sully. Is there any value to pairing with Sully? Aside from the defense. Actually, Fred Virion might be the play here. I can also trade him the elixir while I'm here. And it gives +2 defense, while Crom doesn't give plus any defense. And I can give him the elixir, which I need to do before next chapter anyway. Give him the elixir. Pair up. Now, what's very interesting, I would like to see if they gain support points when Frederick does not counterattack. Answer seems to be no. That's fine. because Frederick is not gaining any experience from these encounters, experience decay does not start to kick in yet, which means we can let him attack us 22 more times. Did I miss anything in my notes? Crumb and Robin still haven't fought together. Rob and Frederick haven't fought together. Frederick has not used his lance. I think we're fine. Let me get caught up on chat. Marco, you didn't know that this game also did dual RN. Yeah, it does. Skywing asks, was Robin in range? It looked to you as if I moved Robin out of range. No, he was in range, but then the enemy moved so that Robin was no longer in their range because he moved away from Robin. The trees will stop the boss from catching up to your units. I had 2 turns to get away, so it's fine. Yeah, we were fine, but it was pretty scary. This was very clutch, yeah. Okay. I like how the longer the stream goes on, the more people stop thinking that I'm going to get past chapter 3 today, by the way. Alright, so... Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just had a semi-expected visitor. I wanted to make sure they knew that I'm streaming and the microphone is on and all that stuff. Hello, Honor. Thank you for coming to the stream today. Birds are here. I didn't die. No, I'm not dead. The birds did not kill me. Alright, so unfortunately, we're going to sit here and we're going to press end turn a bunch of times. Let me move my other units further out of range. I believe I'm out healing this damage with the fort, if I'm not mistaken, with the Virion pair up. Let's see, we're on 24 now, so we should be on 25, yep. So we can just do this till his weapon breaks. Let me drink some delicious water while we wait. How's everybody doing today? Are you enjoying the stream? Are you having a wonderful, amazing, fantastic, beautiful, fabulous day? Oh my god. I love water so much. It's so delicious. It's so good. How many charges does he have left? He has 16 charges. 15. This actually doesn't take that long, especially with him having Hawkeye. I think if he didn't have Hawkeye, what I could do is unequip the bronze sword I would take an extra 1 damage per hit, but it would give the boss a much better chance of hitting me. But because he has Hawkeye, we can keep the bronze sword equipped, which lowers his damage by 1, and he still hits us anyway. Honor says, you're getting your daily dose of microplastic water. Well, that's a very pessimistic view, but I can't exactly dispute it. Probably everything that we drink or eat has microplastics in it at this point. Honestly, I do a pretty good job of monitoring my diet and things like that, but it's not easy to be perfect in all aspects of your life every moment of every day. Wings of Light, you just showed up a moment ago. This map has looked crazy so far. Yeah, that was an absolutely insane run. I've never done anything like that in my life. But it really shows how my mastery of the game has increased. It's gotten to the point where this chapter, which used to feel impossible to me, is one where even if, 80% of everything goes wrong, I can still find a line to victory. And that wasn't even like a risky line. Like every action that we took every turn was pretty much guaranteed. Alright, here's the beautiful part now. Once his weapon breaks, we can get him to move onto the fort. And heal himself, and then we can start attacking him. His weapon is now broken. I'm going to give this shiny spot to Frederick in just a moment. Okay, the boss, does he have pass? He does have pass, so we won't be able to box him in, but he should just move on to the fort on his own. In fact, he probably won't move at all until after we've attacked him. I want to give the bronze lance to Frederick so that he's not dealing any damage, or not dealing very much damage, while allowing him to train his lance rank. I'm also going to do this. Hopefully get a little bit more weapon experience. That might help us. Experience actually probably... Oh yeah, wow, okay, never mind. 25 experience on the promoted unit is incredible value. Okay, so I'm going to hit this guy with the bronze lance for 11 damage. This should be 1 additional lance charge. So let's update that. We're not exactly grinding here for, like, experience sake. We're mostly grinding for lance rank on Frederick. So we should be at either 6 or 7-ish out of 5, maybe 8. We don't know how much the shiny spot gave us. We should also meet our support benchmarks too while we're here. So I want to do Frederick and Robin together at least one time. That should work. So Frederick should get 3 points with Chrom, which probably won't roll over. He'll get 2 points with Virion, which is unfortunately not enough to get the C support before the next chapter. And then he'll get 1 point with Robin, which we will probably see happen. Okay, so we're gonna hit with the Bronze Lance again. Now we need to get him to heal himself. I don't know if he will. That's gonna be the tricky part. He's not moving on to the fort, okay. This is a little bit of a problem. I think because his weapon broke, he stopped moving. But this is good information for the future. That's another Lance rank charge, by the way. So that should be 7 now. 7 out of 15. I'll hit him one more time. If he doesn't move on to the fort after this, then it's going to be bad news for us. He will not do it. Okay. So what we need to do is on the last turn before his weapon breaks, we need to move Frederick off of the fort so that the boss moves onto the fort and then breaks his weapon. So we're going to have to reset. Which also means I'm going to have to reset all my support bonuses and weapon rank. Hello, Grigory Primushko. You're glad to see content for Awakening. You were way too scared to try Lunatic Plus, but thanks to my efforts, you have more confidence now. I hope you're able to play and enjoy it. What I really, really wish is that they could have made a hard plus, or even a normal plus, to allow people to experience the awesomeness of, like, Lunatic Plus game mode without needing to fight against enemies with, like, super inflated Lunatic level stats if, like, they don't feel confident or don't feel comfortable fighting against such powerful enemies. Because just giving, like, you know, Hawkeye, Vantage Plus, Pass, Luna Plus, Aegis and Pavis Plus, just giving those skills to enemies, like, even in hard mode and normal mode, would fundamentally change how you play the game in a way that makes it way more fun. And it's just so sad to me that they did make that an option. Anyway, unfortunately, we really clutched it out, but we are not saving this. I will end the map now because I want to check my supports. But we're gonna have to go back and redo this and make sure that we get the boss onto the fort before his weapon breaks. I did not realize that when his weapon broke, his AI would completely stop. I would have Robin and Frederick fight together one time, so let's have them do that. So we should be able to do this. This also means we're not going to be able to get our lance rank charges. So we would go like this. Kind of funny that we get to allow them to fight twice, but they don't actually need to. They only need to fight together. Sorry, Crom and Robin. So Robin and Frederick got 6 points just now. I didn't update that. And then Crom and Robin just got 6 points. And then... Oh, that's actually bad, because that means one of them is going to round down. What is 12 over 18? I don't think that rounds up. No, it's not. So yeah, so this isn't gonna work either. I have to make sure that Crom and Robin fight together enough to get +2, so that, well, I guess if Robin Frederick gets rounded down, it doesn't really matter. As long as Crom and Robin get their C support. So what we should see now is... So our totals should be C here, because this is 3 plus 3, so it should be 6, which is more than enough for the C support. This one should be... oh, they already had their C support, so they didn't even need it. So yeah, I should have just focused on the Frederick one. So this would be 3 plus 1, which is 4. That should be enough for the C support. Robin and Frederick should have only a single point, unfortunately, because I just rounded Frederick down to 0. I should not have done that. That was a mistake. Robin and Lisa should be 2 plus 1, so they should have their C support. So if I did everything correctly, Crom Frederick, Crom Robin, and Robin Lisa should all have their C supports now. We're not going to save, because we're going to redo that. This is a testing stream. This is what you guys signed up for. It's gonna be a lot more testing and not very much making progress. Okay, we got Crom Robin. We got Crom Frederick. That's accurate so far. And then Robin Lisa should be the remaining one. Robin Lisa, we got it. Okay. So my support routing is good. The support routing is good. The weapon rank training for Frederick, we need the boss to move on to that fort so we can get this A rank in lances. So we're going to do this again. This is also unfortunately going to mean a little bit of hard resetting for to make sure that the boss has Hawkeye and make sure the hammer does not have Hawkeye. Yorm asks, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much fun do I plan to have with this run? Probably a 10 for me. Lunatic Plus is pretty much my favorite Fire Emblem game mode that has ever existed. And I have not done an Ironman style run before, so even though we're not technically starting the Ironman yet, right now we're just doing testing. We're testing out things like support routing and weapon rank routing and maybe experience routing if we have to on a few different chapters. But I'm already having an immense amount of fun with it. If this guy gets Hawkeye, we just have to reset. I'll walk you guys through this one more time for the people who are just joining the stream now. I'll explain what's happening. Also, let me clear my sheet while we're here. So we're gonna empty out all of these values, and then Frederick Lance rank. I have to remember he was on 3 before we started, so he should be on 3 out of 15 with some kind of +1 or +2 or +3 bonus. We have no idea. We don't know what the shiny tiles give. Even the wiki doesn't know, apparently. It just says it gives a random amount. I'm guessing it's probably +1. Maybe +2 in some cases. Okay, so this guy right here, you want to make sure that he does not have Hawkeye. If he has Hawkeye, he will always one-shot Frederick. So we have to reset for that with our current plans. In the future, I might try to come up with a no reset plan, but for now, I'm fine just resetting for this guy. The boss, we want to reset until he has Hawkeye and not Luna, so that we can let him attack us until he breaks his weapon. Are you guys loving the nature sounds, by the way? Beautiful birds chirping outside. No Hawkeye? No Hawkeye. I feel like this is probably just confirmation bias, but having played a ton of Lunatic Plus, I'm really starting to feel like certain enemies are like predisposed to have certain skills or not have certain skills. I swear, like there's certain enemies where I'm like, I really do not want this guy to have counter, and he spawns with counter like 95% of the time. Or like in this case, I really want this boss to have Hawkeye, and he just will not spawn with Hawkeye. This has been a relatively small sample size, but there's certain enemies where it's like incredible. This guy's Hawkeye and Luna, unfortunately. Alpha C asks if Hawkeye is necessary on the boss. No. I'm just doing it just so that I don't have to waste too many turns. Because if he does not have Hawkeye, his hit rate against Frederick is pretty poor. It will probably take him 75 turns to break his weapon, instead of only taking 25 turns. Which, I don't know, might be fine. Hey, Tricky. How are you doing today? Thank you for stopping by. I'll tell you what, if the boss doesn't get Hawkeye, I will go ahead with the next attempt. Okay. No, I can't have the boss have Luna, unfortunately. He can't have Luna. Because then on the turns when he does hit Frederick, he deals too much damage, and I can't use the Fort Healing. Ironman Lunatic Plus, yeah, it's going to be rough. Right now, we're just doing testing. We're not actually starting the official Ironman yet. But I'm doing important testing that will one day be used to help me do an actual Ironman. Or come up with a route that is consistent enough that I feel I could clear an Ironman in a reasonable number of attempts. One of the big points is, of course, this guy with the hammer. Right now, my plan is just to reset around him. In the future, I may come up with a better plan. So basically, the person who does the run gets to choose if resetting counts or not. To answer your question, Tricky's asking if resetting for skills counts or not. I mean, you get to choose. You can say I'm doing an Ironman with no resetting. You can say I'm doing an Ironman with resetting. It's up to you. Okay. Ah, God, he got Luna. I really can't let the boss have Luna. There's not going to be that much skill resetting, I don't think. But this is a crucial chapter. Like, this is one of the most important chapters in the run. We need to have Chapter 0 and Chapter 1 go a certain way. To explain it another way, Tricky, imagine if every single time that this boss didn't have the right combination of skills, I had to completely restart the entire run and then spend 10 minutes getting back to this chapter. Would that really test my skills of playing the game in any reasonable way? Not really. It would just waste an additional 10 minutes every attempt, which is just not a good use of my time or a good use of your time. I'm going to tell you his name. I'm currently in my head. I'm currently confusing him with another person, so I'm having trouble remembering his name. Hayapao. You're asking if Hayapao has done Lunatic Plus challenges before. I'm actually not sure. I don't think I've seen Lunatic Plus content on his channel. I think he mostly just talks about Lunatic content. Hello, Paulo Augusto. Welcome to the stream. Good luck today. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing great today as well. Marco says, you're excited for Chapter 2's gameplay. You've gotten through it a few times, but it's been miserable every time. How did my prologue go? The prologue actually went really well. We got extremely unlucky, and I managed to power through it. This chapter, we got extremely unlucky. We managed to power through it, but at the end, I made a mistake, and so I have to reset to do it again. Marco, we're not actually doing Ironman restrictions right now. We're just planning. We're planning out Ironman strategies. So if I get to the end of the chapter and I don't feel like this helps me make my... Because right now, what I'm doing right now, essentially, I'm coming up with plans for Chapter 0 and Chapter 1 that can be done on every single attempt reasonably, like with a reasonably high success rate, and will lead to favorable outcomes in Chapter 2. And the only way to do that is just by testing it over and over again, so that's kind of what we're doing. God, Hammer Guy keeps spawning with Hawkeye. And I am allowing resetting for skills, so I'm incorporating that into the strategy for now. I would like to, in the future, do a no reset Lunatic Plus Ironman, but it's going to require a higher level of planning, a higher level of skill. I'd rather start from the bottom and work my way up. Like, I started figuring out Lunatic Plus with grinding, then I started figuring out Lunatic Plus without grinding. Now I'm figuring out Lunatic Plus Ironman with resets, and then eventually I'll figure out, you know, Lunatic plus Ironman without resets. That's kind of you're slowly building your ramp. Okay, so the boss didn't get Hawkeye this time, but he didn't get Luna. I'm willing to just play out this attempt. Let's just see how it goes. I like the idea of using the lance at the start. It actually doesn't meaningfully change the combat here, but yeah. You know what? Because it doesn't meaningfully change the combat, I'm gonna go with the bronze sword on this attempt. And then Robin's gonna go up here, and Lisa's gonna go here. Hayapao. Oh, you have seen him do Lunatic plus play. Okay. He uses a trick in Chapter 1 where he leaves Viron in his starting position in order to bait 2 enemies to move towards him. Interesting. It's not super helpful for me because I actually need Viron at the top, though. It doesn't mesh with my current strategy. Okay, those two, they fought together twice and they got 1 dual strike. So that is 12 plus 2, that's 14 points. So we're going to update that. It's something that I could adjust my strategy and try to do that like in the future if I want to pivot to a new strategy, but I can't fit it into my currently existing strategy because it doesn't work with how I'm it doesn't work with how I normally play out this chapter. Gregory asks if I can make a save state in order to prevent further resetting for skills. Honestly, I don't normally play with save states, but you might be onto something. Because I'm just testing anyway, this might actually be a good, valid use case for save states. Let me know in the chat really quick. How does everyone feel about that? Would you guys prefer if I made a save state right now so we don't have to spend 10 minutes resetting over and over again? Or would you prefer if I stick through and play each chapter as if it was going to be an Ironman, even though we are allowing me to reset if I need to? But should I have to play it the way I would play out an Ironman? Or are you guys fine with me resetting so that making a save state so that we spend less time resetting? I wouldn't do it like every turn or anything, but I would definitely feel comfortable making a save state, like for example right now, and just assuming like, okay, assuming we get decent turn 1 RNG, like let's see how things go from here. Draconis says good, Alpha C says good, Draconis says it's fine, Mira says it's fine, Tricky says for testing it's fine, Skywing says just use save states. Just use save states, thank you. Duke Nuka says it's for the best. Tricky says it's a test run anyway. Kunai says they're good with save states. Okay, that is, I don't even need to make a poll. That is completely unanimous. We are making a save state. Milton says for testing, sure, but would you also want to reset to see how different skills change things for my tests? A lot of times, the skills don't actually change as much as you might imagine. I'm making a save state here. And we're going to go with this. Aiden also says it's fine. Marco says it's fine. Wings of Light says it's fine. Can you cycle RNs before starting the chapter? I'm not actually sure how that works. I don't really do RNG manipulation, especially not on Awakening. I've never really done it before. Alejandro says it's fine. Skywing, I like to play on casual anyway just to save time with battle saves when you play, so you're fine with save states. Yeah, but I mean, for what I'm attempting to do here, I think it's important to have like some level of standards, like consistency. But I do think this is fine. I think using save states here is fine. Who was the one who suggested that, by the way? I want to go back up. Gregory, that was a really great suggestion. That's a really awesome suggestion. For what we're doing today, I think making save states is valid, and it is a great time saver. So, now that we actually didn't get, like, god-awful RNG, it might be possible to do a strategy that's similar to what I normally do, which would be to try and bait this guy up here. Do I need to do that, though? Do I need to do that? I think because he does have Hawkeye, and this guy also has Hawkeye, we really don't want all 3 of these guys to hit Frederick. It might be... I actually can't get up there. I can't get up there. The only way to do it would be to have Robin fight both of these enemies, which they can't survive against both of these enemies. That's 41 damage. Even assuming I was standing in a forest, that would be 25 damage. Yeah, I couldn't take that much. Alright, so we're just going to have to let Frederick tank through everything here. And then if he can't, then that save state we just made is going to be pretty useless. It's because this guy has pass. Yeah, if this guy didn't have pass, we could use this tile to our advantage, which we've been using the last few turns. But because he has pass, we can't do it. And then we can't get into a tile that is only reached by this one enemy, so we can't do anything about that either. Alright, let's just split up our units then. Split up our topside units. Get ready for the next turn. Let me make sure I updated my sheet. They got 14 points last turn. That sounds correct. You can also save and map for casual mode, which you can use to replicate save states if you're playing on original hardware. That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty fun idea. I like that idea. We don't need to do that. We can actually probably save a little bit more time just using actual save states, but it's pretty cool to think about how you could do this kind of thing on original hardware as well. Man, this sword guy's still alive. That's crazy. At this point, these two are just going to have 27 just from this combat alone, so I don't think we really need to factor this into our planning. Oh, that's actually bad. That guy just body blocked everyone else, and he has Vantage. Of course he has Vantage. He's always going to have Vantage. He just body blocked all of these other enemies, so now we can't enemy phase them like I was trying to do. Huh. How in the world do I... I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. I genuinely do not think I have ever seen this happen before. I'm trying to think what do I do in this situation? I have no idea what I do in this situation. Yeah, okay, so his display hit rate's only 15%, which is very low on true RN. It's probably like a 5%. I'm gonna attack here. Got the dual guard. That's another +2 points. Doesn't matter because we already have like way over 27. We have way above the cap already. So right now, these two are already at the cap, which is 27. Unfortunately, Frederick's going to sponge a lot of experience here, but I'm kind of okay with that. I'd like to draw the archer away, though, and I want to do it in such a way that Robin and Elisa get to fight together. Is that okay? 10 speed, 7 speed, that's fine. 17 attack, 7 defense, that's fine, yeah. I need these two to fight together. Alright, let's see how it goes. We should be fine here now. I don't think there's any way these guys threaten us anymore. That's fine. This guy should survive no matter what. Now I'm interested to know if Crom can take out this guy. Answer seems to be yes, if I hit. I'm gonna do that. If I miss, what's the worst that happens? I take 6 damage. And then 6 damage, that's 12. And then 10 damage. -2, so 8 damage. So 12 plus 8 is 20. I actually survive even if I miss this. Oops. That was a boneheaded misplay, but we got an extra lance experience, I guess. That's fine. The outcome of whatever character attack there doesn't really affect anything anyway. So now the boss should go after Frederick. He'll definitely hit me because I have a lance equipped like a buffoon. Which actually, that actually might be the play. Keeping the lance equipped so that he always hits me might be the play. The only problem is it's actually giving him extra damage as well, which I can't tank through. But this is going to go much smoother than the previous attempt. The tricky part is getting the other characters out of range of this archer now. Robin is not on a forest? No. So Robin survives no matter what. Good chance to kill this guy. If not, it's also not a big deal. Let's pull him this way. Is that fine? Yeah, I think so. No, I gotta pull him this way just in case things go wrong. Plus I gain some points with Virion. Okay. Robin and Lisa fought together twice. I have to make sure I mark that on my sheet. I forgot to do so. Gregory asks, how much do levels matter for this test? Not very much at all. I will explain something very important about this game. But let me make sure I update my sheet so I don't forget anything. Okay, so these two have 12 points. These two were already at the cap of 27. They gained +1. We got that. Okay, so here's the honest truth about Awakening. your stats, your exact stats for a specific level ups typically do not matter very much in this game. Level benchmarks are more important than stat benchmarks. Like reaching level 10 so that you can use a second seal or a master seal is very important. The promotion bonuses in this game are absurd. Like you get so many stat points from promotion. It's incredible. And as a result, just getting to level 10 and promoting provides you with a ton of value. Where, on the other hand, the way the enemy stats are balanced, people often talk about how the Lunatic Plus stats are very overinflated, but what's really funny is that the Lunatic Plus enemies are typically balanced in such a way that most characters can actually get a lot of work done even with their base stats, even if they just never leveled up. So we're not really tracking our levels that much right now. Support ranks and weapon ranks are very important because they give you a free guaranteed way to get extra damage, extra speed, extra defense. Yeah, and Awakening growths are very high, so if you gain enough levels, you're just going to get the stats that you need anyway. Let's see. Yeah, Gregory, you're so right. It's better to save energy here, rather than just hitting restart over and over again. Tricky's asking if I'm using plus magic Robin. Yes, I am. I'm using plus magic minus strength Robin, because I have no intention of ever holding my sword. I gave it to Frederick right away, and Frederick is going to keep it for the rest of the game. That's another +1 on this pair. I'm not even going to mark it because they're already above the cap anyway. I will... let's see, Lisa and Robin don't need any more points, so I don't need Lisa to use her staff here. He missed me even when I have the lance equipped. I guess that's fine. So okay, so yeah, so we're back to this point now. We're just going to reset over and up. We're going to skip turn over and over again. Hello, G to Kyle. Thank you for coming to today's stream. I hope you're having fun. I hope it's not going to be too boring watching me do this for the next 20 or 30 turns. The good thing is if I keep the silver lance equipped, he will hit me pretty often. So I don't... Yeah, I guess we... That's actually really good, because it means... Let me scroll back up. Excuse me, guys. I had a large breakfast this morning, and I've talked about this before, but I have acid reflux, so it's usually not a good idea for me to eat before stream. Okay, who was the one who suggested... Yeah, okay, Alpha C. Alpha C asked if Hawkeye was really necessary on the boss. I thought that it was, but now that we've tested it, I don't think getting Hawkeye on the boss is very necessary, because as long as we have our lance equipped, he's going to hit us pretty often. He's missing a lot now that I said that. He's going to hit us pretty often, and we're going to heal through most of the damage. He's going to miss often enough that we're going to heal through the extra damage that we take from having a lance equipped. So this everything just kind of works out perfectly. What I can even do is actually move off the fort and then move back onto the fort. Like when my health is full, I can move off the fort like this, so that he hits me. With 75% accuracy. Then I can move back onto the fort, so that I heal back up. That'll make the process go a little bit faster. Now we have to be very careful. We have to track his number of weapon charges. As we learned during the last attempt, when he runs out of weapon charges, he stops moving entirely. His AI just completely breaks. So we want him to be standing on a fort when his weapon breaks. I can't just mash end turn without thinking. I have to think about what I'm doing here. Gitacall, you think this is anything but boring. You love learning more about how people approach this game. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Even though this is just a test stream, this has been very informative. Okay, because my health is getting a little bit low... No, actually, I can still take a few more hits. How much weapon charges does he have? He's on 13, so we're getting close. Hey, Cell, thanks for stopping by today. You just joined the stream. How is the current run going so far? So right now, we're not really doing an official run. We're mostly just doing some testing, but it's going very well. It's going quite well. Let's see. Alejandro says, every time I stream, I remind them to hop onto their 3DS and continue their own Lunatic run. I'm kind of the same way, honestly. When I see somebody stream a game that I like, it kind of gets me into the mood where I want to stream it again, where I want to play it again as well. I always do the same thing. I'm very impressionable. Okay, my health is starting to get a little bit low, but I'm still fine. I'm gonna switch over to the sword for one turn, just to make sure my health doesn't get too low. Now I should heal back up at 17. Now I can switch back to the lance so that he will hit me. We're intentionally letting the boss hit us until his weapon breaks. This does not build up experience decay. That's something I learned recently, and it's very useful information. As long as Frederick doesn't get experience, it doesn't contribute towards experience decay. Which means that we can just let the enemies break their weapons by attacking Frederick, and then use the enemies without weapons to train things like supports, experience on project units, weapon rank, anything that we need or want. Anything that we desire. It belongs to us. Marco says, yeah, I just have to reset to make sure the boss doesn't have Luna Plus and make sure the hammer guy does not have Hawkeye for now. Yeah, I'm going to move up 2 spaces when he has 1 charge left. That's exactly what I'm planning on doing. You've done this before with your Robin as well. I think someone suggested this to me. I don't think I came up with it on my own. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned that it wasn't exactly this, but someone mentioned something about, they said something crazy. They were like, you can just have Sully run up to the boss and attack them over and over again with a bronze lance until they raise their lance rank. And I was like, no, you can't do that because the boss would kill Sully. But it got me thinking, like, hold on a second. If you get the boss to break their weapon, then it could be possible to train Sully or any other unit that you want to. But at the time, I still thought that bosses or enemies gained experience decay whenever they attacked you, even if you didn't gain experience. So I kind of just, like, threw the idea in the trash. But then I came back to it. Somebody pointed out to me on one of my archived videos that my characters were still getting full experience. They weren't getting experience decay. So once I had that information, the 2 thoughts kind of connected in my brain, and I came back to this idea of breaking the weapon on this boss to make the rest of the run more consistent. But I would never do this I would absolutely never do this in a normal run, by the way. This is specifically an Iron Man strat. This is specifically something that I'm doing because I'm trying to Iron Man the game. Okay, so he has 1 weapon charge remaining. If we move up 2 spaces, he should move onto the fort and attack us. Then his weapon will break. Perfect. Now, when we attack him, he will get free fort healing, which is going to allow us to grind lance rank on Frederick. This could not have gone better. This could not have gone better. You guys come over here. I might need some of my other units for certain things. Give him your bronze lance. And we can also reorganize our inventory too at the end before we go into the next chapter. Instead of like needing to hectically find a way, like, like a rush to avoid getting killed by the boss while also making sure that, we got free lance experience. To also make sure that Virion passes the elixir over to Frederick at some point. Now we can just have him pass over the elixir like whenever we want because we're not in any threat, we're not in any danger at all. Okay, so the reason we're doing this is because when Frederick gains a rank in lances, he gets an extra +3 damage. This should allow him to one-shot the Myrmidons or the mercenaries in the next chapter without needing a dual strike or a vague pair-up, I think. It should be possible. I'm going to pair up these 2 together. Is that true? Hold on a second. Let me make sure that's true. I want to make sure I'm doing it correct this time. I want to make sure Crom and Robin do not get any support points this time. And I want to make sure Robin and Frederick get support points. So yes, I'm going to pair up these 2 with no weapon equipped on Robin. I do not want dual strikes here. This attack with the bronze lance will give me 1 weapon experience. Actually, 4 weapon experience, truthfully. And the support point, that is the only support point that I need. This is 6 points out of 9. So you might be thinking, well, hold on a second, 6 points, that's not enough. But apparently, and I tested this off stream just today to confirm because it's crazy that it works this way, but apparently when you gain support points at the end of the chapter, it actually rounds up. So if you have 6 over 9, which is what these 2 have right now, they will actually just gain the extra +1 support. +1 point. Even though they only gained like 2/3 of a support point in the chapter, they actually gain a full point at the end because it rounds up. Robin and Lisa. So now I'm going to calculate. Hold on a second. I'm going to make sure you guys can see this. Okay. So, we're going to calculate all of our supports now. Crom and Frederick got 3 plus 3, which should be 6, so that should be a C support. Crom and Robin got 3 plus 0, which should be 3, which should be a C support. Robin and Frederick should get 1 plus 1, which is 2. They should not get their C support. If we want them to get their C support, we could have them fight together one more time. Yeah, let's do that. I want to test this out. I want to do this. I want to test this out. Let me go back. Let me undo this cell. I'm pretty sure we can do this. Pair these two back up. Fight together one more time. That's 12. Now, in order to round up, 12 is not enough. But we can do this. Now, if Robin is standing next to Frederick, Frederick will get another 2 points with Robin. So that's 14. Now, this 6 rounds up to 1, and this 14 rounds up to 2. Is that correct? Yes. So this is 5 over 9. 5 over 9 is 55%, so 5 over 9 rounds up. So this rounds up. So we're going to get 1 plus 2, which is going to be 3. So we should get our Frederick C support. This support routing is so important. I never get these supports during a normal playthrough because I don't normally route it out to this specificity. And I didn't know about the thing where the support points round up. Knowing that completely changes the game. That allows us to cheese these extra points that we got from Robin and Frederick. Like, we just got so many extra points from Robin and Frederick by using a 6 over 9 and a 14 over 18. We rounded up on both of these chapters, which allowed us to get the 27 points that we needed. Now, Robin and Lisa are going to have 3. No, they're going to have 2 because this rounded down. In fact, it rounded down once or twice. Yeah, hold on a second. This is actually 2 plus... No, this is 1 plus 3, which is 4, which is still a C support. This one is... Crap, hold on. Redo that. Sorry, guys. This one was Robin Lisa. I gotta go back to look at the archive now to see the text that I deleted. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing a bad job keeping track of my own notes. I gotta scroll back. How do I do so? I gotta move this out of the way so I can see. I have an annoying streaming setup today. Alright, go back. Okay, Robin and Lisa had 12 points. That's all I needed to know. They had 12 points. Oops. I am messing everything up. You guys are here for it. Okay. They had 12 points. So in chapter 1, Robin gained +3 with Crom and +2 with Lisa, because this rounded down to +2. So this will be 2 plus, I think 12 rounds exactly to 1, which is fine. So this will be 2 plus 1, which is 3, which is also a C support. So we should get all 4 of our C supports because we routed out our supports to such an extreme extent. Unfortunately, I wasn't tracking my lance uses. I think I used 2 more lance charges, if I'm not mistaken. I'm using the wrong keyboard. I'm doing... Okay. Get out of there. Yes. Okay. We should be at 6 out of 15 lance charges, plus whatever we got from the shiny spots. Let me get caught up on chat. Let's see. Tricky says there is a cap for weapon experience. After 3 or more fights, you don't get any weapon experience from the same enemy. I don't know exactly what the cap is. I know that a cap exists. I don't know what it is. This could be a good time to test that information. If we discover that we can't get enough just from attacking this boss, then that will be the time where we need to think about going back and using more lance charges in the previous chapter. Or using the lance more often against this enemy. In Shadow Dragon's highest difficulty, one of the options is to break the first boss's hand axe and then milk every point of experience possible for eternity while he sits on a fort. Yes, I've done that in Shadow Dragon as well. Hello, Snow Warning, welcome to the stream. You like the flavor of Virion having an elixir because he's a rich noble. That's a good point. That's a good hint towards his real identity. Marco says, the one strength from reaching level 2 necessary here, or just the lance rank? No, I just need the lance rank because the lance rank gives plus 3 damage. Skywing says, this is really great info for getting weapon experience for Robin, so he could potentially use a Levin sword if you wanted to reclass to Merc. Yes, if you were doing a like a mercenary style Robin, you could do a similar strategy and train their sword rank in this chapter as well, instead of using this to train Frederick's lance rank. But I think training Frederick's lance rank is a way to make chapter 2 so consistent, so much more consistent. Snow Warning, you like the fact that the game rounds instead of truncating? Yeah, I think almost in so many cases that I know about, when dealing with games, it seems like they truncate. Like, it's very common for games to truncate and almost never actually round. So the fact that they round in this game is pretty noteworthy. I'm gonna move everybody away from Frederick. I want to make sure I don't accidentally get any support points that I don't want to get. Having said that, I'm going to check to see if I can possibly get like a +1 with Virion here. So Frederick is currently gaining 3 points with Crom, 2 points with Robin. So yes, I can gain 1 point with Virion by doing this. Oh, hold on a second. I need to make sure he's not equipped. I cannot get dual strengths here. Hey, Browser Jr., thank you for stopping by. Hello, X, thank you for stopping by today. I'm going to read your messages in just a moment. Let's make sure that his lance rank is actually going up then. I can't tell because the part of the screen that shows his lance rank actually disappears. I think as long as you gain experience, you still gain weapon experience, but I'm not sure. Literally nobody could answer that question for me. Nobody could answer for me exactly when you stop gaining weapon experience. We just confirmed that it does happen at some point. B rank gives +1 attack, A rank gives +2 attack, so it's only 1 extra damage. When you have weapon triangle advantage against an enemy, and you have an A rank in your weapon, you also get +1 damage. Unless I looked at the chart wrong earlier. But yeah, I wasn't considering the fact that B already gives +1, so you might be right about that, I'm not sure. Snow Warning. Gregory. You can't wait for someone to gather all of the meta knowledge and make a video similar to the one for Mario 64 with its parallel universes. Yeah, I always find it funny that we know every single thing about Mario 64. Like, we even know how long it takes for Mario to blink. But we don't know, like, really basic information, like how many times you have to attack the same enemy before you stop getting weapon experience. Alright, so I'm trying to see if the lance rank is actually going up or not. It's really hard to tell. Because number one, it doesn't actually go up. The meter doesn't actually increase every time you use it. We should only be at 8/15 now, and it seems like we're way above that. Yeah, it seems like we're way more than halfway. I think it went up again. I think it's still going up. Browser, a second. I missed your first message. You just realized that his axe was broken because you just hopped in here. Yeah, we let him break his axe intentionally. X says good luck. Thank you very much. If I say 3 damage, I mean +2 from A rank and +1 from weapon triangle advantage. Yes, I think so. I could bring up the chart again and look to make sure that what I thought was correct. But I know you get some amount of extra damage, which is important because typically when you get to the end of the map, there is a specific mercenary that you need to one-shot, and you can't do it with the Vake. You have to use the Vake pair-up to get that one-shot because you're just 1 damage short. Whereas if you had the A rank lances already, you would have at least that 1 extra point of damage. So you should be able to guarantee it. Lance rank only gives +2, but because of the opener where you attack the mercenary, it's +3 damage. Tricky says it's not tied to experience gain. Tricky, I could have someone else attack and see if they gain +1 weapon experience. Sure, why not? The problem is, though, if we're cutting it close, though, we want to make sure that Frederick gets his weapon experience first. So, it's not really a great idea. X asked, what am I using in this Ironman? So right now we haven't started the real Ironman run. We're just doing some testing. Let me make a save state here. And then I'm going to have Crom attack. No, not Crom. I want to have somebody with like a... Yeah, we'll have Sully attack. We can have Virion attack. So he's at 0 right now. So if he attacks, he should get a small... Yeah, he didn't get any increase. So it seems like I'm not getting weapon experience from attacking this enemy anymore. Yeah, okay. So whatever amount it is, it's less than what we've done so far. So we cannot get as much weapon experience from this boss as I was hoping. We can, however, still build supports and other things. So it is still worth doing this. But we're not going to be able to get as much weapon rank as I thought we could get. We could potentially let the boss and the archer both break their weapon to get additional weapon rank and get additional support points. Because I don't think the archer is going to be very much of a threat to Frederick either. Yeah, I use a safe state to test if someone would gain weapon experience or not. Skywing, you think it's still going up? It was going up for a while, but I think it just stopped just now. So how much did we get? We went from... The weird thing is, it seems like we only went from 3 to 8, so we should only be at like 50%. But Frederick's meter is clearly more than 50% full. It's clearly more full than I think it is. I think I've just been doing a bad job of keeping notes. Let's assume like I missed 1, so we'd be on like 9 of 18, and then let's assume that we got like +2 from the shiny spot. We'd be at 11 over 15. 73%, yeah, this kind of looks like 73%, so we're probably at 73%. We're probably at 73%. So how many times did we actually attack this guy and still continue to get weapon experience? That's a good question. Was it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? I don't know. That might be something to test. Skywing, I could attack 10 more times just to be sure. I mean, I already checked. Virion didn't get weapon experience, so we're already sure. We're already certain that we're not getting any more. We just have... What we have to test, we have to figure out when exactly is the point where we stop getting it. That's what I failed to do. I should have made a save state earlier. Browser, you think it caps at 5? I mean, we just don't... Like, we don't know. We have to find out. Sparkly spot. Yeah, I already wrote down that way. I got something from the sparkly spot, but we also don't know how much you get from a sparkly spot, unfortunately. The wiki just says that you gain a random amount, which could be anything. Can I get extra weapon experience on other units using dual strike? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that's the case. Alright, well, while we're here, I guess let's just give the experience to Crom. It's pretty funny that we have like a atrocious hit rate as well. So we can just have Crom attack him over and over again, and Crom's not going to gain any more weapon experience, as you guys are seeing, because we already hit whatever the cap is. Aid, you say that it caps at 5 in Fates. The problem is they changed a lot of mechanics in Fates, so we don't know for sure if that's accurate to Awakening. They changed so many things. We can still gain a lot of chip experience here, and one of the things that I also realized about experience decay is that even if you let it go all the way down to 0, you still get the experience for killing the enemy. So there's no particular reason not to do it, like not to grind it all the way down to 0, because you're just milking additional free experience out of thin air that would not exist. Like the experience we're getting right now, even though it is gradually lowering to 0, it's still more than we would have gotten if we just tried to kill him before letting it drop to 0. Because we're still going to get the kill experience, and we're still going to get all of the experience all the way down to this 0, I think. I actually have not tested this before, so this is a good time to test this, but I'm pretty sure we still get the kill experience, even after this drops. No, I have tested this before. I tested it with Donald. Tricky, you're going to check into it. I mean, you can look. I've looked all over. I never found a single person who could answer it, honestly. But by all means, if we can find the answer, it would be extremely helpful to know. If not, we'll just figure it out ourselves through testing, and then we'll document it ourselves. Say we gotta hit this guy one more time, and then we have to think about how we're actually going to kill him while he's standing on the fort, which could be a little bit harder than I thought. Alright, so what we want to do now is we want to give the kill to somebody. I don't know who. We could actually give it to Crom, potentially. Would it be possible to double this guy? I don't think so. I don't have any good speed pair-ups. Crom himself is our speed pair-up. Also, we should pass around our inventory and make sure everyone's got the items they need. So I need to get... This would also be a good time to get support points between Sully and Crom if you were going for that pairing. So with the Frederick pair-up, we hit a little bit harder, but our accuracy is still not very good. So we could have Frederick hit him a couple times to get his health low, and then let Crom finish him off. So we should get 0 experience from this. So right now we're just burning bronze sword charges, which is not great. But the good thing is we can just burn him down to 6 HP. And then if we put a bunch of units around Crom, we can also boost our accuracy. So now we should have... I'm willing to use a rapier charge here. Okay. Just to secure this kill. Now we should still get kill experience, yes. That was a little bit less than what you would get if you killed him before experience decay kicks in, but the amount that we got from the experience decay is more than what we would have gotten from killing him earlier. So there's no reason not to just do it. Yeah, even universal mechanics change drastically from game to game, so even if someone like posts and says that it's true, it could even be wrong. Like there's many situations where wikis sometimes have like wrong information. It just happens. It's impossible to always be right all the time. Paulo says you can surround your main attacker with 3 units just to increase your hit rate. Yes, I will show you something very cool. I'm not going to save yet. I will link you to the page I'm about to show off. So, if you go here, there is a table near the very top of this page that says support bonuses. So if you see support rank at the top, this number represents how many allies are adjacent to you, and then that tells you what bonuses you get. So when you have allies adjacent to you, you get plus 10 hit. If you have like 1 ally standing next to you, you get plus 10 hit. And then if you have 5 allies standing next to you, you get plus 15 hit. Now obviously that sounds impossible, but if your ally has a C support, you get plus 2 points instead of plus 1 point. If they have a B support, you get plus 3 points. If they have an A support, you get 4 points. If they have an S support, you get 5 points. So, let me make sure that's true. Yes, it is 5. So while you're standing with your S rank support partner, and the person you're paired up with also counts. So while you're paired up with your S rank support partner, you automatically get 15 hit, 10 avoid, plus 10 crit, and plus 10 crit avoid. And then for each additional ally standing next to you, you get additional bonuses. So it's very cool. Hello, Yokai Shonen. No speed is rough. It doesn't matter that much. Hello, Mecha. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the stream. It's great to see you here. Very surprising. Yeah, turn 76. We're doing testing, so I mean, it is what it is. But also, I am very prepared. Like, if I'm trying to Ironman Lunatic Plus, I am very prepared to do what I just did in an Ironman context. Okay, so now we're confirming that we got all of the supports that we think that we got. So we should get a C support with Crom Frederick, Crom Robin, Robin Frederick, and Robin Lisa. So we should get Crom Frederick. We did not get Crom Robin. Okay. We missed Crom Robin somehow. I don't know how, but we missed it. We should have gotten 3 points on the first map and 1 point on the second map. Is there a way we could have fixed that? Is there a way we could have done that differently? Why did that happen? I think what happened... I'm actually not sure. Supposedly Robin is higher on the tiebreaker list than Crom. So what should have happened in our prologue chapter is that Crom and Robin should have rounded up to 27, and they should have gotten 3 points, which should be enough for a C support with male Robin. But it didn't happen. So we have to plan for that in the future. We need to plan for that in the future. We need to make sure that we get at least +1 point between Crom and Robin in this chapter, if we're going to use the same opener. And then if we do that, then we also need to make sure that Robin is not like getting points from other characters that we like, because if we need to make sure that Robin is not rounding down with other characters, because this can also potentially round Crom down to 0. I think what this means is that the tiebreaker listing that I have written down is wrong. I think something went wrong here in the tiebreaker, specifically regarding Robin and Crom. Crom should be ahead of Lisa and Frederick, so I don't understand. If I look at it from the other point of view, Robin should also be ahead of Frederick for Crom. So either way, both of them should have rounded up to each other. The only thing I can think is that maybe in a situation like this, where we got 24 points instead of 27, maybe it actually gives the +3 points to Crom and Frederick before it tries to round this up. And the tiebreaker only applies if both of these characters got 27. In which case, we should have made sure that we got 27 on Crom Robin. I guess that's good to know. We also failed to get Lance rank onto Frederick. So we're gonna have to come up with a new plan that can get A rank Lances onto Frederick and make sure that we get C rank support between Crom and Robin. That's actually very important. These two need to get C rank support to make our Chapter 2 opener consistent. And our Chapter 2 fight against the boss. And Frederick really needs A rank Lances. Let's go in this chapter while we're here. I'm probably going to restart the run, but let's go into this chapter while we're here and see what our current group looks like. Like what does our current combat look like against the enemies here? We should have not enough damage to one-shot this Merc. $25. So we would get 4 damage from a Vake pair-up, which would give us 29, but he would also be standing on the forest. If we were going to kill this guy, we would have to do it on enemy phase. We would have to pull him off of the forest, I think. Although if we had the Lance rank, we could also just run up and kill him with the Vake pair-up, so that even might work. Virion, we didn't get C support with Virion. Robin does give plus attack though, so we could also potentially come up with an idea. If we get +2 attack from Robin, we would have 27. If the Lance rank works the way that I think it does, we would have +3 damage from A rank Lances. That would give us exactly 30 damage here, although I don't know for sure that it works that way. Tricky was saying that it doesn't work that way. So we might have to grind this up again and then test it out to see if we can get the 30 damage. So right now, we did not get what we needed. I'm gonna have to reset the run and start tracking these stats over again and make sure that we get the points into the stats that we need. We also need Frederick to use his Lance more in the prologue so that he actually gets A rank Lances in Chapter 1. So those are gonna be our 2 goals. We can update our targets now, because we have a better idea of what our targets are going to be. So let me do it this way. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0, 2, 1. Now we can erase our targets. And we have some leeway here too, because Crom and Frederick have more points than they need. We almost guarantee that they're going to get their C support just from fighting together in Chapter 2, so we can almost not even worry about how much support points they get in Chapter 1. I think the problem in Chapter 1 is that they always get 27 points regardless, so we have to find a way to make sure that they don't win the tiebreaker. Crom and Robin should win the tiebreaker. I don't get why this is happening. It's not working the way that the wiki says that it works. Did we get all the supports? No, we missed one. Isn't it hard to test when enemy skills change? A little bit, yeah. I'll use save states if I have to for testing. Skywing, you didn't know that Mecha watched my streams. This is the first time I've ever seen Mecha come into one of my streams, which I am very excited about that. But pretty cool to see. Tricky says, I only used 4 silver lances. Do you think it should be more used in the prologue? Yeah. So I used it more than 4 times, but I only hit the enemies 4 times. When you miss, you still gain weapon experience, which is actually kind of crucial, because if you miss, you actually gain weapon experience without gaining experience, and that might help in some way. I'm not 100% sure. You think A rank is only adding 1 extra damage. I mean, we're going to see when we get there. You're probably right, but I would like to confirm. I mean, there's only one way to confirm it 100% sure, and that's by personally testing it myself. That's the only way I will feel 100% certain about it. You think for the mercenary one-shot at the start of the chapter, you need 14 strength, A rank and lances, and a vague pair-up. I mean, if this is already a known factor, then you guys are probably right. But either way, it's worth testing. Tricky says the weapon experience bonus I get from sparkly tiles can also change the route. Yes, it can, but I don't want to plan around that, because in an Ironman context, I can't guarantee that I'll get the sparkly tiles that I need. So I would rather plan for how I'm going to get the A rank if I don't get those sparkly tiles, and then if I do get them, then I can give that experience to a different character. Like I could let Crom or Robin get more experience from fighting that boss, because Frederick would need to hit them fewer times. Gregory says, even though I have to restart, we're still going to get knowledge to work with. Yes, we gained a ton of knowledge. This was extremely valuable testing, and I'm not anywhere close to finishing up today's stream. So we're going to be streaming for a little while longer. I pressed the wrong button though. Do we have another save that has A rank? No, I didn't prepare any other saves ahead of time. Cell says, you do learn stuff from failed runs. We do be learning. Alright, Lunatic Plus, Classic. Gonna be doing Male Robin. Male Robin also has an easier time building supports with Frederick and Crom, which is kind of crucial, because you really need these C supports before you go into Chapter 2. And it's pretty difficult for female Robin to do that, because she needs to get 4 points with both of them. That's not as easy as it sounds. I'm going to try the plus speed Robin that people are often recommend to me. People are always telling me to use the plus speed Robin. It's not really my thing, but I am not the kind of person who will just say, like, I don't do this, therefore I know for sure that it's bad. If I think something is, or I don't even think it's bad, actually. I think plus speed Robin is one of the best Robins, but it's not, I don't think it is the best. Like, some people think that it is the best. I don't think it is the best. But having said that, I'm not going to just say that my opinion is right. I'm going to actually test it. So we are going to test out the plus speed Robin, just because we did plus magic Robin this time, so we'll do plus speed Robin this time. What am I using to emulate? I would rather not say. Nintendo would probably not be a fan of that information. If I got lucky with Frederick and I hit level 3 with plus 2 strength, you can also route out a Robin support. After all that, you would only need A rank lances for the one shot. Gregory says, do I have an option to mod my game to set Fred's lance rank to A? I mean, it's probably possible. I don't really know how to do it. I haven't done very much save editing before. The only thing I've done before is editing my global save file to unlock the SPOTPASS chapters. You need speed to hit doubling benchmarks. Yeah, that typically I would be willing to think about planning for, like, resetting for speed level ups. I wouldn't really reset for most other things, and that's only if I have, like, a really specific benchmark that I'm trying to hit, like, before a very specific chapter. Tricky says that I have converted you to the plus defense Robin. Yeah, so the thing is, the plus defense Robin has enough speed, and they can also get additional speed from, like, Crom. They can get speed from Lonku. So, like, the plus speed Robin just has, like, a few extra points of speed that they don't actually need. That's kind of the main thing. I'm gonna go Rapier here. And then this should improve the hit rate of my Thoron. And then hopefully I just get a dual strike anyway. Darn, I didn't get it. If you get a dual strike here, you can end this chapter in 1 turn, which is kind of cool. Or 2 turns, which is kind of cool. Paolo says to do plus luck. No way. Luck is by far the least useful stat in this game. And also, the way the secondary stats are assigned with the assets and flaws, minus luck is, like, so good, because it doesn't take any points away from any of the long-term valuable stats. And plus luck is so bad because it doesn't give you a bonus into any of your valuable stats. It gives you a huge bonus to luck, and then a small bonus to a few other stats that don't even really matter that much.
Shall we?
Whereas, if you look at it from the other point of view, minus luck only takes away points from luck, a stat that doesn't matter, and a few other points that don't really matter very much. Yes. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna step away from the computer for 1 moment, and then we will get started on Chapter 0 attempts. Okay, I'm back. Tricky says they prefer female Robin to get Gale Force. X, I think, said that male Robin is better. So I actually don't think that male Robin or female Robin is better. I think they allow for different team compositions, and I personally prefer the team composition that's based around male Robin. As mentioned, female Robin does get Gale Force, which is definitely quite useful, but I find, and it's probably just because I'm so used to playing the male Robin composition, but I personally find that trying to get Gale Force onto female Robin is just kind of clunky. I just don't like the experience and weapon rank routing that it takes to get there. Whereas male Robin, does a very good job. Male Robin does a very good job of either doing like mercenary into hero, mercenary into dark mage, mage into dark mage, and female Robin can do any of those things, of course, but male Robin has really good pair-ups with specific characters like Lisa, Miriel, Saria, and they really appreciate access to Berserker, especially if you're doing a hero Robin build, because by the time you get Soul and Axebreaker, you can just switch over to Berserker, because Berserker is a better combat class than hero. The only thing you lose out on is sword access, which does kind of suck, but you eventually get Axe Fair, so you don't lose. You lose access to your swords, which gives you a worse matchup against sword using enemies, which is kind of a big deal, but it's not as big of a deal as you might imagine. and you eventually get Axe Fair for higher damage, and then you can switch back to Hero or switch over to Warrior. You also get Rally Strength, which you're not really using Robin as a rally character that often, but access to Berserker is pretty good. And axes are one of the best weapon type in the game, so if you're going to be in a really strong combat class that it is locked to just one weapon, I think the hand axe is a very good choice. Female Robin is typically, like, I'm typically only going to do female Robin if I'm trying to get Gale Force onto Robin, which is a consideration. Like, it's worth doing, it's worth the investment. It's just not a route that I enjoy playing. Yeah, I don't like plus HP. I don't think it's good. Marco says that plus B is useful in the super late game for setting up Grima kills. When you did plus defense Robin, you were actually 1 speed short of getting of quadruple attacking, I'm assuming with a brave weapon. If you don't go plus speed, make sure you have better endgame options. I mean, you could have like speed wings, you could have speed tonics, you could have speed pair-ups, you could potentially switch Robin to a faster class. You probably have a lot of options if you really need to. Although realistically, the fact that you were exactly 1 point short probably just means like if your Robin had been slightly luckier, or if you had just gained like 1 or 2 more levels, you could have gotten it. So it's just one of those things. It's definitely worth keeping in mind though. Skywing, you think the most valuable stat in the game is gold value, and luck is the only thing that has to build to maximize gold value? Yeah, we're not having this argument again today. At this point, it's become a pointless argument. The game gives you plenty of gold. The game gives you more gold than you need. Yeah, the weapon routing for Pegasus Robin sucks because you have to go back to E-rank lances, and lances they're not a particularly strong weapon type either. All right, so I'm going to keep my lance equipped this time, and this should give me 4 charges. Or sorry, 4 points or 4 combats with my lance.
Really?
And it will also guarantee that we remove this Myrmidon, which is actually kind of a big deal because I've never had a strategy that guarantees to get rid of him. I just usually adapt and change my strategy based on whether he survives or not. But now, if we're doing this strategy, not only do we guarantee to get rid of him, but we also get more lance experience. Right. So this might even be like a better or more consistent strategy in the long run. The problem is both of these guys spawn with Luna, so we might just be dead here. Dodged. Absolute kingly behavior. You never understood why warriors get bows when they have hand axes. Maybe that's just you after recently playing Fire Emblem. I mean, I actually love the fact that warriors get bows in this game. It's one of the things that makes them one of my favorite classes, because bow access in this game is so good. Alright, so unfortunately, I can't see a possible... Oh, no, hold on a second. I have a line. I have a line that works here. Hold on a second. Let me track everything that just happened. Let's set our goals. Let's set our... Yes. I'm gonna do this. Sorry, I was so excited to get back into the gameplay, I kind of forgot what I was doing before I got up. Before I was called away. Alright, so I'm gonna make this big again so you guys can look at my notes while I'm planning. So, target is gonna be how many points we're trying to get, and then we're gonna be erasing the prologue and the chapter 1 columns, and then we're gonna be replacing those with how much we've actually gotten. So last time we got 2 points and 3 points here and here. Although that's not exactly true. It seems like we got 2 points here, and then here we got, I don't know, either 2 or 3 points, I'm not sure. But either way, we have a little bit of leeway. We know we're gonna get 3 points here. So here, we really, like, honestly, we only just need like 1 point here and 3 points here. We could even get 0 here, it wouldn't even really matter. The trick is gonna be making sure that Crom and Robin get enough supports, because last time it looks like they only got 2 points. So let's try to get 2 points in the prologue and 2 points in chapter 1. This way. 2 points in the prologue, 2 points in chapter 1. This should guarantee we get at least 3 or 4 points, and then we can try to worry about rounding if we have to. Robin and Frederick, if they get 1 point here, I don't think it will interfere with anything else. But we have to get... See, here's the tricky part. Oh, I wonder if Robin I wonder if Robin got 3 points with Lisa and 2 points with Crom. Is that what happened? I wonder if that's what happened. Even though I know Lisa wins the tiebreaker because she's higher on the list. But maybe she's not. Or sorry, I know Crom is higher on the list, but maybe Lisa gets moved further up on the list because she's an S rank option. I'm not sure. Let's try to get exactly 2 points here and 1 point here. We can definitely do that. And then Robin, Fred, I mean, if possible, I'd like to get... Well, here's the thing. So Robin needs to get three pairings, but I don't know if we have any way to control which one is going to be which one is going to get 3 points and which one is going to get 2 points. Because I tried to do it last time and the tiebreaker didn't work the way that I think it works. We have to be really careful about how we do this. All right, let's assume we're going to get 3 points with Lisa, 2 points with Crom, and then 1 point with Crom in this chapter. Let's try to plan it out this way. And then Robin and Frederick, I mean, we'll try to get points here if we can, but it's going to be tough because we can only get 1 point here. So we would have to get 2 additional points here, which means, and we can do that. We can do that. If we do that, we can get all of our C supports. Okay. So, Crom and Frederick fought together 3 times. Sorry, guys. I had the wrong window open. You guys are not seeing the updates that I'm making. Very frustratingly, it seems to not update unless I actually go out of my way to click on the other window for you guys to see. Okay. Crom and Frederick just fought 3 enemies together. Crom did not get any dual strikes. That should be 18, which is +2. So we're already ahead of our target. We're already at 2/1. In fact, let's leave that blank for now. Nobody else has done anything yet. Frederick attacked with his lance 4 times, so he should be at 4/15. Let's see if that looks accurate. (4/15) would be 26%. Does that look to be about 26%? Yeah, that probably looks about 26% to me. What do you guys think? Duke Nuka-Cola. Hold on a second. I just realized I need to make this small again. I'm managing 2 different things that I don't normally manage. Typically, I just let one of them run in the background and then mostly focus on just running one of them. But today, because of the way I'm doing it, I have to have both of them open. Okay. I'll get that out of the way so you guys can see the game. Let me know if you think that Frederick has around 25% towards A rank, because I think he does. Triple Luna Plus, yeah, it happens. For Browser says, you normally have Frederick pair up into Crom and use the +1 move Frederick provides to attack the far right Myrmidon, leaving the left Barbarian alone. Yeah, I do that strategy whenever I'm doing the water trick. Oops. Come on. Whenever I do the water trick over here, you can use that strategy to boost Frederick and Crom over to the right-hand side, and then move your other units, and then on the following turn, move your units onto the river. But for a normal opener, for the most consistent opener, I like this because it allows you to get rid of both of these barbarians. And unfortunately, both of these guys having Luna is a bit of a problem. I think I can fight them both with the sword, though. That helps a little bit. It's going to reduce their damage slightly. I have to heal back up, though, and I don't know if I can to the extent that I need. What is their hit rate against Crom? It's actually pretty good. And what's their damage? 19 minus 5. Yeah, they will 2-shot him. I think I can do... I think I know what I can do, though. Let me look at my support requirements. I need to get Crom and Robin to fight together. Lisa's positioning, unfortunately, does not do me any favors. Okay, this guy will surely attack Robin before he'll attack Frederick. There's no way he would attack Frederick over Robin. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to equip a bronze sword. I'm going to transfer Chrom over here. I'm going to wait. I'm going to heal you. Now, even if I do get attacked, I should survive. Now, in fact, I can even stand in front of Frederick. Okay, so hold on. If I'm standing next to Frederick, I'm going to get 2 points. And if I'm fighting together with Chrom, it works. If I'm fighting together with Chrom, I'll get 6 points with Chrom. The only thing I don't love is that I would kind of prefer to give this experience to Chrom, but I think we're fine here. So let's assume this all plays out as intended. It's going to look like this. We're going to get 2 points Robin Fred, 6 points Robin Chrom, and I will go over here. Make sure you guys actually see the updates. And then go like this. And then I need this thunder to hit. And I missed. Perfect. It's fine. We're still fine here. I pair up these two. This guy have advantage. He has advantage. Great. I think he heals me. No, he does not. He leaves me alive on 1 HP though, which I can maybe play around. So if I go here, I kill this guy. I get another Lance experience. That's 5. It's been a very sloppy opener. Okay, this guy has... Of course he has pass. Of course he has pass. If this guy didn't have pass, I could move here, body block him, and then Frederick would have been safe. I can't do that. So he's just going to run over and kill Frederick now. There's nothing I can do about that anymore. So I would have gone like this. Here, here. Remove this guy. I actually could have had Chrom remove this guy on the previous turn, but I didn't do it because I was being an idiot. Oh, clutch dodge. We actually got we got an extra Lance experience. I'm actually gonna reset anyway. I don't wanna we're planning for Ironman consistency here. I don't want to go forward on testing a line that only emerged because we got extremely lucky. Dodging an axe with a lance equip. That's just, it doesn't happen. That's not something to plan around. Duke Nuka-Cola, you're done eating. What did you miss? Not too much. We had to reset because we couldn't get our weapon rank requirements, and we didn't get our support requirements somehow. I didn't get either of them. But we've gained a lot of valuable information. Like, we know for sure that we stop, like, you can only get a certain amount of weapon experience from each character. So we need to plan around that. We need to get more Lance experience before we go into the next chapter, because we're not going to be able to get it all from grinding on the boss. We also learned that apparently the support rank tiebreaker does not work the way that I thought it worked, because my supports did not turn out the way that they were supposed to turn out. We got much easier configuration of enemy skills to deal with. Because I don't need to do an equipment swap, I'm actually going to do this, and then pair up with Chrom, and then go here. Okay, so this is going to be 4 times 6. This is going to be 24 support points for this pair. I'd really like to avoid them getting the +3, because if they get the +3, then it's going to interfere with other characters getting the +3, but I don't see how to do that. It seems like either Frederick won the tiebreaker with Chrom, or Lisa won the tiebreaker with Robin. I don't know which happened, but it didn't work the way that it was supposed to work. Either way, we got this done. And then we're gonna have 4 Lance charges, and then we might get a few additional dual strikes. A few additional support points from dual strikes. We don't really know. That's going to come down to randomness, but it doesn't matter either way. So that's 2, 4, and this guy's gone. Okay, so these 2 are now capped. and Frederick has used his lance 4 times. For the 5th lance charge, we're going to use it against that guy. Before doing so, I'm going to do this. Now I need Robin and Frederick to fight together one time. This is a very good time to do that. Does he have Vantage again? Probably. No, he doesn't actually. Okay. So this... Let me see if I can maybe get Crom to attack once. I mean, there's not any downside to doing this. He can't kill me. I just get weapon experience and maybe experience as well, yeah. And then I also... Well, I would save a Silver Lance charge, but I don't want to save it. I actually want to use it. There you go. So that's 5. And this is 6 points, Robin Frederick. That will round up to 1 at the end of this chapter. So Robin and Frederick do not need to fight together anymore this chapter. I wonder if something happened with Lisa's staff healing. Like maybe she got too many extra points on a character that we weren't tracking from doing staff healing, and then that caused some kind of other rounding issue to work differently than anticipated. That could be something. Alright, go here. I got free experience. That is fantastic. You love to see that. Gregory, you think that was a good decision? I think so too, yeah. Trying to plan for Ironman consistency and then relying on lucky dodges is just like a recipe for disaster. It just means when we go back to do the Ironman later, we would end up like not hitting benchmarks that we think we're supposed to hit. Alright, we're gonna do the water trick again. It's gonna allow us to get support onto Robin and Lisa, while also allowing Robin to get a little bit of experience that they desperately need, because they're not going to be able to get as much in the upcoming chapters, because I'm going to be trying to funnel it onto other units. This guy does not have Focus, and he does not have Luna, so we should have a pretty decent matchup. He will still have a small crit chance against us, but it's not, like, it's basically as low as you can possibly get it without changing your boon and your bane. So, also, let's make sure these two are away from the shore. Okay, so this is going to be Robin Lisa, 6 points after this turn. Let's watch it play out and hope we don't get crit. Did not get crit. So he should have a 3% crit chance against us. Yes. Okay, I'm going to use my Vulnerary. And then we're going to be on 12 points with Robin Lisa. That's really bad. That's really bad. This is why I don't like to run minus skill Robin. I'm not running minus skill Robin, but if I was running minus skill Robin, that happens even more often, which is like even worse. Unfortunately, we have to step away, which is going to cause these guys to start moving now, and then we're going to move back up. It's not unsalvageable, but it's not good. We end up the big downside is that we end up wasting a ton of vulneraries. Now, what I'm realizing is that without plus magic Robin, and with this guy having +2 magic, we have a really bad matchup against him. We're burning through so many vulneraries. I don't like this plus speed. I don't like this plus speed Robin at all. I'm going back to plus magic Robin. This Robin is trash. I'm sorry. I had to say it. Plus speed Robin sucks, guys. It is what it is. Took us 5 turns to kill that guy. 5 times 6 is 30. We should be at the cap, 27. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to round to 3 or 2. We would like to get 3, but we don't know what we're going to get because I don't know how the rounding works. Gregory asks, should I even use sparkly events because I can't control their outcome? Yes. You can make a plan that works no matter which sparkly tiles you get, and then you can use the sparkly tiles to increase your consistency even further. There's no reason not to use them unless you're just wanting to brag to everyone else on the playground how awesome and cool you are and how smart you are, which is not of interest to me. You think plus luck Robin would not have to worry about being critted? Yeah, but they'd have to worry about sucking for the rest of the game. Yeah, I mean, you miss these attacks sometimes. It's specifically why, like, people have recommended to me running a minus skill Robin, and I would absolutely never run minus skill Robin because it makes this already annoying, tedious water grind even longer, more tedious, and more annoying because you will miss attacks even more often, and then you'll have to reset, and it's just not fun for anybody. Least of all me. Okay, I don't think I can get rollover experience here. So what I should do... Actually, I think I can. No, I can't. Things turned out differently this time. Well, let's get rid of this guy then. So we're probably... If we do level up, it's gonna be just a tiny amount of rollover experience, which is fine. I guess it's better than nothing. Man, this Robin sucks already. Guys, I hate plus speed Robin. I'm sorry. I have to say it. I don't see the appeal. You just deal less damage. And then you'll double things that you could already double without plus speed Robin. Browser Jr. says plus speed Robin gives a bad early game for a stronger mid to late game, but the issue with that is that the early game is so important to Robin. Yeah, and the other issue is that by the time you get to the mid late game, your Robin is already strong enough anyway, even without the plus speed asset. So it just doesn't I don't know, it just doesn't help as much as purported. Okay. I would like to have Crom and Robin fight together, which they're going to do when they're fighting the boss anyway. Honestly, the only bad thing about Plus Magic Robin is that I kill this boss so fast that I can't like get enough combats. Like, I can't get combats together. Oh, that's probably what happened last time. I bet we had a problem where Crom and Robin, yeah, they didn't get to fight together. They did not get to fight together enough times, and that must have been that could have potentially been what caused this issue. I'm thinking that might have been the case. I'm not sure. As we learned from the last attempt, if you go like this, you can go here, you kill this guy on enemy phase, and then you get another Lance experience point. Now we're at 615, 6 over 15. We're getting a lot closer. Then I'm gonna go... I wonder if I should do something like this. What does he have? Yeah, he just has Hawkeye. I can deal with Hawkeye. I'm gonna unequip this, switch, Falchion. 15 damage. Okay. I want Robin with me, and I don't want them to dual strike. I gotta be careful though. I'm gonna lose 4 defense. I'll still survive on 1. Wait here. Lisa does not need to heal, so I'm not going to heal yet. So this should be +6 for this duo. I'll make sure you guys see everything that I'm seeing. Hey Sothis, how's it going? I'm doing fantastic today. I'm doing wonderful. I'm having a lot of fun streaming. Unfortunately, I cannot stream all day. I have other things that I must do. But I want to keep streaming for as long as I can because I'm having a lot of fun with this run. How are you doing? Yes, Tricky. It is such a good point, and that's the other thing I really wanted to mention about why I don't like minus skill Robin. People talk about minus skill Robin in terms of like oh, you'll only have, you know, I don't know how much it is exactly, but they'll say like, oh, you'll only have like 4% less hit with your Thunder Tome in the first chapter, and that's such a short-sighted argument. You're going to have a significantly lower hit rate across the rest of the game, and more importantly, you're going to have a less a lower chance to activate Soul, Vengeance, Ignis. Depending on what build you're running, your proc chance for your skill is going to be significantly lower, and that matters a lot, especially on Vengeance builds that can get 100% activation. Like, why would you go for an 8% less chance on Vengeance activation? I just don't like minus scale Robin. Tricky says, I can't believe I used to run plus speed Robin. My runs are so much easier with plus defense Robin. I love how I've just like converted everybody to plus defense Robin somehow. I honestly, I just don't see the, I definitely see the appeal of plus magic Robin. I'm feeling very good about plus magic Robin, but plus speed is just not it. It just doesn't have it. Doesn't have what it needs to be great. All right, that is 12 points on this pair. Now we can start healing. We're gonna give the other shiny spot to Frederick. But yeah, you can make a strategy that's 100% consistent without using the shiny spots, and then you can just use the shiny spots to make the run even more consistent. Okay, so we did just get possibly +1 from the shiny spot. We have no idea. Still don't really know how that works. All we know is that it adds a random amount. I'll give Lisa a little bit more staff experience. Speed and luck. We need to heal Robin back up, and we also need to move our vulneraries around. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of vulneraries, so we're gonna have to be very thoughtful about how we use them. I could very strongly consider giving both of them to Frederick, honestly. Okay. The boss has Luna, but he does not have Hawkeye, so he's not even guaranteed to hit us. But if he does hit us, he won't kill us. We are going to deal 8 damage. We do not want crits here. Crom deals 10. I actually don't want dual strikes here. I want to make sure I fight together enough times to get 27 points. Well, hold on a second. Let's plan for plus... Yes. Oh, by the way, I updated the wrong value. This is 6. This is 12. Let's actually plan for +2, because we already know that we didn't get the +3 last time, even though we planned for it. So let's just assume that we're going to get the +2. So if we're trying to get +2, we actually only need to fight together 1 additional time. Having said that, the more times we fight this boss, the more experience we get. So there's not any particular downside to fighting him additional times. So let's do it this way. We should get hit for 22 minus 3. We should get hit for exactly 20 damage. We'll hit him for 8. We do not want to crit. We cannot be crit because of our support bonuses. We can also dodge, which is fun. That's 18, and then 18 plus 6 is 24. So this is the 24 that we had last time. We could potentially get 27 and then possibly round up. I don't know exactly why it didn't round up last time, so it's very difficult. Skillbane, Duke Nuka says Skillbane is more trouble than it's worth. Sothis says Defense Robin is more fun. Gregory says, can't sparkly event tiles get in the way of reaching certain support thresholds, like what happened in the previous attempt? No. They break the cap and they break the normal rules. If you get support points from standing on a shiny tile, it just gives you an extra +1 that you would otherwise not have. So you can actually get 4 points in a single map, instead of only getting 3 points. It just doesn't negatively affect anything, so it just gives you extra. And you can also, even if it did work that way, you could prevent yourself from ever getting that outcome by just not having characters paired together. So there's just like a lot of reasons why it doesn't happen that way. Let's see. Duke Nuka says you like plus magic Robin more. I'm starting to really like plus magic Robin. By the way, I mentioned this earlier, but the longer this stream goes on, the less people think that we're going to beat Chapter 3, which I at this point I completely agree. I think we will be able to beat Chapter 2 though. I'm very dedicated to finishing up what I'm doing here. And also, now that we've already done this once, we can get through this Chapter 0 and Chapter 1 much faster. Plus speed does get a little bit higher evasion, yeah, a little bit. Alright, we can hit this guy one more time. In fact, we're kind of actually at the point where getting the kill would actually be better to get a ton of rollover experience. Yeah, I like this. Hold on a second. Separate these two. Go like this. I actually want to do this. This is going to give us a ton of rollover experience. We're going to deal exactly 10 damage. I will enemy phase him just in case. I mean, there's no reason to risk a player phase miss and then have him kill us on enemy phase. There you go. So we got 69 points of rollover experience. Nice. We're up to 10 speed already, which is good, but like I said, I mean, we had enough speed before. In fact, we had 9 speed last time. We have 10 speed now. It's not even that different. How thoughtful of the developers. Tricky says a dual strike would be nice. Gregory says magic is great in general. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that plus magic Robin is like magical Robin is so much better than physical Robin. There's almost no reason to ever use the physical half of their kit. But that's definitely an opinion. That's not a fact. That's just my opinion. Okay, so let's calculate what we've done so far. We got, let me open up for you guys to see as well. We got Frederick to use 6 lance charges. I believe that's true. I believe that's guaranteed. We got 1 additional, maybe 1 or 2 additional points from the shiny spot. We don't know. These rounded to, let's see. Crom only got 2, but we don't know which one of these rounded up. So let's assume that both of these are on 2. So these are on 2 or 3. This is 2 or 3. We don't know which. We just don't know. Same with Robin Lisa. We either got 2 or 3. We don't know. Robin Frederick. You guys are seeing this, right? Yes, you guys are seeing this. Okay. Robin Frederick definitely got 1 point. Have we hit all of our targets? The only target we missed is potentially Robin Lisa. We don't know if we got a guaranteed 3 points there, but we can fix that by getting 1 point here. So I think we can meet all of our benchmarks no matter what. So right now we just need to get 1 here, 1 here, 2 here, and 1 here. So to rewrite this in a better way, these are our actual targets. 2, 2, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, 2, 1. And we can definitely hit these targets. I feel very confident we can hit these targets. The next question is, how are we going to get the lance experience that we need onto Frederick? We can get 2 charges on the first turn. We know that. We confirmed that on the previous attempt. We can definitely get 2 charges on the first turn. It's not ideal, but it is doable. I think using the sword is better, but I'll use the lance if I have to. That still puts us at 8 out of 15. We would still need 7 additional lance attacks. Even if, let's be very generous and assume that we can get 5 from the boss. We would still need to get 2 somewhere else. So this is very tough. This is very tricky, and we gave Frederick a lot of lance combat on that chapter. So figuring out how to get him even more lance combat is not going to be easy, but we'll just figure it out. Yeah, I think we should try to do the strategy I mentioned before, where we're gonna leave the archer alive and try to give additional lance experience to Frederick by attacking that archer. Skywing, you voted, you thought that we would get to chapter 5. What were you thinking? I do like physical Robin too, though, so it's kind of a tough call. But I think I like physical Robin, like in the sense that it's fun to use, but I do think that magical Robin is just better. Like if you're trying to do an optimized run, it's better to do a magical Robin. Okay, perfect. We actually got the perfect combination of opening skills. I'm actually going to make the save state here. As we said, for testing purposes, we are fine with using save states. Everyone said they were fine with that. And if someone shows up and says otherwise, you have been outvoted. Like 15 to 1. Because I asked people earlier and everyone said save states were good. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so this guy's guaranteed to hit us anyway, so using the sword doesn't really benefit us very much, other than taking slightly less damage. Using the lance will actually give us a better chance to dodge this guy's attack with Luna. So this is actually an opener where using the silver lance is really strong. I mean, it's a lower hit chance. It's not really that low, but whatever. We really want dual strikes here. We have no way to guarantee them, but we really would like them. I'm going to move Robin and Lisa up here. Before I do that, I wanted to think about what's going to happen this attempt, or during this attempt. So Crom and Frederick are going to get 12 or more points, which means they will have already hit their benchmark, which is great. Frederick is going to get 2 additional lance charges. He's going to be at 8 over 15. Lisa, you go here. We actually kill that guy. We kill the barbarian even if we miss our or don't get our dual strike. That's pretty valuable information, actually. I didn't even think about that. It does mean we're burning through silver lance charges that we don't really need to waste, but unfortunately. Also, unfortunately, when you double attack with the silver lance, you don't get 2 weapon experience. You still just get 1 weapon experience. So that did not really benefit us in any way. It just caused us to waste a lance charge. This guy unfortunately has Vantage. That's not great. Hammer guy, we have to dodge. God, we got a lot of guys with Luna again. A lot of guys with Luna. Did this guy get past again? He didn't get past this time. So we can potentially body... No, we can't body block him either because it seems like when he moves into a specific position, he threatens this tile. But when he moves into a different position, he doesn't threaten it anymore. Oh, it's this tile. Okay, yeah, no, it's this one. It's this one. When he moves into a specific position, he actually doesn't threaten this tile, which allows us to draw out the Myrmidon. This turn, I'm going to use the sword. I don't think I need so many lance charges. Plus, I have to use it anyway to dodge the guy with the hammer. So I'm going to use the sword here. We should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 4, because we won't get experience from this. We should get 4 times 9. 36. This turn alone will be enough to cap support points between these 2 characters, so we never need to worry about that. Next, Myrmidon deals 20 damage, -3. I can survive this. Is there any way to boost my accuracy? Honestly, the Sully pair-up might go kind of hard here. What is his speed? 13? Well, I don't get doubled anyway. I don't get doubled because I'm using plus speed Robin, so the one thing that plus speed Robin does, it improves your matchup against this enemy. Assuming you miss, which you don't want to miss anyway, but... I think I will use this Sully pair-up, though. Let me make sure Robin can get to this time. Yes, they can. So I'll use the Sully pair-up here. Just for the maximum amount of skill. And also the chance to get a lance dual strike if my main attack misses. And then he won't double me. And then I'm going to put Lisa here. Separate these 2. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, he does go for Robin. We kill him on the counter. One. We just got to level 2, by the way. 2. Didn't get the dual strike. That means he's going to body block the other characters, which means we're not going to fight all of them on enemy phase. That's frustrating. Okay. So unfortunately, this guy's now alive because this square got body blocked by us. Also the guy with the hammer, which is the last guy on the planet that we want to fight. 37. Can Crom take that? Can Crom take 37? 37 minus 11. No. Yeah, minus 11 minus 5 is 21. Also minus the defense from the fort. Yeah, Crom can take this. This guy does not have Vantage. I'm going to use Crom here. I'm going to go Falchion. Now I would like to draw the Archer away. No, I don't want to draw the Archer away. I want to draw the Mercenary away. Is there a good way to do that? I don't think there's a good way to do that. I think what I should have done... I actually don't know what I should have done. I'm trying to think how to get rid of this guy while staying out of range of this guy. I might have an idea. I need to start having my other units move back. You can also heal Robin. It doesn't really matter, but it might matter in a few turns. Okay, let's see what they do. This is pretty good. Crom survives as I thought he would. Now... stay out of range of the boss and in range of the other enemies. Seems to be... Unfortunately, the boss's range is so insane. The only way for me to fight this guy is by getting out of the archer's range, because this is the only valid tile. But that's going to cause the boss to start running up here and threatening my other units, which I can't have. So many things had to go like a one specific way for things to turn out this way, but this is why we do testing and planning, because I have to plan for these eventualities. I have to be able to adapt on the fly, because things aren't always going to go exactly the way I want them to go. And I don't want to... The archer also has pass. That's really unfortunate. So what I could have done, if the archer doesn't have pass, I could draw him up here and then body block him on the following turn, but I can't do that because he has pass. So we can't do like a pass strategy on this archer, which, you know what, I'm actually fine with that. If we're planning for Ironman consistency, we can't plan for the fact that this guy's going to have pass every time, or not going to have pass, because he will have pass sometimes. So, what is Frederick sitting on? 21. I'm gonna go down. Oh, I actually can't even reach the tile that I want to reach. Okay, never mind. I can't do any of the things that I want to do. So, if that's the case, let's do this. Go here. Put Frederick in the lead. Bronze Sword. He should be able to tank a hit from these two enemies with no problems. And then this guy, we don't know which way he's going to go. Hopefully we can... In fact, hold on a second. We can actually start consolidating our forces right now. So let's do that instead. Instead of being boneheaded. Go like this. And then go like this. Nope. Perfect. Okay. We're not contributing to weapon experience decay. I probably should have just checked how much damage they just did. Hold on a second, I can do it by watching the archive. Was that a 4? And an 8? That's 12 damage. Okay, I cannot take 12 damage. Cannot take 12 damage, especially if I'm gonna have a lance equipped. Can't get to the tile that I want to get to. I mean, I'm slowly reducing the number of charges that these guys have, but I have to get rid of this guy. I just have to do it. Can Robin one-shot him? 10. I can have 12 attack at most, so I can only do 11 damage. Robin can't one-shot him. Possibly draw him out with Sully. It's going to take multiple turns to get into position. Not really like a valid plan. If I go over here, I will say I'm very glad I gave Frederick both of the vulneraries. If I go over here and I use a vulnerary, this will buy me one additional turn. I'm gonna have to split up my forces, which is what I didn't want to do. Go here. 3 damage and 8 damage. Okay, yeah. See, this is what I knew was going to happen. I'm pretty sure I can plan around this. 82. I can improve that. If I train any characters outside of the ones I'm currently training, Virion is definitely on the list. The extra consistency from Archer chip damage is so valuable. This is also going to give this pair the combat that they need to get together anyway, although I had to take a risky attack. In most situations, you wouldn't need to take that risky attack because you would not have been forced into this corner the way that I got forced into this corner. Okay, Robin and Lisa, just gained 8 points, 2 from healing, 6 from fighting together. That will round up. Now I need Robin and Frederick to fight together a few times, and I need Crom and Robin to fight together at least. Actually, it can't be one. Oh crap! Yeah, this is the problem. You can't have a formation like this because one of these ones will round down to 0. So you have to. One of these has to become a 3, and the other one has to become a 1. I don't know how I'm going to do that. It might be fine. It might be fine, actually. If we do what we did last time, I think it's actually something that we can get away with doing. I can't get back onto the forts, though. They're blocking my way to the fort. And I'm running out of healing fast. What's my movement? 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think from this tile we can reach the fort next turn, but that's only presuming that we don't get body blocked, which we did not get body blocked. This is going to help us because not only are we getting fort healing now, the enemies are also dealing significantly less damage to us. We might be able to heal through whatever they throw at us from now on. Unfortunately, they both have Hawkeye, so if we determine that they're dealing more damage than we're healing, then this strategy will not work, because they will eventually outpace our healing. I also need to get rid of this archer sooner rather than later, because if the archer moves onto the fort before the boss does, that's actually going to cause problems. Okay, we're taking 7 damage, we're only healing 5. Yeah, this doesn't work. And I also, if I move onto the other fort, I move out of the boss's range. We're taking 7 damage, we're going to go down to 1. Sucks. If I equip the Silver Lance, he'll kill me. I can't even one-shot this guy either. This is crazy, guys. This is nuts. These forest tiles are so annoying to navigate around. I think this attempt is over. I don't think we can win from here. We could win. I could win if I wanted to win. I don't think I can accomplish my grinding goals from this position. Which means I need to come up with a more consistent strategy for the next attempt. I think I messed up somewhere along the way. Can the boss kill me? 23. Minus 7. 16. No, the boss cannot kill me. I'm gonna go... Oh, hold on a second. That doesn't work anyway, because what I wanted to do was switch over to Lisa and then heal. But the boss will definitely kill Lisa. Maybe not. 23. Minus 3. Lisa actually... No, she takes 20. She dies. Crom's health is low too, right? Yeah. I can't see the way forward. Let me look at chat. This is a good time to look at chat, see if you guys are offering any advice. You want Fred to kill last turn. I don't want Fred to kill, I want to leave the enemies alive. I want to leave them alive so I can use them for weapon rank and supports. Browser, you just did this chapter. It was pretty sloppy because you used 2 elixir chargers, but it is possible to get the C support with Crom. The only hard part is getting the support with Lisa and Robin. Yeah, so what I realized is that I have to find a way to get like 1, 2, and 3. Here, I can't do 1, 2, 1. You have to do something else because one of these ones is going to round down to 0. I think that might have actually been what happened on the previous run. I think what happened is I tried to get 1 point with 2 different characters, and one of them got rounded down to 0. Tricky says we need a +1 defense level up to survive. Browser says if you get a weapon rank sparkly spot, it's If it is +2, you won't get A rank lances, but if it's +4, you will get A rank lances. I think we can get it. I just think we have to adapt. We have to adjust our strategy, but we also can use this as an opportunity to test to see exactly how much weapon rank we actually get. All right, let me go over here. Got some free experience. That's something, I guess. Escaping from the boss is going to be tough, but if he chases us over here, we might be able to escape. Okay, I think we can escape. This buys Frederick an extra turn of free fort healing. The problem is our fort healing does not outpace their damage, and this iron bow is going to take a while to break. Do we just hit the guy with the silver? I don't want to hit him with the silver lance. I would gladly hit him with a bronze lance. I do not enjoy the idea of hitting him with a silver lance. Feels like a huge waste of resources. I'm gonna try something else too. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I don't like this because he might box me in. Let's get another turn of healing. Okay, here's the tricky part now. We have to get away from the boss. This pair can go this way. Is Frederick in range of... Okay, Frederick's in the range of the boss now, so if we move outside of his range, he'll be forced to move towards Frederick. So this should be okay. Dual guards help. They're gonna burn through our HP faster than we can heal, though. I don't see the ending. I don't see where this ends. I don't see the way out of here. Malison, you're halfway through the sword or the knee, and you weren't kidding about the first few turns being decisive. Let me look up which chapter that is. The 100% way that I remember which chapter is which is by you telling me what is in that chapter. Like if you told me, okay, so yeah, if you told me this was the big chapter where you fight what's his name? It's Walhart, right? Yeah, the big chapter where you fight Walhart in the big hallway and there's chests on the top of the map, I would have instantly remembered which one it is. If you say chapter 20, I'm not going to know what you're talking about. If you say the sword or the knee, I'm not going to know what you're talking about. Regardless, ridiculously, considering how much I've played this game, I just do not. Like, that's the kind of information that just does not sink into my brain. Can I get these guys to maybe split up their attack ranges again? Is that an option? Possibly, yeah. I could also potentially call just the boss over, but I don't think that's worth it. We had to get rid of this archer sooner. We can't leave him alive. Honestly, him having exactly pass and Hawkeye is what's causing this problem. If he didn't have exactly pass and Hawkeye, we could work with this. And if the boss didn't have Hawkeye, we could also work with this. But in a way, this is allowing us to test what could potentially be one of the most problematic skill combinations. If we are doing like if we're going for Iron Man consistency, this could be very problematic. If I bait the boss with Virion and Robin, I could then potentially use the Sully pair-up to escape. I did consider that. Let me, in fact, let me use the Lisa pair-up. That's going to allow me to get additional combats with Lisa, which I need. This will give us 14, which I think rounds up. 14 minus 9 is 5, and 5 over 9 is, yes, 55, so that rounds up. So this, but then so this doesn't fix our problem though, which is that we're still gonna have 2 points with 2 characters. So we have to get 3 points with 1 character, or we have to concede the fact that. So okay, so here's what's frustrating me. We could do this if we knew which of these pairs got 3 points. We could do this by allowing that pair to get 0 points for this chapter, but we have no idea. We could not even guess. There's no way for me to know which of these pairings got 0 points, because apparently the tiebreaker doesn't work the way that it says that it works. Okay. So I need this pair to move over here. In fact, now that I think about it, hold on a second. I actually need to heal Robin. Yes. Mirion can just stay over here. You can stay here. I think Frederick is fine this turn. The dual guard helps. Those dual guards are very important. In fact, he's actually out damaging us. Why is he dealing so much damage? He's actually out damaging us, even with the sword equipped. I think we got a bad HP and defense level up, so we're not... Number one, we're not healing as much from the forts as we were on the previous attempt, and number two, we're taking more damage per hit. I think that's what's happening here. This is a really good study in, like, good luck versus, like, bad luck. Especially on level ups. Because someone asked before about level ups. You're seeing it now, buddy. Alright, let's do this. Now, my main concern is that these two might just attack Frederick if they think they can kill him. I think they deal 11 damage, though. I don't think it... Yeah, it wasn't high enough to get the kill. Only thing is, I can't actually use Sully to escape now. Because I'm already paired up with somebody. Well, I can actually... Yes, I can. I can do this. This doesn't bode well for my prospects next turn, but it will buy me 1 turn right for right now. And then this guy has Frederick in his range, so he has to turn back around and start attacking Frederick. If I was absolutely insane, what I could do is move over here and either get rid of or severely damage this guy, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to commit to the plan that I've set out in front of me. Honestly, this plan is not going very well. But I can do this as many times as I need to. The big problem is I'm burning through heal stabs that I cannot afford to waste. I don't think this line goes anywhere productive. I don't think this is the way. I'm thinking of just resetting here. We're wasting a lot of time trying to break these enemies' weapons, and it's just not going to happen anytime soon. They're going to kill Frederick way before that, and we'll run out of heal stabs. We're going to run out of heal stabs, and even if we don't run out, we're going to use way more than we should be using. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna try to find a better line that gets us to a better position. Browser suggests doing it really quickly in normal difficulty. Have Frederick solo everything and then see which pair gets +3. So the problem is you can't see which pair gets the +3 because you don't get access to the support menu until after you beat both chapters. That is a massive frustration for me in terms of testing. It's very annoying that you can't see that information until after you've cleared both chapters, because it's very blind. Like, the measurements are very blind. You can't see which characters got 2 points over here and which characters got 2 points over here. It's just like, how can you see that information when the game doesn't let you see it until after you've tallied up all of this information? Either way, we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go like this. Can anyone remind me? I think we were at 6. I think 6 was the number we had originally. I'm gonna go here. This should be... I'm just gonna mark this as 27 because they're always gonna get 27. So there's no point in tracking that. I'm also going to mark this as 8 because we know they're going to get 8 points. We've got the same exact RNG as last time. We've got the same exact RNG as last time. Obviously because we use the save state, but I guess it's good to know. Well, you know what's really weird though? I feel like I tested before. I mean, I didn't test it extensively because I don't normally use save states, but I could have sworn in the past I tried using save states, or I tested out using save states, and I feel like the RNG wasn't the same on every time. You think technically I have average HP? Oh, I'm on -1 HP and -1 defense. So yeah, Frederick is very behind where he should be in order to do what we're trying to get him to do. Oh, I had Frederick paired with Virion last time, you're right. Because I led the boss around on a chase and I reunited my characters. That might be what we need to do. If we can pair up with Virion, we can get the extra defense. Good call out. Yeah, the Virion pair up makes a big difference. Sully could also be a good pair up, yeah. Hello, Snow Warning. Thank you for coming to today's stream. In the context of Ironman Run, it's probably worth it to go for high-risk, high-reward strategies for the first chapters. Kind of like doing risky openings on chapters because it's easier to reset early. Yes, that is front-loaded risk. It is a concept that I describe in great detail in my guide videos. And I actually talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I mentioned how I would be willing to use riskier strategies in Prologue and in this chapter in order to make the rest of the run more consistent. So what we're kind of doing now is trying to plan out, like, what are those risky openers and how can we do them in such a way to yield the results that we want, like high value, high productive results. Okay, we don't want Lisa here. And then we have to use the sword this turn because we're in range of the hammer. Let's see what happens. Okay, hold on, I'm not going to close out this level up yet because I want to track what's happened so far. That's a really good level up. So they just got 6 points. And I think that's it. The only other thing that's going to happen is that Frederick and Crom are going to get a bunch of points together, but that doesn't matter because they're going to cap their points anyway. Okay, I think the RNG has officially changed. I don't think this is the same RNG as last time. Oh no, this is the same. Because that guy ends up blocking that tile. Yeah, and then we kill this guy. And then because that guy blocked that tile, that puts us an entire turn behind where we need to be, because we didn't get to damage this guy. Very frustrating. And because the guy with the hammer's alive, we can't switch over to the lance. We have to do something about the guy with the hammer. We can't one-shot this guy. I have an idea that could potentially work. The only problem is Robin doesn't have enough HP to support this idea. What if I use the Silver Lance here? I just kill him before he kills me. So that's 9 Silver Lance charges. It's going to be 10 after we hit the Mercenary. We can also... is there any value to pulling the Archer away? I don't think so. Moved into a frustrating spot. Crumb's been missing a lot of dual strikes. Okay. We've got 10 Lance combats. We've made some headway towards meeting our support goals. This guy is still alive. The Archer is still alive. How can I reconcile this information? I feel like we have to do some variation of what we did last time, where we we were able to get all the characters to meet up on the bottom of the map. The problem is having less defense and less HP means that Frederick just can't survive here. He just can't survive long enough. If I hit this guy with my sword, I won't take any damage from him. Then I start moving these characters this way. Okay, I can definitely survive one more turn. Get over here. Frederick is still fine where he is. Now the enemies are probably going to move into a different position to threaten my other units. Can we get into a good position to swap around everything that we need to swap around? And not take too much damage? I think I can. So what I'd like to do is end Sully's turn here. Can Frederick reach that tile? Yes, he can. Okay, so I end Sully's turn here. This is something we can do on every attempt. Like, I'm pretty sure we can do some variation of this on every attempt. We're going to grab the Bronze Lance now. We're going to transfer Virion over so we have plus defense. I'm going to have Lisa heal. And then Robin move out of over here, so that Lisa can get away next turn. Okay, the boss moved into an extremely dangerous and very problematic spot. I guess you get what you pay for. Okay, if I move here now, I should be taking 4 less damage than I was on previous attempts. I got 18 experience. Okay, so I'm either on 11, I'm either on 10, 11, or maybe 12 lance rank. What's 12 over 15? 12 over 15 is 80%. That kind of looks like it could be 80%, but I don't know. It also could be like 75%. Guys, this does not bode well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. Okay, they can get out. The problem is I can't get both of these characters out of range of the boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. Yeah, I'll still get attacked by the boss. How much does he hit me for? 23. Minus 7. I mean, he doesn't kill me. So what if I move over here? Well, hold on, I can just let Robin fight him for... No, because if I do that, then Robin and everyone else is going to be stuck in the corner with the boss. There wouldn't be any way to get out. So if Robin moves here... Now, when Sully moves back, the boss will be able to reach and target her. And he will do so. The question is, can she now escape? I don't think so. No, but I can get Crom in the lead here, like this. This kind of works. We're getting somewhere. Oh, no, now Robin is kind of screwed. Maybe Robin's okay? Nope, Robin's maybe not screwed, but in range of being attacked. The boss, I don't know where the boss is going to go. I have no idea where he's going to go. Okay, he went for Crom. That's really good, because Crom can escape. Now Crom escapes. It's really janky, but it kind of worked. No! Oh my god! Why did I do that? I just double pressed the button. This happened at worse times, but that was pretty bad. I think Virion's dead. Cool story, bro. I think we need a better strategy anyway. That was not like what we need to do. I just feel like this has potential. Something's going wrong. We're getting like the exact worst RNG to make it so that we can't get rid of this one enemy that's then causing a ton of problems for us. What if I try to do something to change the RNG? Let's reset this to 6. It's actually going to be 9 now instead of 8, because we just got, we're going to fight this guy twice instead of only fighting him once. Problem is, I don't know how much damage we're going to take. I can maybe actually draw him out with Robin. I'm gonna go completely off the rails here. I'm going completely off the rails. I'm just warning you guys right now. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, he does go for Robin. We kill him. So this is actually going to be 8. It's not going to be 9. It's going to be 8. I got one fight with Lisa already. We did not get the same level up, so it looks like we're on different RNG now. Here's the tricky part now. Frederick is on significantly lower health. But we might be able to work with that. Robin, unfortunately, does not have a vulnerary, so we cannot use Robin right now. What we would have to do is get the vulnerary back into Robin's hands, but then Frederick is going to need it later, so just like the whole thing just doesn't work. If I move to... God, I want that Bronze Lance so bad. I move to this square, I'm not threatened by the hammer. Can I use that information for anything? Problem is the boss is going to catch up with me and start hitting me with guaranteed attacks. This guy also has guaranteed accuracy with Luna Plus. Okay. Well, we actually got the enemies to move in a different formation than usual. Go here. We have to use the bronze sword vulnerary. I think Frederick's just done for, but I guess that was valuable information. I guess we learned something. I don't know what, but I learned something. Alright. If I go up here, I can transfer Virion over, and then heal Robin. And then Robin stands here. Okay, so this is going to be... This should be a 6, by the way, not a 5. These two are just always going to be 27, so just put that there. I'm going to get... I'm not sure how many lance ranks. Actually, I'm not going to get any, because I'm not using my lance. Nice, completely unnecessary crit. Okay, so this is the big one. That's going to hit us very hard. Now we kind of have to dodge everything else that comes at us. We need to dodge these next either one or both attacks. That was a clutch dodge. Okay, we removed that guy, but the mercenary actually can't reach us now because he moved into a different position. Yeah. This kind of feels like a fishing expedition. It feels like we're just doing the same thing, but with different RNG, so we know exactly what's going to happen. This isn't really like Ironman consistent. This is like closer to tool assisted. I don't like the frustration of resetting over and over again to get the right enemy skills, but I think using the save state has created a different problem, which is that the RNG is now fixed, and it's leading to very specific outcomes. I disagree. So that would be 9. that did not go the way that I thought it was going to go. Let me examine this a little bit more and see if we can find a way to use this information for testing, but not unfairly or overly benefit from the fact that we know the RNG seed, because that can cause too many problems. We're min-maxing the first maps to try and snowball through the rest of the game. Snow Warning says, you wonder if any character will perform surprisingly well or surprisingly bad in an Ironman context later on, to the point that it's better to give them more or less investment early on than usual. I think certain characters who join later on are going to be pretty valuable because you don't need to train them. You want to restart to have more vulneraries? That's actually, you know what, Yokai, that's actually a really good idea. We wasted so many vulneraries in Chapter 0 that we did not need to waste because we got atrocious luck. And if we're doing this idea of restarting Chapter 0 as much as we need to in order to snowball through the later chapters, I think going in with just 2 vulneraries is really not the play, because resetting Chapter 0 doesn't take that long. But now that we're here with only 2 vulneraries, we're stuck in a much worse position. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna reset again. We got really bad levels, and we got really bad combat with Robin, leading to no vulneraries going into the next chapter. All right, so you know what? And also, before we do that, I'm gonna do the other suggestion as well. I'm gonna do a normal mode run that I'm going to use to plan. I need to see what the tiebreaker is. You can't plan if you don't know what the tiebreaker is. There's no way to plan something that is supposed to be deterministic if you don't know what the determinant is. There has to be some kind of determinate outcome. And we don't know what it is right now, so we can't plan for it. So if we go here, I'm gonna go to options, combat off, game speed, fast, skip actions, skip enemy movement, cursor memory on, tutorials. Where are the tutorials? Is anyone seeing tutorials? Tutorial message. They're called slide guides. You have to turn those off so that you can pair up your characters.
On my mark.
I'm gonna see, somebody also said you guaranteed kill the boss on the second turn with a pair up here. I don't know anything about that.
Ready?
That's 19 damage. That's 40 damage with the silver shard. Ah, you're right. You can always get the 2-turn clear. Cool. I'll keep that in mind for the future. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I don't play LTC anyway. But I guess it's sort of interesting. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're going to intentionally get +3 points onto, I think. See, the problem is we also don't know which pair caused the problem in the previous attempt, so that's a little bit of an issue on its own. But let's do, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with Robin and Lisa. I feel pretty confident about that. So let's do this.
Really?
This is the first time I played on normal mode in like 10 years, by the way. Look how few enemies there are on this map. That is so funny. That's like the funniest thing I've ever seen. Imagine playing a Fire Emblem game with like 4 enemies on the map. It feels like I'm playing Heroes. Okay, so that's 6. We're gonna track it on the regular sheet. So that's 6. Fortunately, these guys now overlap in their ranges, but I think we can play around that. Like so. That's 12. I'm gonna make sure you guys can see what I'm doing here. Go away. I'm actually willing to just go back and reset the entire run. This completely goes back to what we were already talking about before, where we have to start off strong and then continue from there. We can't get like a weak, crappy start and then commit to, you know, a 10, 20, or 30 hour long run, which has like bad RNG in the first 10 minutes. Like, just redo the first 10 minutes. Like, it's just such a common sense idea, but I need somebody to point it out to me. That was 8. And that was another 8. So that's 16 on top of what we already have. That's 28, which is 27, which is the cap. This should be the cap. Now, we're going to fight together with... I need 4 points. I need 4 points. I need 4 points for Lisa. 3 points doesn't work. Yes. It's because I'm male Robin, which means I pair up more slowly with female characters.
Listen, yeah.
I don't think that affected the last attempt because we failed to get the pair up with Crom. It wasn't with Lisa, but I have to make sure I keep that in mind when I'm planning out future attempts. I have to get 2 points with Lisa on each map. I have to factor that into my future plans. I'm actually kind of glad we did this because it made me realize something very important. Alright, you go here. 12. That's 6 with Lisa. That's 12 with Lisa. I'm scared that we're going to kill the boss before we get to fight together enough times. Is anyone else feeling a little bit concerned here? And I can't use the shiny spot because the shiny spot literally breaks the tiebreaker. This might not be possible to test on normal mode, guys. 12 plus 12. Yeah, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. There aren't enough enemies for me to gain the supports that I need. That's 12. Oh, hold on a second. I switched my sword. It's 18. Yes. This works. This is 24. And then this will be 27, which is the cap. Okay, so Crom Robin and Robin Lisa have both gained 27 points, which is the cap. So one of these pairs is going to get +2, and one of these pairs is going to get +3. We currently do not know which is which, but we can find out. Normal mode is so easy, guys. Oh my god, this is so funny. I feel like I don't even have to look at the screen. I could probably beat this blindfolded. You know what? You actually probably could. You probably could beat normal mode on blindfolded. That could be fun. That could be something to try. I don't know if I have the... I don't think it's my style of play. I don't think I could do it. But I do think somebody could do it. I would be extremely interested in watching that. That would be so fun. Alright. So I have to get exactly 1 point with Robin Lisa here. Because I need to make sure that she will be on 4 points if she got the +3. And then Crom will be on 3 points if he got the +3. So we'll only get 1 C support. So in order to enable that, I'm gonna have Frederick run around and start cleaning up enemies, and then just let Lisa get like 1 combat. Get into any really good positions. I'm pretty sure like normal mode is so easy, I just kill this guy even with using a silver lance. Okay, let me go here. and then here. Crom, you're gonna just run away. Okay, now we do have to make sure we actually beat the chapter, but I don't think that'll be a problem. So that's 6 points right there.
Captain Crom.
Now the issue is we only want to get another 6 points. We don't want to get another. We don't want to get too many more points because it'll mess up our plans. So we're gonna have to go like this. We need Frederick to just now destroy everything, as God intended. One, two, three, 4, 5. Here, I should be able to get attacked. Oh, I can't even move back that far anyway. Oh, okay, hold on a second. If I use my Thunder Tome, this should be fine. I'll get 12 points. Yes. Okay, I get 12 points here. Now, looking at the table, we should either get +3 here and a C support, or +3 here and +1 here and a C support. And then the other character is only going to get +2 over here, and that's going to let us know who wins the tiebreaker. And if it says that Crom wins the tiebreaker, then we're in a very bad position because it means I'm extremely confused about what happened. Because the way things went down, I would very much think that the deciding factor was Lisa. But I could be wrong about that. So we're going to find out. Is this the guy with the hammer? Oh, there is no guy with a hammer. I should be able to just clear the rest of the map now. Just make sure I don't get any support points on the characters that I don't want to get support points. So that it doesn't mess up the testing. I wonder if Virion can beat the boss in normal mode. It almost seems like it should be possible, right? Ooh, he moved into a really good position too. Virion, is it your time to shine? Yeah, he can't even damage me. Wow. He will move into 1 range though and attack me from there. Still funny though. Yeah. Tanky Virion. Alright. So whoever gets the C support here is the one who wins the tiebreaker. That was very fast, by the way. That was a very fast test. Much faster than what we've been doing. Okay, Crom and Robin win the tiebreaker. So why did Crom and Robin not get their C support on the last attempt? I don't understand. So the tiebreaker works the way that it's supposed to work, except it just didn't. Yes, Crom is higher on the list. Crom wins the tiebreaker. What about Frederick? Robin, Crom, Robin. I can't see any way that Crom and Robin should not have gotten their C support on the previous attempt. The only way it makes sense to me is if for some reason Frederick gained a support point with Robin first and then rounded Crom down to 2. Which then caused Robin to already have 3 points with Frederick and then round Crom down to 2. Or the other thing I was considering, and we mentioned this briefly before, but I do remember on that attempt, we had something that looked like this. It was 24-27. So possibly the tiebreaker only happens... how do I want to explain this? The tiebreaker rounding happens before... No. How do I want to say this? I don't know how I can phrase this in a way that makes sense, but what happened is this would round up to 27, and then Crom would win the tiebreaker, but because this was already at 27, it caused these points to be assigned first. +3 here, +2 here, and then Crom only got the +1 because he was the last one left over before the rounding occurs. So the tiebreaker occurs before the rounding. I think that might be what happened. Skywing, you also think that maybe I just made mistakes when I was taking notes? Yeah, that could be true. The hammer guy does not exist on normal mode. Tricky, what did you miss? I'm doing testing in normal mode to try to figure out the tiebreaker rules, which now make even less sense to me. When I get to the official Ironman, am I going to be resetting if anyone dies, or am I going to keep going forward if one unit dies? When I start the official Ironman run, I am just going to play it through, and in fact, I will intentionally sacrifice characters to make strategies more consistent if and when I need to. But it's not something I'm going to incorporate into my plans. It's something I'm going to save for situations like if I get backed into a corner or something. I will intentionally sacrifice somebody if I have to. I really wish we could make more progress. We're not making as much progress as I wanted to make today. But we've learned so much information. We have learned so much information. What I would like to do is at least get back to Chapter 2 one more time with an attempt where we have all of our stuff sorted out correctly. Okay, I'm absolutely going back to plus magic minus strength. Plus speed is atrocious. It's trash. My birthday doesn't matter. I'm not making it to Chapter 5 today. Yeah, you keep going forward in an Ironman. I would only reset if Lisa, Frederick died, or of course if Crom or Robin dies, then it's a game over. Yeah, I'm definitely going to stack Donald. His greatest contribution is literally making that chapter more consistent by pulling enemies away. Ironman or not. Skip movement. And cursor memory on. Okay.
Right.
So we should be able to guarantee this kill then. For some reason I never realized that you could just do this. Reset for Vake probably because his pair-up is too good early on. What do you mean reset? Oh, like if he dies. If Vake dies, reset. I'd consider it, but I would definitely consider sacrificing him if I needed to. I've done runs where I didn't really use Vake very much. He's good, but he's not like essential. Like you can get away with not using him. I feel like the essential characters are the 4 that we're planning around right now. Robin, Crom, Lisa, and Frederick. Like those 4 are the cornerstone of your run, especially if you're focusing on consistency. Alright, let's clear everything out. And let's come up with a better idea of exactly which supports we need. Because we have to keep in mind that Robin and Lisa they must get 4 points together. And it seems like Lisa does not win the tiebreaker over Crom. So I want to get... like these 2s and 1s don't work. I have to think about Robin in terms of 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And I have to make sure that Lisa ends up with 4 points total at the end. I'm pretty sure I'll get 3 points with Lisa here if I want to. And then I only need to get 1 here. But the thing is, it's actually much easier to get pair-ups with Crom here than it is here. So it might be... I mean, I'm always gonna get... It's just coming back to the same thing. I'm always gonna get 3 with Lisa, but I don't know how the tiebreaker works because we just tested it and it didn't work the same both times. So we can't plan around this. I mean, we can do it this way. We can plan it this way. We can plan it this way. 2 here, 1 here, 3 here, 0 here, I guess. Yeah, no, 1 here. It has to be 1 because we have to get 4 total. 1 here. Well, oh no, because then we can't do 1 and 1. They don't overlap. It's causing problems. It's causing problems. Okay, let's assume we just tested it. Crom wins the tiebreaker. 3, 2, 1. That means Crom can get 0 here. And then Lisa can get 2 here. And then Frederick can get 1 here. That doesn't work because then Frederick doesn't get his C support. What is the total amount that we have available? It's 6. No, it's not 6. I'm stupid. It's 12. 12 minus 3 minus 3 minus 4 is 2. I have leeway. I have leeway. I can make this work. Okay, so let's do Lisa 3. Frederick. Let's leave these blank for now. I have to get 1 here. Then some combination of 2s, 3s, and 1s here. These have to be 3 and 2. Which doesn't really work, because we're not going to get that many combats with these characters in this chapter. What if we do 3 here and 1 here? The only problem is if we do this, we can't do the water trick. If we do this, we can't do the water trick. Well, hold on. This will be 2. This will be 2. This will be 1. So 3, 2, 1. 2, 1, 3. Does this work? I think this works. Then Crom can get 2, and then he's going to get 3 here anyway, so it doesn't even really matter. And this works because Frederick was going to be on 3 and then 2. I think this works. If we plan for this, I think this works. I think we can do this.
Shall we then?
2 plus 2 for Lisa and then 0 and 3s for Fred and Crom works, but it's very tricky to do so because of getting 3 points with one of them on chapter 1 is going to be pretty difficult because I'm going to be separated from them for most of the chapter. X says live Garrick reaction. What is Garrick? You mean are you making fun of me because I'm taking so long? Is it the monastery? Ooh, Hawkeye Luna. That's a nasty combination. What if I go take him out because he has Hawkeye and Luna? All right, what are our goals here again? Crom and Robin need to actually do a lot of fighting. Robin and Lisa need to do a little bit less fighting, but they're going to get pushed down by the tiebreaker. We think they're going to get pushed down by the tiebreaker. We feel reasonably confident about that being true. Okay. I'm going to try something.
Really?
I'm going to try a different opener than usual, but I have to because of this guy having Hawkeye and Luna. And remember, we're doing testing for Ironman consistency. So we want to find something that's going to allow us to figure out something that works on Ironman. So if we do this, we have to go like this. We'll kill this guy. This looks pretty okay to me, personally. Okay, I have to. Sorry, I wasn't keeping track of things though. So Frederick used his lance 3 times. Crom and Frederick fought together 3 times. And did not get any dual strikes. So that's 18 right there. Robin, Lisa, Frederick. Robin, Lisa, Frederick. Crom, Lisa, Frederick. I know there's a way to win from. I mean, there's a way to push forward from this position, but I'm trying to see if I can get any support points right now so that I don't have to worry about them later, especially in terms of tiebreakers, which we apparently still have not solved. Like if we go here and we get 24, this is going to cause Crom and Frederick to be on 27, which seems to be one of the main things that was causing. I could potentially be one of the things that was causing issues. I'm going to believe in the tiebreaker rule. So we go here. Will this guy be able to reach us? No. That's 4 silver lance charges. These two just fought together again. That's 24. These two fought together. That's 6. Now if I go like this, that's 6 for this pair. Then you one-shot this guy. And that's another lance charge. That's 5 silver lance charges.
Yeah.
Next, I'm gonna go here. I like how I've gotten to the point where I can consistently beat the map. The question is more, can I consistently get the experience onto the characters, like support and weapon experience onto the characters that I want to. Like if I just wanted to beat this, I could definitely beat it, like without even thinking. This map has officially been solved. Oh, Garrick's portrait was on the port the entire time. Oh, his name is Garrick. Okay, I thought you were talking about Garrick Monastery. I thought you were making fun of me for taking a long time because of the monastery and 3 houses. His portrait was on stream the whole time I was brainstorming. I set up 2 Robin Crom kills together. If I attack the left barb, it should work out. Do I also include the support points from fighting adjacent to Robin? I think I missed it. Somebody got a +2 somewhere. I won't worry about the +2s unless it really comes down to it. Frederick also just got a huge experience boost, yeah. Do I get points for Frederick plus Robin? I don't think they've fought together yet. They were standing next to each other, but it's not a big deal, because the order that we want to do, this 3, 2, 1 order, actually follows the tiebreaker rule. So if I just get everybody as many points as possible, the tiebreaker will naturally sort things out in the order that we want. But what we have to do is make sure that we get the points onto the characters. Like, we have to make sure that they fight together. At least enough times to get the minimum number for what they need. In which case, like, Frederick and Robin only need to fight together 1 time, so that's nothing. This guy, ooh, he has Focus and Hawkeye. That's really bad. It's not, like, impossible, but it's very tricky. I also need to give the vulneraries over. So I feel like this is one of those things that's going to burn through a bunch of vulneraries, which is going to cause problems. Or we're just going to get crit and immediately end the run. Give him the vulns. Pair up with him. Go up here. Alright, moment of truth. He's going to have like a 13% crit rate against me. It's absurd, and he's also guaranteed to hit me now. I also didn't get far enough away to do the water trick either. That was stupid of me. It's going to mess up everything, assuming I don't just get crit here. Yeah, his crit chance should be like 30%. 13%, sorry, not 30. 13%. I just have to dodge 1 more crit, technically. Let's see if we can do it. I can also kill this guy right now. Get another Silver Lance charge. Perfect. Dodged another crit. Got another Silver Lance charge. Crom and Frederick are officially at 27. Robin and Lisa just fought together 2 times, and they're about to fight together. No, yeah, they fought together 2 times, and they're about to fight together a third. So that's 9 times 3, which is, no, sorry, 6 times 3, which is 18, plus 6 is 24. We need to make sure Robin and Lisa... actually, we don't need to do anything else with them, because we're trying to get them to round down to 2 anyway. We do need to make sure we hit this attack. Got it. Alright, we're pretty safe. We got good rollover experience, too. 35 points. HP, strength, magic, speed, and luck. Love to see it. Okay, now I can move out into the water and be completely safe. Now I'm going to pull these enemies back this way. Is there any way for me to get Crom and Robin back together to fight the remaining enemies? There's just... my characters are too split up. I don't think there's much I can do. Yeah, we don't really need these support points, but there's not anything better to do with Robin and Lisa right now. We also have to do this. This takes a few extra turns. Excuse me. Alright, we're gonna go down 1, and then this is gonna pull all the enemies over this way. Then we're gonna go back up. Well, they moved into weird positions too. I won't be able to attack them. It'd be funny if they were smart enough to do that on purpose, but they're actually not. Go here. We're not going to get very good rollover experience because of the way things turned out. Maybe I can do this. I would like to get them to shuffle their positions if possible. Didn't work. Okay. There's still one more way to possibly do it, which is this. Nope, that did not work. I will try a little bit more. In fact, I can do this. Pull them all to the right, and then pull them all back to the left. Perfect. That shuffled their positions around. This should allow me to get a nice kill. Okay, so we go here. This is going to give us 15 experience. And then this is going to give us 14 experience, which is not enough to level up. Perfect. Then we're going to attack... Oh no, actually we got... experience decay doesn't even kick in yet, so we got another 15. Now we're going to get awesome rollover experience from this kill. Beautiful rollover experience. Oh my god, if we could plan this out to be like more consistent, that would be so good. And that was a really strong level up too. And I got D-rank tomes already. Alright, Robin and Lisa are now on 27. We have to get Crom and Robin to 27, and we have to get Robin and Frederick at least to fight together one time. Those are our 2 remaining goals. In order to do that, I would like to reconvene near the center of the map. Okay, perfect, actually. Can Robin reach? Not exactly. I can pair up with somebody, though. Crom and Robin need to fight together. I have to make sure Lisa can get out of range of the... Actually, she cannot get out of range of the enemy. That's an issue. I can work with this. Okay, so I pair these 2 up. Frederick stands here with a bronze sword. Crom stands here with the falchion. Now I pass Lisa over to Frederick, and then I pair up with Crom. The enemy should prefer to attack Crom. Indeed he does. So Crom and Robin got 12 combats, or 12 points, 12 support points, 12 combats together. Now I'm going to pass Robin over to Frederick. Frederick is going to kill this guy. That's going to give us 7 Silver Lance charges. Robin and Frederick should now be on 6, and I'm going to make sure that you guys have the updated version of the sheet. Sometimes it doesn't update until I click over there. Okay. So we have met all of our goals except for one. Crom and Robin need to fight together until they get 27 points, and I am making sure that I get the full 27 this time because I think that might have been what caused the problem last time. I'm not certain, but it potentially might have caused the problem. I also have to be careful because Lisa beats Frederick in the tiebreaker, but Crom and Lisa, I don't think they're going to gain enough support points for that to matter. You stand here. I got a Dying Blaze. That's actually kind of useful. I'm not going to use it because I don't want to. I don't want it to interfere with our 100% consistent Ironman planning. But I could potentially see myself if I was doing the actual Ironman run. I could absolutely see myself using it. Okay, so 12, 24, 36. Okay, we've encountered the same problem as last time, which is that Crom and Robin are going to end up on 24. I think there's actually a problem with Plus Magic Robin. He deals too much damage. He kills the boss too fast, and I can't get the support points that I need. This works, but I have to play around a crit, which is not ideal at all. 10 plus 12 plus 12 is 34. That still kills. I have to dodge 2 crits here in order to get the support points that I need. If I want to get them all the way to 27 to make sure that I don't get screwed over by some kind of tiebreaker rule that I don't understand, I have to get them all the way to 27. Which means I have to dodge 2 crits here. Or if this fails, I have to get them more... Oh god, I wasn't even at full HP. Okay, well, I have to get more combats between Crom and Robin earlier in the run. That's what has to happen. Starting over. That was a really good attempt, too. That was a really good attempt. I'm very frustrated about that. I'm very mad at myself. I'm starting to lose focus at 4.5 hours.
Crom, we have to do something.
Skywink says, whatever I presumed the first time worked. We already had an attempt where I got all my support points I wanted, but I missed the Lance rank. No, that's not true. I didn't get all of the support points. That's the whole issue. On the last attempt, I got all of the support points that I wrote down all of the support points that I got, but I didn't get all of them. Something happened. One of the tiebreakers rounded in a way that it's not supposed to work, and that kind of just screwed up all of my plans. So I have to start over from square one. That's why we're back here again. They did have one adjacent interaction earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do better at tracking the adjacent interactions, but I don't feel confident in the fact that that actually happened because I wasn't taking notes on it. Like, I'm only gonna believe what I have written in my own notes. I could go back and watch the archive, but that's not gonna make a difference anyway because I already screwed up. Hello, Garrett. Thank you for coming to the stream today. Garrett, you used to understand Awakening support system, but then you got jumbled in with the Faiths system. Okay, we should be fine. This should be a okay opener.
Really?
So they're on 6. 1 silver lance charge. In fact, let's just do this. 4 silver lance charges. 6 times 4 is 24.
Right.
I think the tiebreaker, I think what happens, hold on a second, let me go back to Serene's Forest. I think I might understand what I got wrong. I'm wondering if the tiebreaker only kicks in if the characters have the exact amount of points, not the exact amount after rounding. Because that would explain why Crom didn't get the points that I thought he got on the previous attempt. At the end of each map, support points are rounded to the nearest integer. I know that already. If a character has gained support points with multiple characters, the support points are reduced to 2 for the pair with the second highest points, 1 for the pair with the third highest points, and 0 for the pair with the 0 for the pair with less points. I completely understand what happened. On the previous attempt, it looked like this. 27, 24. In this case, Crom and Robin is the pair with the second highest points. This is why they got rounded down. I have to make sure that I get them to 27. The tiebreaker only happens if the exact value is tied. It doesn't count the integer value. Yeah, when we got to the last time, Crom and Robin did not have their C support unlocked. That's why we had to restart. Oh my god, we got brutalized there. I think we're dead. Unless we dodge this. Okay, we dodged this. Okay. This is very, 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 very good. This is very good. These two are already on 27, so we have to get Crom and Robin to 27 before the end of this chapter. We have no other choice. The good thing is, we can do this. This. And now we can enemy phase this guy with... I would prefer to use Crom because he has a more consistent hit rate. That's 6 points right there. I am considering going after this guy as well, unless he has a crit. If he has a crit chance, I'm not going to risk it. I have to risk too many crits already in this. I'm pretty sure he has a pretty high crit chance. Yeah, it's 7%. I don't think this is... Is this worth 6 support points? I just don't see how we can get them to fight together again later in the chapter. This is you know what? This is front-loaded risk. This is front-loaded risk. 9%. 7%. If we dual strike, do we kill? Ever? Seems to be the answer is no. Didn't get crit. Okay. So that's 12 points right there. Now, Robin, Fred are gaining 2 points. And Frederick's gaining 1 more lance. So that's 2. That's 5. I'll make sure you guys can see everything I'm writing. Now the frustrating part is that after we've done all of this, we're still at risk from this mage up here. This mage right here is the one thing that makes this like not 100% consistent, especially because he pulled Luna. When he pulls Luna, you're in a lot of trouble. That's kind of the worst possible skill for him to get. It's even worse than Hawkeye. Like, as bad as Hawkeye was, Luna is significantly worse. I just healed them, right? So I have to make sure I keep in mind that I got those 2 points. It might matter later on. We got 10 experience this time. Not as much as last time, but better than nothing, I suppose. I'm going to grab the other vulnerary. I'm going to heal you. In fact, it actually might... Yeah, these extra, like, 2 points, these 2 extra points from healing here and there actually might matter, because I remember before Robin and Lisa ended at, like, 24 points. And I had to kind of go out of my way to let them get 1 more combat, or I could be misremembering. No, never mind. They ended up doing a bunch of water trick fighting. It ended up not mattering. Okay, so if Crom and Robin fight together. I messed up my positioning. If Crom and Robin fight together 3 more times, which they will fight together 3 more times against the boss. 3 times 6 is 18. 18 plus 12 is 30. Okay, so this will work. This will work. This will get us the tiebreaker that we want. The good thing is he does not have focus. He just has Luna. The problem is he deals so much damage with Luna, it becomes very difficult to fight him. I just noticed something. What if I kept Robin over here next to Crom? I would be getting an extra 2 support points every time they fight together. Plus, it could potentially reduce the enemy crit chance. I don't think it will, because I don't think we would have enough support partners. But it might. So the big problem is Luna. Yeah, when he pulls Luna, like, that's it. Like, it's over. It's already over. I heal up to 14 and then he kills me. I could dodge this. That's it. That's my only chances if I dodge this. Well, hold on. I can do this. Problem is, we're coming back to the same thing as the previous attempt. I'm burning through way more vulneraries. I cannot afford to use this many vulneraries. If I can get this kill right here, right now, I'll keep this attempt. Okay. That was... How many combats was that? Was that 4 or 3? I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're going to go up to 27 anyway. Someone let me know if Robin and Lisa just fought together 3 or 4 times. I want to get better at my tracking. Garrett, you're going to go back and watch through things. You just got off of work. How was your day? How was your work day? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the reason why we don't do the right side, is because if you do that, then the mage can target Crom. You're absolutely right. It was 3 combats. Okay, thank you. So that's a plus 18. So they're at 22. They're gonna hit 27 anyway, but I think it's important for me to get better at my stat tracking. Like this right here. That's 28 right there, which just caps at 27. So we've already capped. Ooh, good level up. And now we're like beyond capped. Okay, so the remaining goals, we have to get Crom and Robin to fight together 3 times, which we can do against the boss. And we have to get... Oh, I messed that up. You're supposed to kill this guy first, then kill this guy. Maybe it doesn't matter. I'm gonna find out right now. This maybe stops me at like 95. Okay, never mind, it doesn't matter. So we have to make sure Robin and Frederick fight together 1 time. And we have to make sure Crom and Robin get some combats together. What I would like to do... I'm gonna try something. I want Robin and Frederick to pair up. It's not gonna work. Oh, I also can't get away now because... Okay, that was really badly played. What I wanted to do was something similar to last time, where I had Robin and Frederick pair up to attack this Myrmidon, but it just didn't work. I have to lure the enemies up to the top first, not the bottom. I can do this. No, I can't. I have to do it this way. Does that matter? Yeah, it actually matters in a huge way. I feel like I should have more movement than these guys. I just can't get past them. They're blocking me. Okay, I can do it this way. Hold on. Unequip. If I unequip, then I don't use any resources. This could also potentially cause them to split up. Nope, they didn't like splitting up. Okay. Okay, let's get them to move up here. Get them to move into this corner. I'm actually kind of scared. Let's get them to move into this corner, and then that will allow us to reunite our other units on the bottom, like we did last time. here. I'd also like to go to this position. Okay, so from here we can do this and this. Perfect. I'm a little worried about Crom's HP total. It won't be fine. Actually, Robin's HP is not looking great either, is it? No. Okay, we're fine. Silverlance here. Separate with Crom. Robin pairs up. Nothing equipped. Go here. Lisa, heal your brother. Now, Robin and Frederick will gain 6 points, putting them to 10. And Frederick just gained his 6th Lance experience point. I feel like we got 7 last time. I don't know how we got 7 last time and only 6 this time, but I'm not sure. Next, I would like Crom and Robin to fight this enemy if possible. Should be doable. So I would go... I can go here. Transfer Robin over. You stand over here. Okay, we should get at least 1 round of combat. That's 6 points right there. It's 18. This is giving us much better margins for error. This guy also does not have pass, which means I can use Lisa to my advantage. Only problem is I don't think I can heal for enough for it to matter. Correct, I cannot. Because I will take another 10 damage. I will take 19 minus... No, I'm going to take... It's going to be something less than 19. I don't know how much. Hold on a second, I can do it this way. I'll take 11 damage plus 3. I'll take 4. Actually, I'll take 14 damage. I think I survive on 1. Is that worth risking? Hold on, let me check the archive. How much damage did he do to me? Have I ever done a regular Lunatic Ironman? I actually don't think I ever did. Funny enough. Alright, let's go back a few minutes or a few seconds. I need to see how much damage that guy did to Crom. Because the stream is so long, the archive footage is also very long, so it's going to take me a second to find the exact second I'm looking for, because I have to watch through like a minute of content to get to it. Okay, yes, I was on 19. So he's going to deal 14 damage to me. I'll watch a little bit further just to confirm that, but it should be the case that this guy's going to deal exactly 14 damage, which means I will survive on 1 here. Why am I so slow? I hate watching myself play. I play so slowly. It's mostly because I'm sitting here talking to myself for like 2 minutes before I decide, like I'm doing right now, talking to myself for 2 minutes before I decide each move. And then when I go back to test it out, then I have to watch myself sitting there doing nothing for 2 minutes. Trading my inventory. I think I got scared about whether or not I had actually equipped my items, so I just traded my inventory to make sure I would re-equip them. Okay, I transfer Robin over. Now Lisa did not heal. No. The enemy dealt 14 damage. Okay, I'm right. I can transfer Robin over to Lisa in order to heal more. Yeah, but I need Robin and Crom to be paired together. That's the whole point. I'm doing this so that they get one more one more combat together. I could also switch Robin into the lead potentially. I didn't consider that. No, never mind. Robin would have been cooked. Alright, so he can't reach Lisa because he does not have pass. He cannot kill Crom. And he will not attack Frederick because he would prefer to attack Crom, I think. Let's see what happens. Perfect. Got an extra +6. That puts us at 18 + 6. That puts us at 24. Now all we need to do is fight the boss 1 time, and this will push all of our tiebreakers into the exact spots where we wanted them to be. And there shouldn't be any conflicting elements here. Frederick is getting 2 with Crom and 1 with Robin. Robin is getting 3 with Crom, 2 with Lisa, and 1 with Frederick. Everything there checks out. This guy does have Vantage. For such a reason, I'm going to... In fact, you know what? Is this worth... Can I pick up another Silver Lance charge here, or maybe do something else? I don't know who... I actually don't know who to give this kill to, or what to do with this kill. Because I don't want to have to redo all of this again later, I'm going to go for this Silver Lance shot first. Got it. Okay. So Frederick is now on 7 Silver Lance charges. So if we get far enough into the run where we're actually, you know, doing the main thing that I want to do, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to have enough lance experience, because I have really gone out of my way to let Frederick attack with the lance as much as possible. Pair up here for more healing. I don't think Frederick actually needed to be healed there. That was a little bit of a misplay. Actually, neither did Crom. I should be saving these heal stabs. I should not be wasting them. I need to make sure Robin's at full. Robin is at full. I've got all my combats with everyone except for Crom. I only need 1 additional combat with Crom. I'm not going to waste any more staves. I gotta make sure the vulneraries are in the right hands. They are currently not. I want to give 1 of them to Frederick, keep 1 of them for myself. Now we have twice as many vulneraries as we did on the previous attempt. Big difference. Give me something good here too. I will absolutely take that. We wasted a little bit of that experience, but Frederick sitting on 99 is fantastic. No crit chance from the enemy, small crit chance from us. We really don't want to crit, but actually if we do now, it doesn't matter, because this will roll us up to 30 points anyway, which will then round down to 27. Okay, so we're officially on 27 here. Assuming everything works, assuming there's nothing that like works completely different from how I think, this should be good. If you get a weapon rank Sparkly, you can potentially save Silver Lance charges. Yes, that's true. Yeah. If Lisa grabs Robin, she heals Crom for 1 additional HP, and then Crom takes Robin back and then doesn't attack. Yeah, that's true. That could have worked, but we didn't need to anyway. But you're right. That actually could have worked. Honestly, it's actually pretty common for Frederick to end this chapter on either 99 experience or even gain a level. So, ooh, nice Lisa. We didn't get like super lucky or anything here, but we did get a little bit lucky. I'm actually going to allow dual strikes this turn. No dual strikes. No, that would be stealing experience. Does he have Vantage? He has Vantage. Alright. Ooh, I missed. Gotta play around that. Yeah, we shouldn't have wasted those heal staff charges earlier. Because of that miss, we just wasted 2 additional heal staff charges. That is going to... We're going to feel that later. We're going to feel that in Chapter 3. Not anything I can do about it now, but we are going to feel that later. Who benefits the most from this kill? Crom or Robin? I mentioned this during the previous attempt, but I'm pretty much leaning Robin, honestly. Also, the enemy doesn't have Luna, which means I don't have to heal the full. Yeah, I only have to heal the 17. So I can just win right now without wasting another heal staff. Perfect. Okay. And we get some decent rollover experience. We could have gotten more, but I mean, that's the level of optimization I'm not willing to get into. I would have loved some speed there, or magic, but defense is good. HP is good. Skill's not useless. I could have gotten Frederick a nice little level up, but I wasn't going to do that. What I honestly, if anything, I would have given the boss kill to Frederick to give him like a bunch of rollover experience. I don't like sneaking over the edge, like 99 over to 6. Like, you don't get much value out of that. If you go from like 99 experience to 30 experience, that is a ton more value, because you're getting more rollover experience onto the... Oh crap! I forgot to save before going in. I saved before moving though, so it's not a huge deal. I hope I saved. If I didn't save, this is a disaster. If I reset and I find out that I didn't save, I'm just gonna end the stream because I can't do that for any additional time. I have something else that's kind of important that I need to do that I'm making somebody wait on me. I do not want to make wait for me. All right. So assuming the tiebreaker rules are correct, Crom Robin should be on 3. Robin Lisa should be on 2, and Robin Frederick should be on 1, and Crom Frederick should be on 2. I think we met all of our goals exactly. Now we need to make sure we get the remaining goals. We have to hit them. We have a little bit of leeway, but not a lot. Following the plan that we have written down is going to make things more consistent. Also, let me click over here to make sure you guys are seeing the most recent update. I did save. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hawkeye cannot deal with that. What I like to do is save after moving just because it leads to slightly faster resets. Yeah, okay. Like you don't have to watch that animation every time and updating the world map every time. And moving your character up to the next chapter every time. X, you're gonna head out now. Good luck. Thank you very much. Hopefully I can win with good planning and I don't need good luck, but it seems like some amount of luck is required, or at least not the worst possible luck. We can't deal with the boss when he has Luna, so we're not going to do that configuration. It's actually kind of funny now that we tested it and I realized that the boss doesn't need to have Hawkeye. It kind of works out to be the case that him not having Hawkeye is a little bit better, just because we don't get into a situation like last time where we kind of got soft locked on our save state. Because the enemy was hitting Frederick every single turn and Frederick just couldn't tank through it. Where on the other hand, if he doesn't have Hawkeye, you can switch to the sword and then heal on those turns when he's missing his attacks. No Hawkeye. Very easy to deal with skills. What does the Archer have? The Archer does have pass. We won't be able to trap the Archer. I think that's fine. I would like to make a strategy that works when the Archer doesn't have pass. And then if he does have pass, we just, like, count our blessings. Okay, let's save. Okay, so this is going to be our new testing save state. If you Ironman, how do you handle Chapter 1 skills? I mean, I would just do what I'm doing right now. You can Ironman. You can do either a resetless Ironman, or you can do an Ironman with resetting. It's up to the person who makes the rules. It's up to the person who's doing the run. If somebody wants to do it without any resetting, they are welcome to do so. It's something I want to try in the future, but I don't feel like I have everything planned out to that level yet. So I have to rely on resetting for skills in certain situations, especially like this. Alright, so I go like this. I'm gonna use... God, I really don't like wasting Silver Lance charges here. Sucks. I mean, the Silver Lance isn't that valuable, but it's definitely not like... It's not something that I can just waste charges pointlessly. I'm thinking of using the sword, honestly. I'm thinking of using the sword. I'll use it this turn. I'll use it this attempt and see how it goes. I'm also going to do this, so I don't have to keep remembering how many charges I've used. So I'm going to go like this, so we're going to get 2. So we're going to have 9. And we're going to have Crom and Frederick. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to write 27 here, because these two always get enough combats together. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to measure how many combats they're getting together. He's gone. Crom did dual strike. Doesn't matter. We don't have to make a note of that here. We got defense and HP. That's going to help us out. We unfortunately did not get speed or strength. Didn't get a dual strike there. That's probably fine. Alright, so we can draw this guy out and get Robin and Lisa a combat together. So let's do that first. So this is going to be 6 points for Robin and Lisa. Very important. We have to get them to 27. Or we don't have to get them to... Well, we have to get them to a high enough level where they will win a tiebreaker, if needed. But they can otherwise round up if they must. Okay, now we're going to go sword. And just really hope for the best here. I'm willing to accept any number of dual strikes. Okay, we got that kill. Lift him on 1. That's okay. This is the one I really want to get rid of. Okay, that's a problem. Ah, come on! Now I have to waste an entire additional turn just fighting these guys. This guy doesn't have Vantage. I can just kill him now. Is there any square that only the Axe Fighter reaches? It doesn't seem to be the case. Go here. Go here. We're gonna get 2 additional points. It's gonna put us on 8. And we're gonna go here. You guys heard the grunt of anguish today. And what's annoying is that now we know the way the save states work. We're now locked into this RNG. Like we cannot reset for better RNG. We're just stuck with this. And it sucks. This is trash RNG. This is so bad for what we're trying to do. We just got like everything that we did not need or want. I mean, they both have Vantage. So it's better to use a Vulnerary here. If I pull the archer away, I'm never going to get enough Lance experience. It's just not going to happen. There's just no way out of here. Wait, we're encountering the same problem that we did last time. I think cornering this archer might be a lot harder than I was giving it credit for. I think this is very tough to do. Especially when you get like the worst possible RNG and you just leave all these enemies alive, who definitely did not need to be left alive for this many turns. Okay, I mean this is a start. Problem is, Robin and Lisa need to fight together at like a considerable number of times. See what happens if we go here. I got a Glass Lance. Not at all what I want. Okay, that's 8 plus 6. That is 14 points. Don't think he kills me. He cannot kill me. So if I move here and attack him, that is 20 points. Fortunately, I cannot get these guys out of range of the enemy. What I can do is this. Just get him to attack Sully, I guess. This guy's not going to hit me if I keep my Bronze Sword equipped, so I'm going to switch to the Silver Lance. So he can actually hit me. Oh, he did go for Robin, okay. So that's 26. Now if Lisa heals me, I'll go up to 27. So that's 27. Robin and Lisa are now capped. Now we need Robin and Frederick to get +2 points. So we have to make sure they fight together a couple times, specifically while Frederick's over here training his lance rank after the enemy boss breaks his weapon, which now we have to sit here and wait for him to break his weapon. It's going to take a minute. And let's make sure we don't forget to move off the fort before his weapon breaks. Seems like his accuracy is pretty good, that's for sure. Which is good, because that's making this go faster. Oh, did he? Hold on, did he get Hawkeye? No, he didn't get Hawkeye. He's just rolling like crazy. Okay, 18 more turns of this, or more. Probably more. I'm just gonna heal back up. I don't think he can hit me when I have my sword equipped. Alright, back to the lance. Let's see what the people in chat are saying. Not getting strength on Fred's level up really bit us. Resetless Ironman on Lunatic Plus is a colossal pain. It's a lot more fun on Lunatic. Yeah, like I could see myself doing that on Lunatic, obviously. The thing is, like, when I say that I will allow resetting, what I mean is that once I hit, like, start chapter, everything's locked in. But I can reset as much as I need until I see, like, once I see, like, a good enemy starting formation, I can hit start chapter, and then I can start playing. But once I do that, like, I can't, you know, I can't just, like, reset over and over again until I win. Like, I have to play things out however they go. The reason I pulled the archer away was just to get combat between Lisa and Robin, because they have to get 27 points this chapter, and they weren't getting it. Now he wants to miss me. I'm just over here mashing the button, guys. The birds finally stopped chirping. Yeah, I technically start chapter 1 like when I enter the chapter, and at that point, yeah, like whatever happens is locked in. It's still an Ironman run. I'm just allowed to do as much prep as I want before I start each chapter, and that necessarily includes like resetting the game if I wanted to. Which, if you think about it, like that's pretty fair anyway, because like let's say for example, this is a hypothetical, but it's like, if I went into the game and I prepped all of my units and I used all of my tonics and I set all of my positions, and then I decided I'm not ready to play the game right now, so I saved it and then I turned it off. When I came back later the same day and turned it back on, the enemies would all have different skills. So, like, where do you draw the line, you know? If you want to force yourself to go with whatever RNG you get and not, you know, be allowed to pause or not be allowed to reset for skills, it could definitely make for a more interesting challenge. It is something that I want to try in the future. I'm just not ready for it yet. Alright, we're getting close. We've got 4 uses left. 3 uses left. I don't think Frederick's going to be able to get enough lance experience, though. That's the problem. Yeah. And like even if you wanted to do it like in good faith and like only reset, you know, like only save and leave the game and reset in situations where, you know, you were legitimately going to stop playing, it's still very difficult to measure that because, you know, maybe you see a really bad enemy configuration and then that makes you feel like I don't want to play right now. Alright, so the enemy should be locked into this position. He has pass, so I can't really force him to stay there if he doesn't want to, but I'm not going to waste any more heal staff charges. I've used way too many already. Okay, so first things first. Hopefully fish for some more lance rank here. I think I got it. I did. Perfect, okay. So that's like maybe a +1 or +2, who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how it works. +1 or +2 or +3. Could be anything. Could be any number from any existence. Okay. So what do we have to do now? Crom and Robin have to fight together one time. Robin and Fred need to get at least 14 points. I think I can do that. Oh yeah, I can definitely do that. Trade over your bronze lance. Nope. Robin, stand over here. You here. We do not want dual strikes. They will cause a lot of problems. You're gonna go here. You're gonna use your new bronze lance. That is 1 lance combat. That is 6 points for Robin and Frederick. I'm also very much prepared to test the weapon experience gain. I want to see when it cuts off, and we can test that. One. This should be 2 and 12, and that's going to be 11 lance charges we've used. Now I'm going to make a save state. I want to see if I get the 3rd point or not. Okay, so we get that point. You can see that Virion's a little blue mark appeared down at the bottom for Virion. So that means we will get our 3rd point. So we're going to load state now. We're going to go back. Now we need to unpair these two, switch, separate. Now Frederick will get 2 points with Robin, which will put them at 14, which is exactly what they need to be at. We're going to definitely get a 3rd weapon experience point, and we're going to be at 12 lance rank, plus 1 or 2, who knows. Now I'm going to test and see if we get a 4th point of weapon experience. I believe someone earlier said that 3 was the cap. Someone else earlier said that 5 was the cap. So we have to test it ourselves and confirm what the truth is. We can get a 4th point. We can get a 4th point. So we're going to load our state. We're going to go back here. So this combat, Robin can move away now. I mean, there's no reason for them. I guess if they want to stay, they can. That will put us on 16. Four points of weapon experience guaranteed. Confirmed. 13 lance charges. Plus either 1 or 2, we don't know. It says it's random, so even if we confirm something here through testing, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a rule. So it seems like we got +1 from the shiny spot. Shiny spot, +1. So we should be on 14 out of 15 right now. If we're still capable of gaining lance experience, we should be able to get 1 point by attacking 1 more time with a lance. Going to save state. Slot 2. We're going to test with Virion again. We still get the point. So 5 points, you can get 5 points. I think 5 is the number. Because I've heard people have said the number 5 before. Nobody has ever said more than 5. So this should be 5 points of weapon experience, 14 out of 15 lance rank, and 18 support points with Robin, which rounds exactly to 2 points. And this should also, with the +1 from the shiny spot, this will give us A rank lances. Confirmed. Okay. Now we need to make sure that Robin and Crom fight together at least one time. Which is not difficult to do at all. Hold on a second. Before I do that, I'm going to do one more save state. I'm going to see if you get a 6th point of weapon experience. I don't think we're going to get a 6th point. I've never seen anyone say that you get 6 points. Yeah, we didn't get it. Okay, so 5's the limit. So now we know. It's 5. I'm going to trade the elixir over to Frederick. He needs an elixir, he needs a vulnerary, he needs a bronze lance, a bronze sword, and a silver lance. That's fine. In fact, no, he doesn't need it. Excuse me. He doesn't need the bronze lance anymore. Sully needs the bronze lance and the glass lance. I'm only going to have her use the bronze lance because we can't guarantee that we're going to have a glass lance in future Ironman attempts. So I would rather plan around us having potentially only one. Anything else that we need to do? Have we met all of our other goals? Crom and Frederick are on 3. Crom and Robin will be on 1 after they attack 1 time. Robin and Lisa are on 3. Robin and Frederick are on 2. It looks like we got everything that we need. Organize our inventory. Should we trade their vulneraries? I wonder. I'm not sure. Killing this guy, unfortunately, might be a little bit frustrating. We might need to rely on, like, dual strikes and stuff. Yeah, we had this problem last time. Okay, they officially have 6 points to... In fact, I think Robin just dual striked and missed. I could be wrong. I should have been paying better attention. But I think I just got 8 points instead of 6 points. It doesn't matter, it rounds up either way. I'm gonna go like this. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna use this opportunity to train Frederick's sword rank and fish for dual strikes with Crom as well. Yeah. Oh no, I can't train his sword rank. We just finished determining that that's not possible. Well, whatever. Let's get some experience onto Crom then. I can actually do this too. Nah. We can just keep hitting him with the falchion because, well, it doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost any gold to use the falchion. I really need to get a good level up on Crom here. He is not doing too hot. Man, is there any way for me to like chip this guy down more consistently without wasting valuable items? I don't want to use the iron bow either, because the iron bow is actually pretty valuable, especially if forged. I can't hit the guy. I literally cannot hit him. Who has the better accuracy? 67? Well, 100's better than 67, that's for sure. I should have been doing this the whole time, but hold on a second. Alright, let me switch Frederick back into the lead now. Let me also get Buran out of the way, because I don't want to mess up anything with... It seems like Frederick can get 1 point with Virion, and it won't cause any problems, but I don't want to, like, risk that possibly not being true. Once I get his health low enough, I'll have Crom switch into the lead and then hopefully finish him off. God, he heals so much. It's because he has HP plus 5. and the forts give percentage-based healing, so he's getting a ton of healing because of his inflated max HP. This is crazy, guys. Come on. I'm burning through so many bronze sword charges. This is not worth it. I mean, but we have to do it because there's no other way to get the benchmarks that we do. Crom, please. If you're gonna dual strike every single turn, at least try to land one attack. There you go. Only problem is now the boss is gonna heal. I can't dual strike now. Because if I dual strike now and I kill him, then Crom won't be able to get the experience. In fact, how in the world do we get this guy down to low enough that Crom can even take a kill shot? Crom deals how much? Oh, Crom deals 9. Okay, hold on. Go like this. Go like this. In fact, I'll even go for a Thunder Dual Strike if I can. Please hit. No? Okay. We got another chance. We should have 10 attack. Nope, we don't have 10 attack anymore. Hold on, don't Dual Strike with Sully. I need to make sure Crom and... oh, crap. I'm pretty sure Robin beats Sully in the tiebreaker. I hope. Well, they only gained 2 points together from standing next to each other. They didn't get 6 points from fighting together. Okay. Please be a good level up. I really want this to... okay, that's good. That's actually really good. Strength, speed, and defense, and HP. That's fine. That's, like, among the best stats. Alright. Now, this should be... 3, 2, 1, 3. We should have 2 plus 3, that's a C support. We should have 3 plus 1, that's a C support. We should have 1 plus 2, that's a C support, that's the most dubious one. And then 2 plus 3, that should also be a C support. I'm not going to save yet. If everything went according to plan, we are really set up for an extremely consistent Chapter 2. Crom and Robin, we got. Okay, that's a relief. That means the tiebreakers seem to work correctly this time. Crom and Frederick, we got. Robin and Lisa, we got. Robin and Frederick, we got. We got all the pairings. We got all of our C supports. We've got A rank lances on Frederick. Now I want to see how good this opener looks. This Chapter 2 opener now looks. This has been 5.5 hours of planning. Yokai says you couldn't ask for better. I mean, maybe +1 skill or something, but yeah. We got everything, even A-rank lances. Okay. So this should now deal... it's dealing 25. Isn't that the same as last time? It's because we got... last time we had 14 strength. This time we have 13 strength. Is that true? I missed the strength level up somewhere along the way. Okay, so I think one-shotting this guy is not going to be possible. However, one-shotting this guy later on in the chapter is going to be pretty much guaranteed now. So I still think this was worth doing. And also, if we want to one-shot this guy, we can actually do it by pulling him off the forest. Like this. So with the Vake pair-up, we're going to have 30 damage. When he loses his defensive bonus from the forest, and we gain +4 damage from Vake, we can still guarantee this one-shot. So this is still doable. Let me show you. So right now we have 29 attack. When he moves off the forest, we're going to be dealing 30 damage. This is still very, very much salvageable. The issue is, if you enemy phase this guy, it leaves him alive, which causes a lot of problems because he can just go wherever he wants and harass all of your other units, which messes up your opener a lot. So I don't really love the position that we're currently in. We might just have to bite the bullet and go for like a Frederick Crom. You can't, if I'm gonna make Ironman consistent Lunatic Plus strategies, I cannot rely on the opener where Frederick and Crom dual strike this guy. It's just not gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna get that dual strike every time. So I have to come up with something more consistent. I have to. I got screwed over by the strength level up, but this is kind of a good thing in a way, because now it's forcing us to come up with a strategy that works even when I don't get the strength level up. I have to come up with a strategy that will work even under these conditions. I'm gonna start. And I have to make sure that this guy cannot be standing on a forest or any other tile when I fight him either. I'd have to go like over here, but then this guy would be able to attack me from the mountain, and I think he's going to be very inclined to attack me. I could try to bait him into attacking Stall or somebody else, but I don't know that he will agree to do that. Well, if I'm going to be doing this, let's do it this way. I've done this opener before, yeah, where you start on this tile. So let's do this one. Silver Lance. Now we're going to kill this guy. We're going to kill this guy. We're going to badly injure this guy. We're going to take some damage from him. We're going to injure this guy. We're not fast enough to double anything. Now, the issue is setting up a situation where this enemy only has valid targets that we want him to attack. One of those is going to be Stall. Lisa can reach this tile. I can pair up with Robin. Or Crom in that tile. This guy has 26 attack. He actually one-shots Crom if he has Luna Plus, so we can't rely on that. No. Crom will reduce his damage because I'll have Weapon Triangle advantage. So either Crom or Robin should be able to survive this. So let's think about some things. Let's think about how to make the best use of maybe our support pairings, because he also has Zeal. No, he has Gamble. Even worse. We have to reduce his crit chance. So let me try this. Go here. We've got this C support. I'm going to put Stall right at the edge of his range. Oh, that was a misplay. Okay, well, let's reset, I guess. Browser Jr., you think the Barbarian always goes for Stall unless Robin or Veer on his range? He doesn't always goes for Stall. He very consistently goes for Stall, but sometimes he just does random crap that you would never expect. If there is one type of enemy in this game that is difficult to predict their AI, it is Barbarians. They just never behave the way that you want them to. And there's probably a good reason for it. It's because they tend to have crit chance. They tend to have like middling accuracy rates. So their AI for who they choose to target is often being influenced by like their hit rate as well as their damage and their crit chance. So depending on whether or not they roll Gamble, depending on whether or not they roll Luna or Hawkeye, it can change which character they prefer to go after. And I think there's some element of randomness to it, although I haven't quite solved that yet. So I'm going to try to do the same opener, but smarter this time. Robin should be guaranteed to survive. Crom could be guaranteed to survive, but well, hold on. If Crom's guaranteed to survive, then why not use Crom? Because I don't really need to train Stall. Oh, hold on. Okay, Stall can't get away. That's probably one reason. Put stall here, and I'm gonna put Crom here, and then we'll see who he likes to go after. Okay, he likes to go after stall, not surprising. Now we one-shot these guys. And we got the strength level up there, by the way. That's frustrating. Alright. That served a secondary purpose of pulling a lot of enemies to the right-hand side. Unfortunately, the left-hand side looks pretty egregious. I don't know if we have a way to get through this, especially because this guy has pass. This guy having pass is a huge problem. Any character who stands within range of this guy needs to be capable of taking a Luna hit from a soldier with a steel lance. And needs to make sure they're not going to get doubled in the process. But we also have to get rid of this guy. I mean, we can start with this. We have a crit chance. Pretty good crit chance. Didn't get the crit. What would we do from this position? I think we have to find a way to not get this guy to run to the left, because if he runs to the left, it makes everything else nightmare difficulty. Having Frederick run over and kill this guy probably would have been smarter. In fact, that was absolutely the correct play. I'll keep that in mind for the next attempt. Yeah, we should have had Frederick just run over and kill this guy. Now what? 22 minus 3 is 19. Get +2 defense from Vake. I can survive if I pull Vake over. I don't get doubled, right? No way. Equip your Iron Axe, equip your Fire Tome. Something smart to think about might be, where do I want this Lancer to end his turn? Here is good, here is good, here would be great. I can potentially, I don't know if Sully can take an attack. She takes 15 plus 4 damage. She takes 19 damage, she'll be fine. Right? Will she be fine? 22 minus 3. 19, yeah, she'll be fine. I stand here. I can send Stall over here, and then Crom here. I think he goes after Sully. Yes. She survives. Muriel survives. Nice dual strike. We can actually get a shot here. This is very interesting. This has a lot of potential. I did not set that up intentionally, but the way that works is very, very good. I'm going to keep that in mind for future planning. I'm definitely not going to be doing a full Chapter 2 plan to clear today, because I have dinner plans, and I want to go to those plans. It's already 4:30, so I have to finish up the stream soon so I can take a shower. Yeah, this opener actually worked better than I thought it would. This Muriel thing right here, and she survives on 1, that's great. If you can survive on 1, that's all you need. That's as much HP as you need. This also sets up a situation where I can take the Iron Axe from Vake. I can take the Iron Axe from Vake and use it here. How much damage am I gonna do? 7 plus 14 is 21. Minus 4 is 17. That's actually just exact lethal. Interesting. Wow, this is very interesting. I wonder if this is adaptable to Lunatic. If this works, this should be very, like, extremely consistent on Lunatic. In fact, I'll have Vake with me. So I'm going to be dealing even more damage. So I go here. I hit this guy with the Iron Axe. Now, the only problem I foresee is how do I get my other characters back on the other side of Frederick so that they can't be hit by this Lancer. That might be one concern. These birds are driving me nuts, guys. Yeah, I don't see how to get all of these characters out safely. Well, I can leave Robin in their range. I mean, Robin's gonna be fine. So, go here. In fact, I could even... Interesting. If Sully had more health, or if I had a different character, if I had paired up if I had paired Chrom with her instead of Virion, I could have sent them up here and then baited this enemy, potentially. All right, let's just do what we need to do to survive for this turn. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to want the stall pair up. So I'm gonna stand here, and then I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna transfer stall over, and I'm gonna let this Lancer's gonna attack Robin probably. He might actually go after Frederick now. No, he still goes after Robin. Ooh, nice dual strike. Now the one in danger is Chrom. We have every single one of them has pass, so the only way we can prevent this from becoming a disaster is if we block all of these tiles, which is actually kind of doable, but the problem is this tile right here. This tile is going to cause many problems for us. Many problems, more problems than you could ever know. Maybe we can use this. I have an idea. I have an idea forming in my head. So we go like this. We keep the Iron Axe. I'm going to use the Vulnerary. Lisa is going to heal me. Now I have to block all of these tiles in such a way that the enemies cannot attack Lisa, despite the fact that they have pass, and the person who stands in front needs to be capable of taking an attack from the enemy, from any enemy in this group. So they need to have at least... They need to have at least 7 speed, and they need to have at least... This is going to be tricky. They need to be able to take a 26 damage attack from an enemy with Luna. It's probably Robin. In fact, I can't even get Robin up. I can't even get Robin's health high enough now. What about Virion? Can he get 7 speed? He would need to get a +2 speed buff. He can't get it from Sully. He gets +1 from her. He can get it from Chrom, but if he does that, then this guy's probably going to kill him. 26 minus 3. Nope, 26 minus 3. It's 23, yeah. Browser says this opening can be even more consistent because I would be able to kill even with 13 strength Vake because of the weapon triangle. Or, sorry, 13 strength Frederick because of the weapon triangle. if I was using the Iron Axe. I can use the elixir with Robin. No, because I can't get it. Well, yeah, I can. Well, I have to make sure I block all these tiles, but I think I can get it. I think you're right. I think Robin elixir is the play, which is stupid and annoying, but should be viable. If I do that, it would be 26 minus 5, which would be 21, which I take. This is actually very frustrating, because if I could just get to 22 HP, I should survive. I can also bank on dodging. Alright, so we gotta make sure that we're blocking all of these tiles here. So Muriel needs to move up 1. 1. I'll actually just do this. Perfect. Go here. Trade. I'm gonna grab the elixir. I'm going to unequip my tome. And then I'm going to use the elixir. This is so that Robin will not kill the spear fighter. If Robin kills the spear fighter and then opens up a second space to be attacked, Robin will die. We do not want that to happen. So the axe guy didn't even go after Robin. The reason is because the enemies don't know that they have Luna. So the axe guy did not know that he had lethal. Even though he had lethal, he did not know that he had lethal. That's why that happened. I had a suspicion that might happen, but it's not something I'm going to base my entire strategy on. Now, if I go here, transfer you over. I can go here. Body block Robin. Go here. Take you. Separate. You go up here. Switch. You're going to heal Robin. In fact, hold on a second. While you're here, you're going to trade the Fire Tome over to Robin. And take the Thunder Tome. You're going to heal Robin. These two are going to move into a plus-shaped formation, so I can use them for repositioning next turn, as needed, if needed. Perfect. Okay, now we can start picking up kills with characters that we want to gain experience and or support points. So I'm not planning everything out for this chapter. No matter what happens here, I'm not going to be saving the results. I'm just testing out like how well did our preparations work towards making this Chapter 2 opener consistent. And I have to say, even despite the fact that we got strength screwed with Frederick, this has gone very well. This has gone extremely well. The fact that we actually managed to get out of this corner speaks volumes. Tricky says this is a nice showcase of playing around pass. Yeah, I love playing around pass. It's very fun. Have I ever done a video that talks about these plus-shaped formations? I mentioned it in my Chapter 1 guide video, yeah. I talked about, I used it in that video. You use Robin and then Lisa here, and then you have Virion pair up with Sully, and then Sully runs up here. She passes Virion over to Robin, and then she pairs up with Lisa, and then you can get to move both units away. And the end result is that Sully ends up moving like 14 tiles across the map on the turn where she joins. She starts in the bottom right corner and she ends up in the top center, if you use the opener that I used there. Yeah, the fact that we've gotten pretty unlucky like over and over again on these chapters is actually useful information, because it's allowing us to plan around the worst case scenario, which is going to be even better when we get attempts where we get good luck, because then, you know, we're going to have much better outcomes. All right. Would I want to train Muriel? I can't do it when she's on 1 HP anyway. The only thing I can do right now is have her run away. Robin is doing fine on experience right now. Crom is kind of badly in need of experience, so I'm going to try something like this. Crom here. Problem is, he doesn't have great hit rates against the rapier users. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Crom stands here. He doesn't have good rapier accuracy, but it is what it is. I like this. In fact, I may even give him the Vake pair up. Is that a good idea? Is he getting any skill from Robin? He's getting... Never mind, he's getting a good amount of skill from Robin. That's not a good idea. Separate these two. Get these two out of here. Do I need to heal Sully? I don't think so. I wasted too many heal stabs already. Go like this. And you go over here. Alright, let's see what happens. Perfect. I can get enough damage. Can I guarantee my hit? Seems like I have pretty close to guaranteed accuracy. Alright, if I'm going to use Muriel, which is very likely, I have to think about who I'm going to pair up with her in the long run. Like, who is going to be her partner in the long run? Or am I just going to use her in the short term to get through these early chapters and then bench her later on? Yeah, we have free healing on this map. Browser says this stream has really showcased the importance of routing supports and knowing how to actually manage them. Yeah, it made a huge difference. Without all of this planning, without 5.5 hours of planning, I don't think I would ever consistently get a C support on Lisa, Robin, Crom, and Frederick. Like, that entire group all getting a C support together, like, really like, that's gonna make so much difference moving forward. The extra stats, the ability to reduce the enemy crit chance, like, we're getting so much out of this. Without these supports, I'd have a lot less wiggle room. We got free healing over here. Alright, so what I could do is, in some way, shape, or form... Yes. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna bother with Muriel. Unfortunately, I don't have enough magic. Yes, I do. Stand here. Go here. Switch. Give me back my Thunder Tome. Perfect. I have just enough. Then we go like this. We're gonna grab Crom. Then we go like this. We're gonna pull Crom over to the lead. And we can either, if we have to, we'll give the kill to Frederick, but I would like to give the kill to Crom, and it seems like we can. I'm gonna use the Rapier here, just for consistency. I probably should have checked if that guy had Vantage. I did not check. I got bailed out there, just by good luck. Now we can Fort Heal. That went extremely well. That was a very painless Chapter 2 opener. Yeah, Crom and Robin both got an extra kill. For the time being, I'm gonna be focusing on Frederick, Crom, Robin, and Lisa. I know I talk a lot about how team-based strategies are more fun, and they give you a lot more flexibility than like solo carry strategies, but if I'm focusing on Ironman level consistency, I do want to keep the size of my team small and funnel the experience into the units that I'm going to be using in the long term, which for right now I know for sure is going to be Frederick, Crom, Robin, and Lisa. I don't know if I'm going to end up using any of these other characters, so I don't want to spread out my experience until maybe I come back on later iterations. Like, maybe I find out later, like, hold on, having, you know, Muriel would be very good, in which case I will, you know, try to get experience onto Muriel. I'm actually going to give this to... No, not Lisa. She's going to get plenty of experience. I'll give this to Robin. Just because, unlike Frederick, he benefits more from weapon rank or experience, whereas Frederick only benefits from experience in this case. Hello, Milton. Thank you for stopping by today. Yeah, we're having a much longer stream. Much longer stream than yesterday. I really love this game, so I'm more inclined to play it for longer periods. Plus, we just kind of got into something that's like really interesting and really fun, like this idea of planning out Ironman consistent strategies. I'm not done yet. I'm not done with the planning phase. I'm not ready to start, you know, what would be a real run, but I have made some very good observations. I've tested out some very important things, and I feel like I could get an Ironman run off the ground at some point in the future. I'm not ready yet, but I've got a good amount of testing done. Okay, the only thing left to do is heal up Muriel, and then I think Lisa as well. Vake does not need healing. And we're going to think about what opener we're going to use for the bridge. Browser says it helps that these 4 are consistently the best units in Awakening. Planning an Ironman around them makes the most sense. The question then becomes, who else do I add or include? Because Ironmans do benefit from having sacrifices, or by having some comparably good units. Yeah, there's definitely other units I'm going to be adding over time. I'm almost for certain going to be adding Saria. She is so good. She has impressed me so much. She has impressed me like so much recently with my recent testing streams and other playthroughs. She is such a great unit. I'm also into the idea of having Robin go into Mage instead of Dark Mage early on, because I'm not going to really need Dark Mage until later. Like when I have access to infinitely viable Nosferatu, it doesn't really make sense to go into Dark Mage first. Going into Mage is going to give me +2 magic, which is essentially just +2 free damage, and potentially if I stick with Sage, it's going to give me Tome Fair. It's going to allow me to level up by using a staff, which means Robin's going to be getting a ton of experience, even when they're ramming into the experience cap. And then later on I can just switch over to Dark Mage, and then I'll be able to use Nosferatu, because I'll already have A rank in Tomes, and I'll have Tome Fair, and I'll have Magic +2. I haven't committed to that idea yet, but it's something I've been playing around with. Alright, so right now we have 26 damage with the Silver Lance. This means we only need 3 attack, because he's going to lose 1 when he moves off the forest. So if we can find any pair-up that gives us 3 attack, we can use that pair-up. We don't have to use Vake, necessarily. We get +2 from Stall, that's not a good sign. We get +2 from Sully, that's not a good sign. We get +2 from Virion, that's not what I wanted to see. I think we would need the C support from Virion. And the A rank in A rank in Lances. And like a good strength level up. So in the end, we end up having to use the Vake pair up anyway. Unless we can somehow get +3 from like Robin or something. I doubt it though. Yeah, especially because I'm minus strength Robin. Alright, so we're gonna be using Vake anyway. It's fine. Let me make sure I need to give them back the elixir. And the vulnerary, I think. Now, I would like to use Rapier. This is, I need to make sure I'm getting minus 10 crit. So let me go back to my parrot page, my dual support page. I want to make 100% sure that I'm doing this correctly. So in order to get minus 10 crit from the enemies, I have to get 3 points. I'm getting 2 from Crom, so I just need 1 additional character standing next to me. In this case, it's just actually going to be Lisa anyway, so I'm actually getting 4 points, but that also boosts my hit rate, so I should be able to use the Thunder Tome without any concerns. Now I have to think about who's going to occupy this tile, or if I have Frederick fight both of these enemies, or potentially all 3 of these enemies. Can Frederick fight all 3 of these enemies? This is a very important question that I've never really asked before. 23 plus 26 plus 23. That's 72 damage. One of them has Luna. One of them has Luna. So we're going to minus 18, minus 18, minus 9. We're going to take 27 damage. We actually take this. No question. If I just move Frederick here and equip the Silver Lance, we just take out all 3 of these enemies. And because we're trying to do a Frederick centralized strategy, I think this is a good idea. I am going to give Vake back his Iron Axe. I think dual strikes are worth going for here. Let's start getting our other characters into position. Now, if I remember correctly, Lisa needs to be standing below me. Let me confirm that. So when I move to the left, she will be able to move to the left of me and then heal me. That's correct. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to hope for a crit or a dual strike. Got it. Now Frederick's going to stand here. We're going to fight all three of these enemies. One shot. Love a dual strike there. Didn't get it. In fact, we missed our main attack. We got an iron sword. I have to be careful that Frederick's inventory does not get too full. It is already quite full. Alright, now I can pull... interesting. I thought there was a way to pull just the boss over, but it didn't happen. Right? Isn't there a way to pull just the boss? It's usually not this tile. It's usually this tile. Why did that happen? I think the boss moved into a different position because of where Frederick's standing. This, like, screwed up my entire opener that I normally use. So maybe I can't do that. Or if I'm going to, I have to make sure Robin's here. Huh. I mean, I can still fix this. I can go like this. Go here. And then I'll use the Muriel pair-up for extra magic. And then Lisa here. This should be fine. Is 10 speed enough? Yeah, 10 speed's enough to not get doubled. Okay. $19 plus 13 is not quite enough for this kill. So I'm gonna go like this. I can actually move on to the fort, which is great. And I can even have Sully standing next to me, which is also good. I've been using Stall a lot lately, but I have to start thinking about a Sully-centric strategy, because she does a much better job of pairing up with Frederick, which is a important thing for what we're trying to do here. Okay, so if I get a dual strike here, oh, I forgot to use my vulnerary. This is probably going to be bad. 26 minus 8 is 18 damage. Yeah, we're actually going to die here if we don't dodge, because I forgot to use my vulnerary. Well, I was going to say, if we get a dual strike with Vake, we can kill this enemy, but more importantly, we actually just have to dodge this attack in order to not die. Dodged like a champion. Now, unfortunately, this didn't really pull the boss out of position. Yeah, because now he moved into a spot where he just had overlapping ranges with all of his bros anyway. I can pull this guy over. Is the Fire Tome enough? Yeah, the Fire Tome should be enough. Okay. How much is he going to do to me? 22. Minus 4. That's 18. How much does Lisa heal me for? Okay, hold on a second. I can do this. Go like this. Go here. Pair up. Switch. Transfer Crom over. I have exact lethal, and with the magic bonus from Muriel, I can heal Robin enough that they will survive Luna attack. This guy... Oh, he actually has like almost no chance of hitting me, but still. Alright, let's go... here. I can use the Bronze Lance now, or Bronze Sword now, and a Vulnerary. Now, these two are just gonna get out of here. Sully, continue building support with Frederick. She's actually building minimal support, honestly, but better than nothing, I guess. Got another clutch dodge. His hit rate was a lot better because I had to move off the fort, so that dodge was pretty clutch. Strength and speed, very nice. This should be exact lethal. Now, the question is, what direction are the enemies going to go? It seems like only one of them is actually chasing my units on the left. I can probably use that to my advantage. Even with the Vake pair up, I don't get this one shot. It's frustrating too, because if Crom had gotten that dual strike earlier, we could have actually just defeated that guy. What if I move here with the bronze sword equipped? That's going to cause these two enemies to attack me. I will enemy phase this one, and then the boss will just like break a weapon charge. Which, honestly, funny enough, we could actually do the same thing with this boss. We could have him break all of his weapon charges, and then use him for training. If we really wanted to. Like, if I really, really wanted to do that, I could do that. That would be Iron Man viable. So I'm going to go here. The only question is if these guys kill me. The Lance guy's a little bit scary. If he moves after the other two, and they both hit me, I might be in danger. But I suspect, excuse me, that's not going to happen. I got really bad hiccups. Now, unfortunately, I can't keep healing to the extent that I was before. Because my health is too low and I don't have any vulneraries. I can possibly bait this guy over with Crom, though. Certainly. Is there any way to heal Robin and survive this? What am I getting from Robin? Plus 4 speed? Plus 4 speed doesn't matter. I should be able to do this. Stop. Okay. This will buy me an extra turn. And then we'll have these characters run away. Alright, let's see what the spear guy does. I'm interested to see that. I think he'll go after the character that I want. Yes, he will. Ooh, nice dual strike. That was pretty clutch. This guy having Luna ended up being a big problem. Honestly, the biggest problem was that the boss didn't go in the direction that I thought he was going to go. Normally, when I play this map, the boss always moves. When I do this opener with the river, the boss always moves over here, and then I can fight him over the river. But for some reason, it didn't happen this time. I think maybe what I did differently, maybe I'm supposed to have Robin move forward or something. I honestly can't remember, but something weird happened. Something weird happened. The boss moved like way over here instead of moving to his normal position, like over here. He moved over here. I think because he was going after Frederick, because I put Frederick so far out in front. Could Vake, if I wanted to, could Vake get this kill? 15 plus. Oh no, definitely not. No, he cannot. He cannot take that. And actually, hold on a second, I can do this. I could even enemy phase, so this is like, even if I mess this up, like even if Vake misses, it doesn't matter, because I'm enemy phasing anyway. So I go here, I got axe experience too. I'm considering the merits of training Vake. Alright, we can hit for 12, exact lethal. Muriel hits for 11. I think taking the Muriel pair up and then healing Robin is going to lead to more consistency. Because I can do this. I can trade for the Fire Tome. And then I should be able to get a guaranteed accuracy. Very fun. Very fun stuff. Alright, let's see if Vake can pick up a kill. If he does, that's going to be epic. If Vake picks up a kill here, I will consider incorporating him into my plans for when I come back to this chapter and start doing some serious planning. Got the kill. Interesting, he likes to go after Frederick and Vake rather than like severely wounded Crom, which also triggers a game over. I did not expect that. I actually have a couple of extra heal stabs left over too. Alright, let's use this plus shaped formation again. Just enough to reach, okay. And then I'm gonna move these two like Well, I don't want to move them too far back. I'm going to move them here and see what happens. Okay, perfect. I actually want to do this. I go here. I should be prepared to run in and attack the boss next turn. As needed. No. Pair up with Robin, please. You just need the falchion now, you don't need anything else. Now, the boss does have a 2% crit chance against me. I could remove this, but it would require me to stand in a tile that's very far away from Frederick. Am I okay with doing that? Yes. Because I should be able to kill the boss on the following turn no matter what. So I would rather play around the 2% crit. So first, I'm going to get Sully out of the way. You are going to go here. I'm going to put Lisa next to you. And we'll put Stall there as well, it doesn't really matter. Take this, we hit for 12, we get a dual strike. Now, as long as we can heal Robin above 17 HP, which we can, Robin can guaranteed kill this enemy. Can we give the kill to Crom? The scary thing is that he has Vantage. However, if we can remove his crit chance, if we can get minus 10 crit avoid from having 3 support adjacent partners, we can make it so that he can never crit us. The problem is we can't heal Crom before he attacks, because he's in the rear position right now, and he will die, because he'll take 16 damage guaranteed. Maybe not. Maybe not. Am I getting any defense from Robin? The answer seems to be no. So if I trade like this, like this, guaranteed. Now he only deals 14 damage to me, and he cannot crit me anymore. Should I use a heal staff? Is it worth it? No, it's not worth it. That is an extremely consistent Chapter 2 Lunatic. I will use the rapier here, just to guarantee this. That feels extremely consistent. I scuffed so much. I did not get the luck that I wanted in several sections. I made a few misplays even. The enemies didn't behave the way that I thought they were going to behave. They went completely off the rails from especially the boss. The boss went completely off the rails from what I typically expect, and we still managed to clear it. I feel very, very good about this. I feel like I have chapters 0, 1, and 2 at the level that I would want them to be at for Ironman consistency. Having said that, I'm not going to save. I'm going to do better support routing and weapon rank and experience routing for Chapter 2, and I'm going to come back to it in a future stream. But this was extremely informative. This was very useful information. I didn't get any supports. Like, that's a bad sign. The fact that I did not get any supports. Like, I could have gotten some supports if I wanted to. Especially, like, if I am considering the idea of using Vake Crom might be good. Or even Vake Robin. Well, not Vake Robin, because I'm using minus strength Robin, but Vake Crom would be very good. This gives him the attack power and the defense that he wants. I have not looked at the chat in a little bit, so I'm very sorry, guys. I wasn't looking at chat. I was very focused on the game. But we did get out of Chapter 2, finally. I'm going to close this poll. I'm going to spend a little bit of time chatting, but I would really like to go out today, so I want to end the stream pretty soon and go take a shower, get ready, and then go out. Browser says, I could have pulled the boss if I didn't have Frederick attack all three. Yeah, it seems like having Frederick fight all three of those enemies caused the boss to move in a different way than normal. The problem of using Vake and Frederick is that they don't build support. Yeah, it always feels like a waste having them fight together. If Saria is appropriately leveled up, or if I just delay the chapter far enough, you can pass down Vengeance or even Tomebreaker. True. Very true. The only problem... Yeah. No, you're right. Transferring down Tomefair to Morgan is good. And then starting in Dark Mage, yes, that is... yeah, and she immediately comes with Hex and Anathema. That is the exact build that I have in mind. That is the exact build that I have in mind. That was one of the big reasons why I was considering the idea of going... Like, if you're going to be playing with male Robin anyway, maybe you go into Mage, and then into Sage, and then you pass down Tomefair to Morgan, and then you can have Morgan start in any class that you want. So you could have him start in Dark Mage by having Saria as a mother. There's a lot of other things you could do with it, though. There are other things. There are other ideas you could consider, but I've been thinking a lot about which classes the characters start in, which skills they can pass down, and which classes the children start in. And what's really great about Morgan is that you can choose their starting class just by choosing their mother. I'm gotta make sure that I'm not gonna save today, because I want to go back. I want to revisit chapter 2. I want to make sure that I route everything out in chapter 2, not just, you know, seeing what works and what doesn't. If I'm going to use Sully, do I think it's a good idea to make her support with Kellum? That way you could pair up Longku with Vake and Fred with someone else. I think Sully can very quickly get a C support with Frederick, Kellum, Longku, Vake. Like, she can get a C support with multiple characters very quickly, and it's not even a big deal. Yeah, I also could have just broken... I could have also broken the boss's weapon and then used them to grind for experience, which I'm probably going to do once I come back for, you know, more realistic Iron Man style planning. Let's see, anything else that I missed? Oh, hey Nicholas, thanks for stopping by today, by the way. I don't think I've seen you in a while. I don't think you've been in the last couple streams. I might be misremembering. Yeah, whenever you have... Honestly, like, if you're going to train Vake, I think training him on enemy phase with those 82% hits is a lot more palatable. Because then if he misses, then you know what? He goes right to the bench. But if he hits, cool, he sticks around. Yeah, I think early game Vake might be a good idea, and even potentially possibly long-term Vake. I'm not sure. I've talked about the merits of Vake and Muriel pair up, but I really don't want to add 2 more units to the squad. I think that's spreading out the experience too thin. But I do think focusing some experience onto Vake might be worth testing out. You're describing the exact strategy that I used, where I had Sully pair up with Crom to give him +2 defense. 35 turns. Yeah, we gotta do future testing on this chapter. Muriel plus Stall or Sully plus Vake survives non-Luna soldiers. It lets you split your attention around. Am I gonna be resetting for skills on chapter 3? I'm not sure. I think if too many enemies get Pavis Plus, I think it could really screw me over, yeah. One thing about chapter 3 is that if you get a really, like, disgusting configuration, you can honestly, like, just deploy Frederick and Robin and, like, nobody else, and actually, like, just clear the map with pretty close to 100% consistency. I don't like doing that, but it is definitely possible. If you do 10-5 Gregor, can you pass down Soul? I don't think Soul is good enough to be worth funneling that much experience into Gregor. Welcome back, Alejandro. We beat chapter 2. I definitely felt like my preparations and the plans that I put into this made that chapter 2 very consistent. And I think if I was going to do, like, if I was going to do an actual Ironman run, I don't think it would take 5.5 hours. I think it took 5.5 hours because we had to test everything. Now that we've tested everything, now that we've solved everything, I think I could go through it. I could rip through it pretty fast in like an hour or 2. I'd have to be a little bit careful. I have to play a little bit slow to make sure I got my supports and weapon ranks and things like that. Yeah, finding a support partner when Gregor joins so late in the game at Chapter 8, you'd have to keep him around for a while. You'd have to give him a ton of experience in order to get Soul. It's just not worth it. Like, Soul is not that good. Like, it's pretty good, but it's not that good. Yeah, you're not going to bench Vake either way because his pair-up bonus is too good. I mean, you're right about that. I was being a little bit flippant when I said send him to the bench. Nicholas says, you haven't been playing the game very much lately because you stalled out. You've been playing Resident Evil 6, Monster Hunter World, and Hero Wars. I'm not super familiar with Hero Wars, but I am very familiar with Monster Hunter World, and it is a great game. It's a lot of fun. I love Monster Hunter World. I think World is the game that got me into Monster Hunter. I had a little bit of a tough time getting into Monster Hunter before that. Anyway, very long stream today. I cannot hang around and chat too much longer. Like I said, I would like to go out to dinner, so I'm going to go do that. Thanks to everyone who came today. Thanks to all the lurkers. Thanks to the people who pushed the like button, especially. If you're new, thanks for being here for the first time. The regulars, you're great as always. I love it when you're here chatting with me so that I don't go crazy from messing up stuff in my spreadsheet for 6 hours straight. But I don't have anything else to say. For now, enjoy the rest of your day.